In the mystical space, surrounded by cards of fate, her prophecy rang out in astonishment. This is, in all my life, I have never met anyone so lucky. With a fortune like yours, you can make money just by breathing. All the money in the world comes running to you. Ilya stood there in a daze, quietly gasping in shock as she was overwhelmed by the sudden prophecy about her life. Even having too much money could be worrying. Was this fortune teller really as gifted as the rumors said? Then she suddenly stressed one point, and all of Ilya's positive thoughts vanished in an instant. However, your luck in love has run dry. It seems your fate in romance has been exchanged for wealth, my lady. Ilya froze in stunned confusion. What? But I still have a fiancé, you know. It's not even an arranged marriage. We met in such a romantic way. The woman let out a devastating reply. Is that so? Then you won't have one much longer. Ilya swallowed nervously. What kind of strange thing are you saying? The woman closed her book and declared her prediction with certainty. I won't take any payment today. If what I said turns out to be true later, then you can pay me then. Ilya left like someone who had lost her soul, unable to believe it. A love that would fall apart because it had withered from the very seed? And on top of that, she was about to lose her fiancé? How could that be? The fortune teller's words followed her like a shadow. If I can just see Rehat's face, I'm sure everything will be fine. A strange blue carriage stood before Ilya. There was a carriage over there she had never seen before. Her maid and butler panicked and tried to stop her at all costs. Wait, please, Lady Broaden. Right now, Lord Rayhart is in there, doing something suspicious behind that door. His face tightened in irritation. What is it? I said no one was allowed in. Ilya, I don't know what you're thinking, but this is all a misunderstanding. She could hardly get the word out. A misunderstanding? He tried to excuse his wrongdoing. She's just a guest. She spilled her drink on her clothes, so she had to take them off for a moment. There's really nothing going on. Ilya trembled, clenching her fists, and he could still say that at a time like this? Rehat still wore a crooked smile. But still, even if I am your fiancé, it's irritating when you come by without telling me first, and barging into someone else's room without knocking. You should be more polite, shouldn't you? Her entire world cracked apart, collapsing like shattered glass. Rehat, why? If it's like this, then I have no choice but to believe it. My fate in love really has been destroyed. Ilya was born into a wealthy family. It had already been a famously rich household, but after Ilya was born, the family found extraordinary success in all their businesses. A distant relative no one even knew left them an enormous inheritance. At prize events, she always won first place. One day, going out with not a single coin on her, she found money on the street. When she entered a restaurant, she turned out to be the 10,000th customer, so she didn't have to pay. And above all, she had even promised to marry Rehat, her first love. She was someone who had lived such a perfect life. Sobbing uncontrollably, tears streamed endlessly down Ilya's face as she spoke her heartfelt confession to him. Rehat, I truly loved you. The love I treasured so much, the love I gave everything for, still could not be fulfilled. I thought that was the only fate I had, to love in silence from afar. Even after finally managing to get engaged through all my efforts, I always try to become closer to your ideal type. Someone kind and gentle, always smiling, always changing according to your tastes and wishes. And yet the only thing I ever got in return was your attitude, as if it were all only natural. I'm not good at expressing myself, but if I hadn't liked you, I never would have agreed to the engagement. Even if the scale was different, I thought it was still a love we had built together. That was what I believed. She walked away softly but firmly. Ilya bravely overcame the despair inside herself. It wasn't that he cared about you. You were just easy to bully. How much money did you pour into that awful man? When she thought about it, it made perfect sense. Come to think of it, every time Rehat needed money, he came to me. Rehat had made a habit of flattering Ilya just to ask her for money to fund his own pleasures. Ilya, I need a little money. Because of love, she had been blind enough to simply hand it over. But now Ilya looked back at herself through the window and cast aside that foolish version of herself. I won't let myself be bullied anymore. In that case, I need to break off the engagement first. She remembered the woman's words from the day of the prophecy. I won't take any payment today. If what I said turns out to be true later, then come and pay me at that time. Ilya pressed her hand hard against the window glass. I should stop by the bank first. There aren't any clothes worth wearing. Everything was chosen based on Rehat's tastes. Since I'm going out anyway, I'll wear something new. The door slowly opened. Malik and Frank could not hide their shock. My lady, she stood close to the large doorway, as if wanting to step out and greet them, yet also as if trying to avoid Frank. Malak, it's been a while. He had been terribly worried about Ilya. Do you have any idea how worried we've been about you this whole time? Frank was sniffling too. It's only been a month, but you've gotten so thin. She tried to reassure them both. I'm sorry for making everyone worry, but where are mother, father, and my brother? Frank explained, they're all away on business, my lady. Ilya suddenly understood. So that's why. She felt guilty for neglecting the loved ones in her family. She had spent all this time looking after Rehat and hadn't even seen her own family. This time, I want to apologize to them. When they come back, I have to meet them and talk to them properly. But before that, I need to finish what I have to do. Ilya stepped out gracefully with a money bag, while Malak carried the heavier load behind her. The butler bowed joyfully. Thank you very much, everyone. She quickly became the center of attention, drawing murmurs all around. Who is that? You don't know? That famous Broaden family. What? The Broadens? The family so rich they couldn't spend it all in 3 generations? That Broaden family? He asked blankly. My lady, shall we head home now? Ilya turned and gave a radiant smile. No, I need to stop by somewhere first. Books were stacked neatly. She boldly pulled back the curtain. The woman was still sitting at that table. Since then, I haven't opened for anyone else. Ilya leaned on the table. What you said that day was right. Money poured out endlessly, making the woman go pale. Oh my God. That much money? Ilya pushed the coins toward her. My life was saved, so I have to pay you. This much ought to do. So now, please look into my love life again. The woman began reading Ilya's fortune. A case where fate changes dramatically within a month isn't rare, but you also have a destined life partner. The person bears a fortunate destiny. He met you, and the flower bloomed. She jolted upright, but that awful man was cheating on me. The woman gave a gentle smile. I don't know yet. But that person is a benefactor among benefactors. Why don't you try going west today? Something interesting might happen. Ilya entered an elegant shop, and the receptionist warmly welcomed her. Welcome, my lady. With firm resolve, she pointed out one outfit after another. This one and that one. The lace-trimmed one over there, the one next to it, and that one too. Except for those few, I'll take everything else. The receptionist was thrilled. Thank you very much, my lady. It's been a long time since I went shopping. This isn't bad. No, it's wonderful. Ilya felt refreshed because she was finally buying things based on her own taste. In a flowing lavender dress, light as clouds and adorned like a sky full of stars, she shone radiantly with an elegant beauty, almost unearthly, like a goddess stepping out of a dream. Frank could not stop praising her. You look so beautiful, my lady. Malak was more reserved, but he still nodded in admiration. As expected, my lady truly has an eye for these things. Ilya smiled brightly. Thank you. It must be tiring for the two of you to keep standing there, right? Frank shook his head repeatedly. Not at all, my lady. We're very happy. She gently asked them to bear with her a little longer. Just a bit more, all right. We'll buy gifts for the family, and then we'll head back. The woman politely spoke up. Excuse me, my lady. What should we do with the dress you wore here? Ilya recalled Rehat's dreadful words. Ilya, this kind of look suits her much better. She clenched her fist in anger. Ilya grabbed the dress and turned away. Burn it for me. She stood before countless exquisitely crafted and dazzling boxes of jewelry. Yet disappointment rose in her heart. None of them felt right. After meeting Rehat, I became so focused on him that I forgot all about my family. I ignored everyone's advice about Rehat, and I even got angry. I want to give this gift as an apology. Ilya looked down on the music box in her hand. It was all cheaply plated junk. It wasn't worth the price at all. Suddenly, the door opened. The receptionist cheerfully greeted the newcomer. Yes, welcome, sir. Khan's handsome face gave off a cold and arrogant air, with deep, unreadable eyes. He looked as though nothing in this world could possibly catch his interest. The receptionist's voice grew smaller and smaller. WH, what are you looking for, sir? He looked coldly at the display. I came to buy a music box as a gift. The receptionist hurriedly replied, oh, of course. In that case, Ilya couldn't hide her surprise. A rare and strikingly handsome man, though he looked a little fierce. The receptionist picked up a music box and handed it to Khan. This is one of our premium products, and it has been very popular lately, sir. It is made entirely of high-quality materials. A masterpiece crafted by a skilled artisan with the utmost care. Ilya's face twisted in disbelief. The receptionist continued, it's only 150 kroel, sir. Ilya braced herself, unable to accept it. This is outright fraud. Unless someone is truly wealthy, no one would ever pay that much. Then he said something utterly shocking. Wrap it for me. Ilya broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell is this guy doing? The receptionist was overjoyed and kept thanking him. Thank you very much, sir. Would you like to take a look at this item as well? We only received it yesterday. You really can't overlook this style these days. Whoever receives it will absolutely love it. And this one are very popular too. Each of these is only 150 kroel. You can only get them at this price right now, sir. Ilya abruptly turned, her steps sharp and decisive. She strode over and snatched the music box from Khan's hand. This isn't luck at all. You're being scammed. He stared blankly. Excuse me? Ilya held the small box carelessly in one hand, as though all the luxury around her had become meaningless and not worth her attention. This music box had a price tag of only 60 prol earlier, and now it suddenly jumped that high? The receptionist protested. What are you saying? She turned to him. Sir, if it's all right. The atmosphere suddenly darkened under the cold, overbearing intensity in Kahan's gaze. But he clearly couldn't refuse those relentless sales pitches. Just like a fool, giving so much, only to be betrayed in return. Just like the nights I spent awake in tears. Gathering her courage, Ilya stepped in. Let me recommend something for you instead. He only fell silent and watched. There's no way I can pretend I didn't see this. The receptionist cut in with a stiff tone. I'm sorry, but our prices are set by the manager. And besides, for quality like this, 150 isn't expensive at all. What would you know? In any case, you seem a bit strained, miss. Let me introduce you to something more affordable. It's only 150 kroel each. Can't you even pay that? She crossed her arms smugly. Oh, are you provoking me with money? Ilya coolly gave an order. Frank. Frank appeared immediately. Yes, my lady. The receptionist froze on the spot. A disheveled man rushed out to intervene. Lady Broaden, here is the certificate of purchase, my lady. I will send the necessary documents to the estate. I have already signed everything, so if you would, Lady Broaden. The receptionist was left completely blank-faced. The manager? The man flusteredly dropped to his knees. To think you even offered double the price. How generous. Magnificent. And from now on, I am no longer the manager, so please don't call me that. The receptionist had no idea what was happening. What? He pointed at Ilya. Because the manager is this lady now. Ilya smiled gently, though confidence and pride shone in her eyes. Holding the stack of papers in her hand, she calmly declared, I'm the manager here now, so I can set the prices, right? I want this to cost 60 kroel. Do you have complaint? The receptionist could only obey. And no, my lady. Ilya gave the order decisively, then changed the tag. And there's dust everywhere, so clean the place too. The receptionist answered in a panic. Why, yes, my lady. Ilya calmly walked over to Kahan. He quickly spoke up. Thank you for helping me. Embarrassed, she waved her hand. It was nothing at all. If anything, I was the one being too meddlesome, wasn't I? I'm sorry for interrupting your shopping. Ilya was suddenly struck by a thought. He thanked me for just that? Men like him are pretty rare these days. She continued, people like that will keep pushing if you let them, so it's better to just refuse them directly. Kahan seemed a little awkward. The truth is, I'm not very used to refusing people. Ilya hadn't expected that. You look exactly like someone who'd be good at refusing people, though. You really can't judge a book by its cover. She changed the subject by pointing out a few worthwhile items. Anyway, let me recommend a few things for you. He answered shyly, thank you. Ilya happily began explaining. All right then, if it's for a gift, this one is a solid choice. This one gets mixed opinions, but this one has very gentle music. And this one would look beautiful as a decoration in the home. He smiled faintly. Is that so? She looked at him with quiet judgment. His expression was different. Is he buying a gift for his fiancée? They must be deeply in love. I feel a little jealous of whoever receives that gift. Sometime later, Ilya left the place after giving a final instruction. Then please watch over the shop for the time being. I'll hire new employees soon. The man had no choice but to accept it. Yes, understood, my lady. Kahan took the initiative to call out to her. Miss, it's not much, but this is my tip. She was quite surprised, since it was the first time anyone had ever done that. Why are you giving this to me? A trace of sadness appeared on his face. You even took the trouble to recommend several music boxes to me. I feel bad, because it seems I took up a lot of your time, so... Ilya's good impression of him faded instantly. She gave a small bow. I must decline. Kahan became utterly flustered. And is there some other way? Ilya turned away with elegant indifference. No, there isn't. I don't expect anything in return. You're the very first person to ever offer me a tip. He felt troubled. I'm sorry, but she politely cut him off. I'm a Broaden. In the golden evening light, Malek and Kahan spoke as if discussing military secrets. Ilya quietly lifted the curtain and watched him from afar. She sat still, graceful and refined, a trace of contemplation in her eyes. Ilya recalled the woman's prophecy from that day. Try going west today. Something interesting might happen. She thought about it carefully. Something interesting? Well, I suppose I should go check whether the shop is doing all right. Ilya ordered the carriage to head home. He obeyed at once. Yes, my lady. Leaving behind Kahan, standing there in solemn dignity with a small gift box in hand, his face still carrying that cold, unreadable air. Beneath the brilliant golden sunlight, the magnificent castle with its soaring violet domes stretched proudly upward, radiating a dreamy beauty like a palace from a fairy tale. She stepped down from the carriage slowly when Henry's affectionate voice rang out. Ilya looked up in shock. Oh, older brother Henry Broughton. The Empire's one-of-a-kind genius, the warmest man in the world, my brother. Since I was young, he had cared for me in place of our father and mother. He even arranged for me to enroll alone at the academy. He had always cherished me, at least until I fell in love with Rehat. He looked at her with clear displeasure. You came here after trying to make up with that bastard Rehat again, didn't you? Not thinking about your family at all, then coming home, crying and shutting yourself away for a whole month. I can't stand it. And then buying piles of things just to please him too? She answered honestly. No, they're all things for me. Henry's eyes widened in surprise, leaving his question hanging. Why? Ilya stepped forward and took his hand, a heartfelt gesture filled with all the feelings she had left unsaid for so long. Brother, I was wrong all this time. I have no excuse now. I am sorry. It was all because I didn't listen to our family's precious advice. I even ignored everyone's concern and worry. Everything that happened was my fault. Please forgive me. My brother hated Rehat. Thinking back, he had probably seen through Rehat's true nature from the very beginning. Because Henry loved her, he tried by every means to warn her. That boy is definitely no good. Sooner or later, you're the only one who'll get hurt. But Ilya had been so blinded by love that she refused to listen to anyone. At the time, I didn't understand my family, and I was very upset. But now I understand. He was so stunned, he had to adjust his glasses. Her throat tightened. Henry had always thought only of her. Have you lost your mind? Ilya treasured him deeply because he had always loved her and worried about her. She stood frozen before Henry's awkwardness. Because I thought love was everything, I turned my back on my family's sincere advice. It was all my fault. An elegant teacup adorned with delicate gold patterns sat beside the teapot in the warm room. He seemed to understand the situation at last. In other words, what exactly happened during this past month? Ilya painfully recalled Rehat's disgusting face and the unforgivable things he had done. A terrible thing had happened. She wanted to honestly tell him everything in her heart, but Ilya clutched the hem of her skirt tightly. The shock was too great for her to explain it all right now. But could I tell you the details later? Henry sat quietly in his chair, looking calm and deeply thoughtful. He had already guessed part of it from her expression. From the looks of it, this must be because of Rehat. Before, since you said you liked him, I kept quiet. But if you still want to protect him now, Ilya declared firmly, no, Rehat and I are at odds now. Just as you expected. However, nothing has been clearly settled yet, so I can't tell you everything just yet. But for now, I want to postpone the wedding. Henry jerked in surprise. What? Why is the wedding involved now, too? She calmly explained, since we were the ones responsible for preparing the wedding anyway. Putting it off for a while should be acceptable to him, too. Even though I just had a fight with Rehat, I've been having all these conflicting feelings lately. If I marry him like this, it doesn't seem right. I want to put on hold. With a weary look, he stood up. All right, then I'll contact Marquis Tan right away. Ilya wanted to deal with it herself. Wait, Henry, please let me speak to Rehat directly myself. I'll also speak to our parents in person. I won't cause any more trouble that makes everyone worry. Henry gave a slight nod, trusting her. All right, do it that way. The room suddenly fell silent. She felt awkward inside. This is so stiff. It had been such a long time since she'd talked to him like this. Oh, right. Ilya shyly held out a gift to him. Henry, this. It's nothing special, but it's a gift I wanted to give you. Henry opened the gift box with extreme caution. That made her anxious. No reaction at all. Maybe I should have asked first before buying it. Ilya smiled gently and politely. I'm sorry for suddenly bringing all this up, but I have something I need to do. Please excuse me first. Thank you. Then please forgive my rudeness, Henry. He watched her leave in silence. Henry narrowed his eyes slightly and gave a bright, gentle smile. That tender beauty was like warm spring sunlight. He felt warmth in his heart. Thank you. On the other side of the door, Ilya stood leaning against it, exhausted and full of thoughts. She let out a weary sigh. I said it confidently, but if I want to break off the engagement with Rehat, there's still so many things I need to deal with. Right now, the two families are pushing business between them through the engagement. No matter how wealthy the broadened family may be, the Isuda Empire is still a class-based society. It won't be easy for a count's family to unilaterally ask to break an engagement with a marquis's family. Moreover, the current crown prince is Marquis Taurus's grandson. If he uses his authority to interfere, our family, which has no close ties to the imperial family, will definitely take a heavy blow. On top of that, Marquis Taurus is also Henry's direct superior. If we're not careful, they might even retaliate later. Her eyes filled with calculation. If I want to call off the engagement safely, I may need help from someone of even higher standing. Suddenly, a voice called out, "My lady, an invitation has arrived for you to attend a royal palace banquet." Ilya was utterly shocked. The royal palace? How could it be a place like that? It was already late at night. The window was slightly open, letting a cool breeze into the room. Ilya sat on the bed, still holding a small box in her hand. She opened the lid. Inside was a gleaming button, a white magnolia, soft as cotton candy. Spring was in full bloom in the back garden of the imperial palace. That day when she nearly drowned, Ilya struggled with all her strength and grabbed someone's clothes. That person pulled her ashore and kindly asked, "Are you all right, my lady?" Soaked from head to toe, Ilya only then regained her composure, looked up at him, and fell for him at first sight. A man with hair as red as the evening sky. Remembering that moment, Ilya thought to herself, "A strong warmth once stirred in my heart, but not now. I believed he would come see me at least once and apologize, begging for forgiveness. I even imagined him crying his eyes out, but he didn't even send a letter, let alone come visit." At that moment, Ilya was so angry her teeth ground together. She set the box down on the shelf and muttered to herself, "Fine. Thanks to that, my heart has sorted itself out more quickly too." But her gaze lingered on the box for a moment longer. She was certain of it. That hateful man must have received the exact same invitation. The letter she had just received read, "Lady Ilya Brodin and her escort are cordially invited to attend a banquet. Rehat likes parties, so he'll definitely come." Ilya withdrew her hand from the box and told herself, "That's right. I should handle this myself." 4 days later, the day of the banquet arrived. The royal palace was decorated with dazzling luxury. Inside the banquet hall, whispering voices and the melodious music blended together. So this time, oh my, really? Just then, Ilya appeared, drawing every gaze in the room to her. She wore a mysterious and alluring evening gown. A fur shawl draped over her shoulders only enhanced her noble elegance. The guests blushed and murmured in admiration. "Who is that? Who is that breathtaking beauty? I'm not sure. I think this is the first time I've seen her. She can't be overlooked." Suddenly, someone seemed to recognize her and hurried over. "Isn't that Ilya?" "It is. You look truly beautiful today. You should dress yourself up like this more often." It turned out to be Rehat. He looked Ilya up and down, making her deeply uncomfortable, judging other people the moment you see them. Rehat even tried to touch her. "I almost didn't recognize you." Ilya immediately slapped his hand away and cut him off sharply. "Don't touch me." Rehat's expression changed. Frowning, he asked, "What's wrong? Are you still angry?" Ilya looked at him as if he were an enemy, her face icy cold. "Are you seriously asking me that?" Rehat began making excuses. "I thought a month would be enough for your anger to settle. And besides, I already told you then, didn't I? I wasn't cheating on you." Ilya found it utterly ridiculous and shot back, "You can still say that now? And you can't even manage a single apology." Rehat gradually lost patience. "What exactly do you think of me?" Ilya's hand, clutching her bag, trembled. Inside it was that button. "What is this piece of trash even expecting from me?" Seeing her say nothing, Rehat lowered his head and waved a hand. "Anyway, let's just drop it here. You seem a little sensitive today." Ilya bit her lip, cursing him in her mind. Shameless trash to the very end. "I'll just return it quickly and be done with this." Just as Ilya was about to open her bag and return the button to Rehat, startled voices from not far away made her stop. "Isn't that young Duke Evanthian?" She turned her head slightly to look behind her. Young Duke Evanthian. A crowd of nobles was staring in his direction, taking turns voicing their curiosity. "It's been a long time since the young Duke attended a party, hasn't it? He doesn't have his aide with him like usual today. Should we go greet him?" "I'm too scared. I'm not going." I heard his personality is a bit. Kahan Avanthian, the second son of Duke Avanthian, a man shrouded in mystery. They say he drove his older brother out of the line of succession and took his place. A demon who kills people on the battlefield without a care for blood or tears. A vile personality, and he even drove his own brother away out of ambition. Most of the rumors were negative. This is my first time seeing him in person, but I can't see his face clearly. Now's not the time to be thinking about that. Ilya tightened her grip on her bag, then raised her eyes to Rehat. Rehat, I have something to say. Suddenly, a group of nobles came over from nowhere and cheerfully greeted Rehat. Lord Taurus, it's been a long time. Rehat seemed to forget Ilya was even there and turned to shake hands with them, warmly greeting them back. Seriously? Ilya stood beside them, inwardly lamenting. I can't even say it. Then one of the men who had approached Rehat suddenly noticed her. At first he seemed uncertain, then flustered. Lady Broaden, I'm sorry. Your aura is so different today that I didn't recognize you. Rehat suddenly pulled Ilya closer with a smug smile. My fiancée is beautiful, isn't she? Ilya was stunned, then immediately disgusted. Where's he putting his hand? That shameless bastard. I can't talk in this situation, so I need to leave first. The man from before spoke again. Since Lady Ilya is here as well, I'd like to ask about that matter I mentioned last time. I said I wanted to borrow a villa. When might that be possible? The woman behind him added, I want to rent a place to open a fashion shop. Could you lend me your name? Before Ilya could even speak, Rehat answered on her behalf. You'll have it soon enough, so please wait just a bit. At those words, the crowd turned greedy eyes toward her. You heard that, Ilya. Ilya couldn't take it anymore and violently shoved Rehat away, leaving him stunned. She turned cold at once. So what? Are you asking me to lend those things to you? Why should I do that? Rehat was struck speechless by her question. Well, because I already told him I would lend it. The corner of Ilya's lips curled up. In that case, since you're the one who said it, you can go lend it to them yourself. Isn't that right? With that, Ilya immediately turned and left. After a few seconds of confusion, Rehat finally reacted and shouted after her. Wait, hold on, Ilya. A little while later, Ilya found a quiet corner. She slammed a bottle of wine down hard. Standing out on the balcony, she wiped her mouth with her hand and muttered curses. That disgusting bastard. I haven't even managed to say anything, let alone cancel the engagement. Talking to that trash only wears me out. What's even the point of returning this to that piece of trash? I'd rather throw it away. Just as Ilya was about to toss the button away, the door behind her was pushed open. Startled, she glanced over and saw Kahan. He stood by the doorway looking a little flustered. Huh, that person. Why is he here? While Ilya was still confused, Kahan hesitantly spoke up. I'm sorry. I know you were here first, but I'm in a hurry, so I'll leave right away. Seeing Kahan about to open the door and leave, Ilya stopped him. Wait. Kahan turned back in surprise. Ilya smiled and said, It seems like you have something urgent. You can stay here a little longer. It's fine. At Ilya's words, Kahan's eyes brightened. Thank you. After that, the two of them stood together on the balcony, separated from a noisy bustle of the banquet behind the door. Is he standing like that because he's uncomfortable around me? The sunset makes him look even more radiant. His expression didn't waver at all. His attitude was like he was keeping a boundary. Should I be honest? That he's not flexible at all? Suddenly, Kahan opened his mouth. About that time. I'm sorry. Ilya's face showed confusion again. About that time? Do you mean the tip? Kahan looked rather embarrassed and lowered his head slightly as he continued. I was thoughtless. I didn't realize it would offend you like that. Ilya stared at him and thought to herself, there's no need for him to apologize like this. He's really too gentle. Aloud, she asked curiously, why did you give me a tip like that? Kahan answered honestly, because you helped me, so I thought I should repay you. If it's something money can settle, then everyone is happy. No kindness comes without a price. Hearing that, Ilya wondered, has he never been helped without having to give something in return? Why does he have to live in such a difficult way? Blushing slightly in embarrassment, Ilya replied, I was just helping out of goodwill. Kahan looked quite surprised. Goodwill? Ilya explained more clearly. I'm not your subordinate or employee, am I? So you don't need to pay me anything extra. Especially not with money. Seeing her serious expression, Kahan responded like an obedient student, I'll remember that. Then the two fell silent again. This is awkward again. Ilya decided to break the atmosphere. She cleared her throat lightly and asked, by the way, what was so urgent that you rushed up to the rooftop like this? If it's hard to say, you don't have to tell me. Kahan pressed his lips together and glanced toward the door. Looking a little troubled, he explained why. Someone keeps talking to me about engagement. She keeps following me around, and it's troublesome. So, Ilya tilted her head. Following you around? I mean, at a banquet hall that can happen, but behavior like that is a bit excessive. Kahan recalled past events, his voice filled with exhaustion and sorrow. If she can't reach me, she'll come find me anytime, day or night. Even when I don't tell her where I'm going, she still follows me, saying it's a coincidence. If she sees me with someone else, she gets angry. Recently, I went to visit my family, and she interfered in everything as if she were already my wife. Even when I beg her to stop, she ignores me. I'm worried things will only get worse, especially after that engagement party. After hearing Kahan's story, Ilya thought to herself, this really is stalking. Even I find this hard to accept. This is serious. Still, I think you should discuss this with your family. Kahan suddenly lowered his head, his lips barely moving. My family. Seeing that his expression had turned even worse, Ilya seemed to realize she had touched on something sensitive. She then began opening up to Kahan about her own problem. Actually, I'm suffering because of my fiancé too. He betrayed me. If I could, I would throw open the door right now and shout in Rehat's face that the engagement is over. If my status were higher than Rehat's, I wouldn't have to hesitate like this. Suddenly, the door was shoved open hard, accompanied by a shrill scream. So this is where you were. A noble lady named Stella ran over and clung to Khan's arm. Unhappy, she complained to him. If you want to come up here, you should have told me first. You suddenly disappeared like that. I was so panicked. Seeing that scene, Ilya's mouth fell open in shock. She suddenly realized something. What? Evanthian? The gullible man from a music box shop was actually the young master of House Evanthian. I heard he was some kind of demon who slaughtered people on the battlefield. And they said his personality was filthy, too. Filthy? Where? Noticing Ilya's gaze, Stella's face darkened in irritation. By the way, who is that woman? Kahan glanced toward Ilya, looking utterly drained. Seeing him remain silent, Stella angrily demanded, why aren't you saying anything? Come to think of it, this is Lady Broaden, isn't it? Ilya looked at her arrogant smirk and thought, I'd like to pretend I know her too, but I have no idea who she is. Meanwhile, Stella held tightly to Kahan's arm, refusing to let go. Ilya observed Kahan's expression again. Judging by his face, this woman must be that stalker. He seemed caught off guard that she had suddenly found him. Nothing good comes from getting dragged into a fight. I should just avoid it. Thinking that, Ilya gave a gentle smile and said, I was just about to go back inside. Please continue your conversation. But after hearing that, Stella threw out an arm to block the doorway. Wait, where exactly do you think you're going? You were trying to seduce another woman's fiancé, and now you want to sneak away? Ilya crossed her arms and answered helplessly, no, miss. Stella grew even angrier and shouted in disbelief. What? You don't even know who I am? Honestly, unbelievable. I am Kahan Evanthian's fiancé, Stella Delota. Ilya's eyes widened. Delota? Then that means the carriage design incident. The Delota family has long been an enemy of ours, and the carriage design incident was the most memorable of all the matters involving the Delotas. A few years ago, our family was preparing to release a luxury carriage, but right before the launch date, someone stole the design plans. We hurriedly made a new design. I was the one who chose the final one. Although many people opposed its bold design, my parents trusted me, so I began production again. In the meantime, the Delotas released a carriage model of their own using the Broaden family's stolen drawings. We were certain of it, but we had no physical evidence. On the other hand, the Delotas advertised that they had been preparing it for years. They started sales with such confidence, but later they were pushed aside by the carriage that appeared afterward. So Stella is the only daughter of House Delota. I'd heard of her for a long time, but I didn't expect her to be so different. She's really pretty. Apparently, she used to be rather chubby. I hadn't paid much attention. I thought it would be best to avoid political rivalry to spare myself the trouble, but when it comes to an enemy like the Delotas, that's a different story. Once a public argument starts, it only gets more vicious. Ilya narrowed her eyes and smiled dangerously. Delota. At that moment, Kahan stood between the two women like a large frightened bear. Ilya folded her arms and looked at Stella with a mocking gaze. Delota. Stella grew even angrier at Ilya's attitude. Planting her hands on her hips, she demanded, So what are you doing out here on the terrace? Ilya indifferently asked back, doing what? Stella placed a hand on her chest, asserting her claim. You're in the same space as my man, aren't you? Do you think you can fool me? Ilya tilted her head, brushed back her hair, and waved a hand mockingly. You seem rather insecure, my lady. insecure enough to be suspicious even of me. Stella was momentarily speechless and grew flustered. "What are you saying?" she demanded, but Kahan answered calmly. "If you want to barge into someone else's place of rest, you need evidence. At the very least, you should catch them in the act, just like you did to me a month ago." "That's right," Ilya continued reasonably. "And besides, this is your fiancé. I've only spoken with him briefly, but I already understand a little. You seem very uneasy." At once, Stella's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. What? Ilya shook her head, then fixed the two people before her with a sharp gaze. "Or is it that you don't trust the young lord?" That had to be why she had suddenly rushed in like this. Ilya's words struck Stella right where it hurt. She stiffly turned her head to look at Kahan. "No, Evanthian, are you angry?" The atmosphere on the balcony turned stifling. Kahan looked down coldly. The dark look in his eyes made Stella panic. "Are you angry with me, Evanthian?" Seeing how rattled Stella was, Ilya thought to herself, "It doesn't seem like that, though." Kahan's lips moved, and the temperature around him seemed to drop. Terrified, Stella looked at him, stammering, "I'll be going now." "Absolutely, absolutely not. It's not that I don't trust you." After brushing past Kahan, Stella pushed open the door and hurried away as though fleeing. Watching Stella's retreating figure, Ilya sighed. "How dull. She started it, so I couldn't just sit still." Kahan looked at Ilya for a moment before speaking. "You seem very confident, my lady." Hearing that, Ilya wondered if he was being sarcastic. Kahan's gaze darkened, tinged with a melancholic sadness. His next words caught Ilya off guard. "I envy you. I truly envy you." Evanthian is said to be the most outstanding house among the ducal families. He is their only heir. To be precise, he should be someone who can carry himself with more confidence than anyone else. Ilya smiled faintly and brushed her hair back over her shoulder. "To think that young Lord Evanthian would envy me," Kahan murmured. "I still have many shortcomings. I know myself that I am not suited to be Evanthian's heir. Everyone fears me. A murderer obsessed with bloodlust. An arrogant man with a terrible personality. A cold-blooded man who cast down his own brothers. But my first impression of you, young lord, was completely different from the rumors. You're very polite, and not at all arrogant despite your high status. You even seemed small and insignificant in the middle of that clash between giants." He was someone completely opposite from her. Suddenly, Kahan asked, "Are you not afraid of me, my lady?" Puzzled, Ilya tilted her head and asked back, "Should I be?" Kahan looked downcast. "Everyone else." Before he could finish, Ilya cut in. "No matter how fierce you may look, if someone quietly watches, they can gradually, little by little, see your expressions." Ilya smiled sincerely at Kahan. "Just now, you weren't angry, were you? You were only startled. Isn't that right?" Kahan was utterly astonished. He hurriedly explained, "I have no ill feelings toward you. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable." Ilya immediately denied it. "Not at all." Kahan fidgeted with his fingers, as if embarrassed. "This is the first time someone has looked at me with kinder eyes. I'm used to being misunderstood. Not only have I had no one to talk to, I've certainly never had a long conversation like this. Perhaps it's because my face is too ugly." Ilya froze for a moment. The smile on her lips stiffened. Her eyes widened and her mouth fell open in shock. Ugly? Had she misunderstood the meaning of the word ugly? If that face was ugly, then whose face in the empire could possibly be called beautiful? Honestly speaking, he looked as though he had been carved by a sculptor. It was as though Kahan's beauty had struck Ilya speechless. "Why would you think that?" Kahan replied gloomily. "Because everyone freezes the moment they see my face." Hearing that, Ilya was somewhat at a loss. Or was it because the rumors about him were too frightening? Ilya tried to advise him. "Then how do you usually smile? If you relax your face a little, it might look better." Kahan seemed enlightened. "A smile?" He slowly pulled up the corners of his mouth. "Oh, like this. Is this all right?" Kahan's smile truly was the kind that could easily be misunderstood by others. Ilya felt helpless. "This is serious." Seeing her expression, Kahan asked cautiously, "Isn't it supposed to be like this?" Watching him lower his head, Ilya thought, actually, someone of his standing doesn't need to struggle to change. On the contrary, if people learned what he was really like, they might come to look down on him. For someone in such a high position, perhaps this was better. Even if he lived exactly as the rumors said, no one would dare criticize him. What a waste of that status. Such a waste. Then Ilya seemed to realize something. She slowly stepped closer to Kahan. "Young Lord Evanthian, you want people to stop misunderstanding and fearing you, don't you?" Kahan blinked blankly. Ilya moved closer until she was right in front of him. I think I can help you with that. Kahan blushed slightly and stepped back a little. How strange. Ilya smiled at him and made her demand. In return, you'll have to make a deal with me. She reached out and drew the curtain behind him shut. Ilya braced one hand against the wall, facing Kahan. Become my ally and help me break off my engagement. What do you think? That seems like a fair condition, doesn't it? Blocking his path, Ilya said, let's become allies and help each other call off our engagements. I want to break off my engagement with my fiancée. It seems you don't really want to get engaged either, young lord. He hesitated a little, but would that really be all right? She lowered her eyes slightly. Are you really planning to get engaged to that clingy older sister type? I know Delota a little. She'll only become more obsessive. Once you're married, she might even interfere with your breathing. In any case, you don't have to answer me right away. Think it over slowly. In 3 days, at 2 o'clock, at the 3rd clock tower in the city center. I'll see you there. Below them, the ball continued on. Beneath glittering lights and gentle music, Malek and Frank suddenly looked in one direction. When he saw Ilya coming down, he asked, "How is the party, my lady?" "Lady Ilya, you looked quite elegant." "Well, it wasn't bad, though something a little annoying did happen." Frank immediately flared up. "What? Who dared?" Malek hurriedly stopped him. "If you make a scene here, you'll only cause more trouble for the young lady. Hold yourself back." Frank still looked dissatisfied, but Ilya waved her hand. "I'm Phoenix. It's not something worth worrying about. As for revenge," she looked toward Rehat, who was still smiling. By then, she had already stepped outside the castle. "I'll handle it myself." Early the next morning, when sunlight streamed into the room, Ilya sat up groggily. It had been a long time since she had drunk such strong alcohol. Her head was spinning. Then came a knock at the door. "Come in." A maid entered. "Good morning, my lady. Young Master Henry told me to bring this to you as soon as you woke up." She was surprised. My brother? She had thought that after what happened on Rose Day, things would remain awkward. Had he accepted her apology already? He was even worrying over her like this. Ilya gently lifted a spoonful of steaming soup to her lips. A wave of warmth ran through her. Before long, she had finished the entire bowl. "Please tell him that I enjoyed it very much." The maid cheerfully picked up the tray. "Yes, my lady." Ilya was in an excellent mood now. It was good that she had apologized to him. Perhaps she and her brother could return to being close again. But regardless of family matters, she absolutely had to break off her engagement to Rehat safely. To do that, she would need the status of young Lord of Anthian. This was a rare opportunity, one she absolutely could not miss. Even Rehat would not dare oppose Avanthian. By using the young lord as a shield, her family could become wealthier even than Count Delotus. It was an exchange for mutual benefit. And besides, there was no need to feel sorry for Delota. But before that, the Duke's son had to agree to the arrangement. In any case, wasn't this condition good for him too? 3 days later, on the appointed day, the park was bustling. People passed back and forth, and children played together carefree. The clock had only just struck close to 1. Ilya impatiently looked at the orange in her hand. Sitting in the carriage, she gazed outside. There was still nearly an hour until the meeting time. It would be to try to look around a little in the meantime. Then suddenly she noticed something outside. That couldn't be young Lord of Anthian. Most high-ranking nobles usually arrived later than the appointed time, didn't they? Wait, stop the carriage. What a reliable man. The browsing could wait until later. Suddenly, several red apples spilled onto the ground. A man hurried in panic to gather them up. Oh no, oh no. One apple rolled to the tip of Khan's shoe. When the man saw him reach down to pick it up, he ran over. Thank you. But in the old man's eyes, Khan looked terrifying. "Oh, my lord, no, you mustn't. That's today's food for my whole family. Please don't." The surrounding townspeople began whispering among themselves. "What's going on over there? It looks like some high-ranking noble is trying to steal from a commoner. Good heavens, and he even has so many people with him. How frightening." Watching from outside, Ilya thought, if he's so used to being misunderstood like this, then there was a trace of sadness in Kahan's eyes. Ilya felt a little sympathy. How could he possibly be all right? After collecting all the fallen apples, the old man quickly hugged them to his chest and ran off. Only then did Ilya walk over. "You came early, I see." He turned to her in surprise. She stepped forward to greet him. "When did you arrive?" Kahan answered politely. "I only just got here. I was afraid of being late." Ilya appraised him inwardly. Even though he knew he would be misunderstood, he still helped someone else. He didn't flaunt his power like other nobles. It seemed his true nature was kind. To think I'm only realizing his real personality now. Oh, then that's good. I came early because I had business nearby, but it was canceled. Let's go find a place to sit. This doesn't seem like a good place to talk. He looked blankly confused before answering softly, yes. The two of them entered a quiet shop and placed an order. Malik handed over the menu. What would you like to have? Kahan answered, the same as the lady. Ilya took the menu and handed it back to him. Please prepare 2 milk teas for us. Malik nodded politely. Understood. She watched as he disappeared from sight. I've already told them not to let anyone else in. You rented out this entire place? But Ilya answered calmly, no, this is my shop. 2 days ago, I bought up all the shops nearby. Since the area is quiet, I thought it would make a good base. But you came here alone, without any attendance? Kahan answered, there was one, but that person had something to do and couldn't come. So it's just me. Most people don't even want to come with me. She suddenly realized, I think I understand part of it now. Then I'll get straight to the point. Have you thought about it over the past few days? The proposal I made at the ballroom 3 days ago to help each other break off our engagements. Or rather, but are you still in the middle of deciding? He rubbed his fingers together. To tell the truth, I came here to refuse your offer. Ilya was utterly shocked to hear that. What? Kahan explained his reason. Because I cannot bring myself to break off an engagement that is already in progress. So I think I must refuse your proposal, my lady. Ilya's face darkened. Refuse my proposal? But that expression of his doesn't look like the face of someone rejecting another person at all. Do you truly now want to break it off? He lowered his head. Our two families have already discussed it. I cannot cause trouble for my family. Ilya nodded. Compared to outside factors, I care more about your own opinion, young lord. Kahan stared blankly. My opinion? She spoke with sympathy. Yes. After all, it isn't anyone else who's getting engaged. It's you. So, it should be your decision. If you truly want to be engaged, then I'll accept it. But do you really want to become engaged to Lady Stella Delota? To me, it looks like you don't want this engagement, yet you're enduring it. He said in a cautious voice, I don't know whether I can really dare to decide for myself. Ilya was full of confidence. Why not? Not long ago, I was the same. I couldn't decide even the smallest things for myself and always followed what others wanted. But now I don't want to be like that anymore because it made me miserable. Kahan was astonished to hear that because he saw his own reflection in her words. He tapped his hand lightly on the table. But if other people find out, she took a sip of tea. Even if they point fingers, what can they really do? They can't live my life for me. And if you're afraid of making your own decision, then just say, I tricked you. If things go wrong, I'll take responsibility. A brief silence followed. Once he had finished thinking, he spoke his decision. You seem like a remarkable person, my lady. I want to try trusting you and changing as well. I don't want to keep deceiving myself anymore. I will accept your proposal. Hearing that, Ilya was overjoyed. That's the right choice. This is the contract. It states that during the designated period, the two of us must remain faithful to one another in the role of fake lovers. During that period, neither of us may have any other lover. Each of us must do our utmost to help the other break off their engagement. And the contents of the contract must not be revealed to anyone. She handed the contract to Kahan. I can revise it, so if there's anything you're unhappy with, just tell me. To put it simply, the main point of the contract is this. From now on, we'll pretend to be each other's lovers. At first, there will be unpleasant rumors, but as time passes, everything will settle down. You look a little doubtful. May I ask why we have to do that? Ilya glanced at him. Because there's no clearer reason for breaking off an engagement than that. The one I want to break things off with is my fiancé. He has a higher status than I do and is also connected to the emperor. If I break off the engagement without any protection, he'll definitely retaliate against me. That's why I want to use your status as a shield. Rihat has always been weak in front of people stronger than him. If my new lover is young Lord of Anthian, then of course he'll hesitate. Things aren't simple on your side either. Isn't your ducal family the one pushing for your engagement? If status is the issue, then I'm a better choice than Stella Delota. The ducal family may oppose it at first, but with a little more time, they'll acknowledge me. At the very least, I'm not inferior to Stella in any way. Kahan continued to question her. But we can't deceive them forever. She nodded. Of course not. Just 1 year. We only need to pretend to love each other until then. In the meantime, I'll build a plan to deal with everything. He looked down at the contract. And if I break the contract, what happens? Ilya smiled, but her voice was full of menace. You'll have to break it to find out. Kahan studied the contract with a thoughtful expression. I'll sign it. His bold handwriting appeared on the page. Ilya began outlining the plan. If we suddenly become lovers, they'll be suspicious. So let's say it was love at first sight. And from now on, We'll have to pretend to be affectionate in front of others. It'll be difficult, but let's do our best. From now on, you'll handle the matter of status, and I'll take responsibility for wealth. A fake romance that would shake the entire empire had begun. Ilya carefully slipped the contract into an envelope. Good. The contract was settled. She turned her gaze to Kahan, who had been silent this whole time. His face was slightly flushed as he stared fixedly at the teacup in his hand. Ilya broke the silence. Is it good? I hired a very skilled tea brewer. She thought inwardly. If other people found out how gentle the young lord really is, they'd definitely look down on him. Being constantly misunderstood would certainly make him more convenient as a shield for her, but she voiced Kahan's trouble aloud. Since you agreed to sign a contract with me, I should also help you resolve your concern. You're always troubled by how people misunderstand you because of your appearance, aren't you? He lowered his head sadly. You still remember that? Ilya smiled. Of course. I promised, didn't I? As for people who approach you with bad intentions, let's start by buying clothes. Leave it to me. I want to change your style so people will see you as more approachable. Kahan's eyes widened in surprise. The two of them walked down the street together. She spoke first and asked what kind of style he liked. He thought for a moment, then replied, I don't particularly like anything. Ilya asked again, Young master, your wardrobe is filled with nothing but black clothes, isn't it? Kahan froze. How do you know that? She thought in exasperation, because you've been wearing black the whole time lately. Anyone can tell just by looking. Ilya suddenly turned around. Young master. He quickly answered, yes. She said, there's a clause in the contract. We have to be faithful to each other, as if we were real lovers. A line from the contract flashed through his mind. Faithful to each other, as if we were lovers. Kahan nodded. I still remember. Ilya nodded. Is that so? Then you have to come over here and walk with me. He blushed a little in embarrassment. Yes. Suddenly, a loud voice from behind made Kahan flinch. Ilya turned her head and saw Rehat tightly embracing a short-haired woman. He looked a little uneasy. Why are you here? The woman seemed amused by the sight. Oh my. Rehat immediately shoved her away. Ilya, I can explain everything. Irritated, she cursed inwardly. Why did I have to run into this damned bastard at a time like this? He started making excuses. The last time, we parted badly because of an unpleasant incident, so I wanted to give you a present to make up for it. But I didn't know what women usually like. Don't misunderstand. I only asked that woman for a little help. Ilya shot him a scornful look. Buying a gift for me, yet you came into an alley that only sells men's goods? Rehat's eyes darted around as he tried to come up with another excuse. But she didn't let him continue his nonsense. We dated for years, and you still don't even know what I like, so you had to ask some strange woman for help? Our relationship really is as thin as a blade of grass, isn't it? You don't need to try so hard to explain anymore. Because no matter what, all I hear is you making excuses. Having his hypocrisy exposed, he ground his teeth. Then, noticing Kahan beside her, Rehat immediately tried to turn things around. Then what about you? Why are you with this man? Ilya covered her mouth, as if surprised. Perfect. I was just about to tell you. Let me introduce him. This is my beloved Evanthian Kahan. The moment he heard that name, his face went pale. Evanthian. Rehat recalled all the rumors he had heard. People used to say that if you made an enemy of him, you would die. No one knew it was no accident that he had earned the nickname, the slaughtering demon of the battlefield. And if you met his eyes for more than 3 seconds, you'd better prepare to lose your head. He panicked inwardly. How on earth did Ilya get acquainted with Evanthian? Ilya very naturally took Khan's hand. We fell in love at first sight at the banquet earlier. It really does seem like fate. Isn't that right, Lord Kahan? His gaze wavered slightly as he looked at Ilya. Kahan quickly played along and wrapped an arm around her waist. Yes, Lady Ilya. Beside them, Rehat was so furious that veins bulged across his face. You're lying, aren't you? Ilya answered coldly. Not at all. I mean it sincerely. In any case, I'd already grown tired of you. He clenched his hands, hypnotizing himself. This had to be a lie. Ilya falling in love with someone else instead of him, and with the man called the slaughtering demon of the battlefield? Impossible. All she ever did was smile at him like a fool. She liked him so much she would do anything he wanted. The image of her innocent face calling his name, Rehat, flashed through his mind. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't let her go like this. Ilya cleared her throat. Also, there's something I couldn't tell you at the banquet. Let's break off our engagement. Rehat shouted in anger. What? She quickly pulled Kahan away. I'll prepare the annulment papers and send them to you. The two of them left, while he remained standing there like a statue. Rehat hissed resentfully, "How dare you do this to me?" He hurried after them, but Kahan quickly caught his wrist and stopped him. A dark aura radiated from his whole body. His gloomy face glanced at Rehat without the slightest emotion. That gaze terrified him so much that he dropped to his knees. Seeing that, Ilya softly called, "Kahan, I'm fine, so please let him go." Only then did Kahan release him. The two of them walked away, leaving Rehat sitting there in a mess. He glared hatefully in their direction. Damn it. Ilya walked ahead, and Kahan followed leisurely behind her. He went pale in surprise when he heard her call, "Young master, don't walk behind me like that. Come over here and walk beside me." Kahan awkwardly ran to Ilya's side. Ah yes. She secretly glanced up at him. Kahan's face darkened guiltily when he heard Ilya ask, "You didn't expect to run into Rehat so suddenly, did you? You were surprised, weren't you?" Flustered, he clenched his hand. I even broke out in a cold sweat. When he reached his hand toward you, I just grabbed it by reflex. I didn't know what else to do. She softly said, "Young master, thank you for helping me." Kahan blushed shyly as he looked at Ilya. His awkwardness mixed with Ilya's radiant smile, unintentionally weaving a romantic scene. Kahan turned pale and started sweating when she suggested, "Now that that's over, I think we should probably practice acting a little too." He stammered nervously, "I am really bad at acting." Ilya covered her mouth and laughed. "It's not that you're unbelievably bad. For a first time, that was actually pretty good." Even Rehat was fooled. But as soon as she finished speaking, her eyes lowered thoughtfully. Actually, the whole thing had been too sudden. After Rehat appeared the young master, that looked like something in him had short-circuited. Luckily, it still left a strong impression. At this rate, being exposed is only a matter of time. Seriously, why hasn't his real personality been found out yet? At the same time, at a bar, Rehat angrily slammed his glass down on the table. How dare she do this to me? They were obviously lying. There's no way Ilya could be in love with that detestable man. He ground his teeth resentfully. To Ilya, I'm her lifelong benefactor, the one who saved her life. The House of Taurus was one of the Empire's distinguished meritorious families. He was the heir to Taurus. On top of that, his father held an important position in the imperial family. The imperial palace was basically like his playground. On an ordinary day, Rehat was shocked when he saw her lying unconscious on the ground. He stared blankly at Ilya. My life changed. Her face was flushed under the warm sunlight. Rehat didn't think much and helped Ilya. The next day, she sat across from him. Rehat maintained a polite, practiced smile, but inwardly he was confused. Could the girl who had fainted that day really be the youngest daughter of the Brodin family? She came to thank him? If she used this chance to get close to him, that would be troublesome. She wasn't even his type. Ilya spoke first. He nodded. Yes. She continued, "It may not be much, but I wanted to repay you for saving me. Thank you very much. That necklace, wasn't it comparable to a treasure of the imperial family? And that hairpin was worth about as much as 3 shops. Rehat awkwardly broke into a sweat. He had heard plenty of rumors that the Brodin family was wealthy, but that wealthy enough to give him this many jewels just because he had woken her up? If he got this girl, wouldn't he never run out of money? He forced a smile. I only did what anyone should. Rehat sank into thought. After that, I gathered every bit of information I could to win Ilya's favor. He acted as if they were just coincidentally meeting. How amazing. I think we ran into each other here last time, too. And as if she were his ideal type. Does Milady like this kind of thing, too? He kept it up diligently for months, and eventually Ilya responded, "We really do have a lot in common." Rehat blushed and acted friendly. That's right, isn't it? It seems my heart and Milady's are drawn toward each other as well. Because of that, he became delusional. It was so easy to seduce an innocent girl. From lover to fiancé. Why, they were already on the verge of marriage. If he just married like that, it would be such a waste. I'm still young and handsome like this, and I'm supposed to only see one woman? He started going out at night and often visited the red light district. Using Ilya's money, he easily lured in other women. At first, during his pleasures, he found someone who suited his taste. But in the end, Ilya caught him in bed. At the time, Rehat had been certain that even if it was his fault, as long as he turned the blame around onto Ilya, everything would be fine. She might feel hurt for a while, but Ilya would never be able to live without him. He had believed that without worry. Just thinking of Ilya hand in hand with Kahan drove Rehat mad. My beloved, Then he suddenly overheard the people around him gossiping. Why don't you try making him jealous? That caught Rehat's attention. Jealous? He pricked up his ears and listened to the girls talking. Miss, are you always endlessly nice to your fiancé? If that's the case, men will get bored right away. You need to let him see you smiling with another man to make him panic. Oh, that method sounds good. Rehat tapped the table and muttered, I see. A jealousy strategy. He pondered it carefully. Since I cheated with another woman, she's using another man to get my attention. And she's even trying to make me jealous. Rehat stood up and laughed. That's actually pretty cute, Ilya. In that case, I should soothe her just enough. The sky had just begun turning purple, and the mansion lights came on. Ilya gently stepped up to the estate under Frank's escort. Seeing that he seemed to have something on his mind, Ilya asked, What is it? Do you have something to say? Frank anxiously asked back, Are you really all right, my lady? You even have a lover's contract with young Master Vanthian. He stepped forward and said, I don't know what happened at the music box shop, but now that I've seen him in person, he seems very dangerous. She stopped and questioned Frank. You think he's dangerous? He nodded firmly. Yes. Ilya cleared her throat and replied, This is something I already decided. Don't worry too much. Besides, he crushed Rehat more thoroughly than I expected. Frank looked awkwardly flustered. Well, that is true. As she climbed the stairs, she thought, I only said that jokingly, but if it hadn't been the young master, who knows what might have happened to me? Ilya stopped and reminded them, Everything that happened today is a secret, all right? Understood. Frank and Malek answered in unison, Yes, my lady. She startled when she heard her parents' voices. Ilya looked up and saw Cliff's tearful face and Viola's cold gaze. He worriedly ran down, crying out, Do you know how worried I was all these days while I was away on business and couldn't see you? Why haven't you been coming home lately? Your face has grown so gaunt. Have you been eating properly? She gave a gentle smile. I'm all right, father. Cliff tearfully cupped Ilya's cheeks. Even so, my baby. Suddenly, Viola stepped down, struck her cane hard against the floor, and said sharply, Ilya, come inside first. Looking straight into Viola's eyes, she softly answered, Yes. Ilya went into the drawing room with her parents. Viola reminded both Ilya and Cliff, Dear, you should be sitting beside me. So then, what happened this time? You're about to get married. If you run off for an entire month over some small argument, what is this family supposed to do? Being stubborn is one thing, but only once or twice. Tell mother what happened this time. Ilya lowered her head thoughtfully. Should she tell them about Rehat's affair now? She secretly looked up to observe their expressions. Cliff awkwardly tried to calm Viola. Please settle down, dear. Viola held her head and sighed. Oh, that Rehat boy. Ilya thought tensely, it really isn't the right time yet. If I bring up his affair now, they'll definitely get furious and demand to go see Rehat immediately. I just signed a contract with Vanthian too. No. I can't go up against the Tyson family without any preparation. I'll save that reason for later. I'll start with my goal first. She began to explain everything. There's something I want to tell you in person, mother and father, and also brother. I'm sorry for being stubborn all this time, but I think I have to say sorry one more time. I want to break off the engagement. To Cliff, this news was a tremendous shock. What? Ilya repeated herself once more. This isn't a sudden decision. It may seem abrupt, but would that be all right? Viola laughed in satisfaction. That is the first pleasing thing I've heard in a long time. Cliff also nodded in agreement with Viola, though he still looked worried. But, are you unwell somewhere? You like Rehat so much. Flustered, she denied it. Not at all. I'm Fina. However, I have a new lover now. That answer truly shocked Viola and Cliff. Their eyes widened as they spoke at once. What did you say? Cliff turned and whispered to Viola. Has she gotten involved with another strange fellow again? A new lover. Viola quietly replied. Let's hear her out first, though he's probably still better than Rehat. She turned back, coughed once, and regained her composure. Very well. Who is he? Ilya hesitated awkwardly. It's young Master Vanthian. Viola and Cliff both went blank, their eyes wide at the utterly unimaginable answer. Both she and Ilya panicked when Cliff suddenly fainted. Father! Father! Scene changed to the Vanthian estate. The servants hurriedly bowed their heads in fear at the sight of Kahan. As soon as he entered his room, he relaxed and leaned against the wall. Kahan fixed his sharp, cold gaze on the mirror. Blushing awkwardly, he placed a hand over his chest and recalled Ilya's words. You seem much more at ease now. Next time we meet, wear this outfit, all right? And you need to practice your expressions more too. Thinking of that, Kahan immediately tried to practice expressions, but the smile he produced was so frightening that even he was startled. Kahan looked gloomily at himself in the shattered mirror. He let out a tense sigh. Even a stone statue wouldn't look this strange when smiling. His mother's curses and insults suddenly surfaced in his mind. Disgusting. Don't smile. You may have been born from my womb, but I truly cannot understand what you're thinking. Why would you do this to me? Get out at once. Don't let me see it. He lowered his head in shame. This is so frustrating. I want to do well too, worthy of the young lady's help. Thinking carefully, she really is strange. She came to help without wanting anything in return. When he offered her money in gratitude, she had looked displeased. Ilya's radiant smile rose in Kahan's mind. Then she suddenly proposed a deal. He remembered her gentle words again. The decision should be yours. At that moment, Ilya was like a new ray of light shining into Kahan's darkened soul, showing him a new choice in life. My own thoughts don't matter. Doing what other people want is what's right. Even though I've always thought that way, deep inside, somewhere I've always felt stifled. I never knew why. If this continues, I'll either be swept along or wander aimlessly without purpose. Those pale white hands reached out toward me. I want to change too, like her. He was jolted back to reality by the sound of his door opening. Tyson stepped inside and reported, "Lord Kahan, I apologize for leaving my post for so long. What is that outfit?" Kahan blushed awkwardly. "Does it look strange?" Tyson immediately began appraising him without giving him a chance to interrupt. "It suits you incredibly well, my lord. Haven't I always told you that? But I also said that if you dress like this, more people will try to take advantage of you, Lord Kahan. So you should wear dark clothes to avoid looking too easy to approach. Don't tell me you wore something like this to the last banquet too. You have to show as much discomfort as possible. Otherwise, people will notice that airhead personality of yours right away. Do you know how hard it is to block all those people with ulterior motives? If there hadn't been an urgent matter, I would have gone with you. What is this?" Kahan panicked when he saw Tyson pick up that sheet of paper. That. Tyson went pale and trembled as he read the contents. "Lord Kahan, have you been deceived? Helping each other break off your engagements? What is this supposed to be? Please explain, my lord." Kahan frowned and stammered awkwardly. "Well, the thing is," he thought to himself, "it's no good hiding it. I'm sorry, Lady Broaden." As he explained everything that had happened, Tyson shouted in alarm, "A lover's contract? How could something this huge happen while I was away?" Kahan couldn't bring himself to meet Tyson's eyes. "This was my own decision. It wasn't because someone lured you in. It wasn't an accident. It was Lord Kahan's own decision." Tyson focused on rereading the paper in his hand, then asked, "When are you meeting Lady Broaden again, my lord?" Without hiding anything, he answered, "In 4 days." Tyson immediately said, "Then I'll be going with you as well. I'll personally verify whether the young lady is someone trustworthy or not." Kahan, along with Malik and Frank, escorted Ilya to the carriage. She pulled her hand away and suggested, "Next time, let's meet again at the tea shop we went to today." Fortunately, it seemed Rehat had been fooled. But to make the act look more natural, they also needed time to share information with each other. Kahan blankly stepped back in confusion. Ilya gave a gentle laugh and said goodbye. "All right then, see you again in 4 days, the day of my date with the young lord." She sat while the maids did her hair, but her thoughts were elsewhere. It was a relief that she had found a fake lover, but what came afterward would be a headache. The Empire had a law stating that breaking an engagement required the consent of both parties. How could she get Rehat to agree? If they still couldn't come to an agreement in the end, they would have to take each other to court. That would take far too much time. She wanted to get it over with as quickly as possible. Just then, someone entered the room and reported, "A royal princess has sent an official notice." Ilya turned around and asked, "What is it? Did something happen?" She took the letter from Mako's hand. When she heard it was related to the tea shop, Ilya unfolded the letter to read it. "Looks like we'll have to change the meeting place. First, send someone to Duke of Vanthian's residence." He bowed and accepted the order. "Yes, my lady." Left alone, she sat in the room in a daze. Meeting there should be fine. Very soon, Ilya arrived at the meeting place, a cafe. Hearing a sound, she stood up and said, "Come in." While Kahan looked awkward and embarrassed, Tyson came in with a displeased frown. Ilya blinked in confusion and asked, "Who is this?" Kahan answered stiffly, "My attendant. I am sorry. Because of my carelessness, I ended up breaking our agreement." She looked at Tyson warily. "Can this person be trusted?" Kahan answered firmly, "Yes." Ilya looked Tyson straight in the eyes. Why did this man seem like he was the one on guard against her? She pointed to Malik and Frank and introduced them. "That's fine. My bodyguards know about it too." It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Mia Broden. He also extended his hand. I'm Dyson. Outwardly, the two shook hands amicably, but inwardly, they were both highly wary of each other. So I wasn't mistaken. Tyson then asked, by the way, why did you change the meeting place? He cast a cautious glance around the area. Tyson didn't hesitate to accuse her. Isn't this rather disrespectful to us? Hearing that, Kahan immediately snapped, Tyson. Ilya's two bodyguards radiated a terrifying killing intent, while she herself continued cheerfully. I'm sorry for changing it so suddenly. Actually, the royal family sent an official notice today requiring my shop to be designated as a key development area, so entry has been prohibited. Tyson sighed in understanding. I see. But at Ilya's next words, his eyes widened and his mouth fell open. This sort of thing may happen from time to time in the future too, so please forgive us in advance. I'm a bit unlucky that way. Please sit down first. We changed the place in a hurry, so I haven't prepared anything yet. Frank, go buy some drinks, please. He immediately obeyed. Yes, my lady. She sat down and suggested, let's get straight to the point. Kahan awkwardly sat down as well. Yes. Tyson cleared his throat and said, my lady, there's something I wish to say. Ilya nodded. Go ahead. He raised his voice and got straight to the point. Please cancel the contract. Lord Kahan does not wish to get entangled in trouble. I do not know your true objective, my lady, but please do not drag Lord Kahan into your personal affairs. Kahan looked baffled and tried to stop Tyson. But Ilya remained silent, simply observing Tyson. That's not an attendant. That's practically his guardian. She let out a sigh. Calmly, she asked, does the young lord truly dislike associating with other people? If you're his attendant, then you should know the rumors surrounding him. Ilya recalled all the things people said about Kahan. A butcher demon, a man intoxicated by the smell of blood, an arrogant and cold-blooded man who brought down his own older brother. She continued questioning him. Does the young lord really want to remain trapped in those rumors? You are not the young lord. Ilya looked straight at his cold face. If an attendant warns me about a love contract and wonders whether all this is truly necessary, then I have to understand him and persuade him. However, he's afraid the young lord's true self will be exposed. If he uses those harsh rumors as a thorny shield to protect him, then Kahan can go on living as he does now, hidden away and unaffected by others. At first glance, it may not seem so bad, but that would isolate him from the world. She declared firmly, it's true that if he doesn't get involved with anyone, life will be easier. But does the young lord truly want to live a life without interacting with anyone? Tyson hesitated, wanting to argue back. It's not that extreme, Ilya continued, her words sharp. Misunderstandings will only grow deeper. If the person involved does not deny them, then who will? And you're taking away his chance to deny them. You never even considered letting him change from the beginning, did you? Tyson fell silent, shaken as memories came back to him. I thought I was protecting Lord Kahan. The Lord Kahan I met on the battlefield was someone who would suffer losses for the sake of others. No matter the situation, he cared about other people first. He was the kind of man who would risk his life on the battlefield just to save one more person. When my leg was injured, and I was left alone on the battlefield, I thought there was no hope left for me. In that moment of despair, the only one who risked his life to come save me was him. And then, after Lord Kahan became the heir, I thought that to keep him from falling into danger again, to keep other troubles from reaching him, I should prevent everything before it even began. Kahan placed a hand on Tyson's shoulder. He spoke softly. Thank you for worrying about me all this time. But from now on, I'll make my own decisions. I think I've relied on you too much until now. I'm sorry for being a superior who couldn't be depended on. From now on, I want to try changing. Tyson blushed and thought, so I was wrong. Everything I've done until now wasn't for Lord Kahan at all. It was only to satisfy myself. Tyson lowered his head and accepted the order. Yes. Just then Frank waved as he came back. I'm back. He looked around blankly when he saw the whole room had fallen silent. What's with this weird atmosphere? Frank leaned close to Malak and whispered, why is it so tense? Did something happen? Seeing Tyson bowing respectfully before Ilya, Malak said with amusement, looks like another one has been disciplined by the young lady. Ilya clapped her hands and smiled gently. All right then, let's get to it. Ilya picked up her glass and said, then let's talk while we drink. Kahan looked down at the table full of drinks. Nervously, he chose the cup nearest to him. The moment Kahan touched the teacup, he flinched when he heard her ask, would you like a little more sugar? I think you like milk tea, Frank. Frank answered at once, yes, my lady. Tyson cut in to stop her. Lord Kahan doesn't eat sweets. Ilya frowned slightly. What do you mean? Last time he said it was delicious and drank it. She recalled their previous meeting. I'm sorry if I'm interfering too much. It's just that. The way he was looking at the drink made me think he liked sweet things. Kahan corrected him. I do like sweets. Ilya calmly took a sip of her drink while Tyson stared in shock at that answer. What? My lord, you said you like sweets. In the end, since when? Kahan looked flustered and embarrassed. For quite a long time. For a long time. And yet no one had ever said anything. Kahan's answer felt like a knife stabbing Tyson in the heart. Tyson seemed to fall into a black hole of confusion. I can't believe it. I've been by Lord Kahan's side, serving him for so long, and I still didn't even know his preferences? Trembling, Tyson questioned Ilya. My lady, just how much have you learned about him? She answered casually. It's written all over his face. Both Kahan and Tyson froze and stared at her. Tyson turned to look back at Kahan. His expression darkened in bewilderment. How come I can't see it? Ilya set her glass down and continued. All right, come to think of it, from now on we'll all be in the same boat. And yet I haven't explained the details of the contract to your attendant. A train of thought ran through her mind. I explained to him in detail everything that happened. Since both of us want to break off our engagements, we decided to pretend to be lovers for a while. Later, once everything is settled, we'll break up cleanly and quickly. And I'll also help the young lord avoid being misunderstood because of his appearance. Tyson lowered his head in embarrassment. I'm misunderstood. Up until now, there have been so many people who approached Lord Kahan with impure motives. Ilya sighed in reply. I understand. Tyson continued in a gloomy voice. If that's the case, may I hear more about this clause in the contract? It says that in front of others, you must pretend to be lovers who can't live without each other. My lord won't be able to do that. Ilya nodded in agreement. That does seem to be true, which is why we should start by learning about each other's tastes. I said we practiced today, didn't I? Has a young lord never dated anyone before? Looking at how awkward and withdrawn he was, Ilya immediately understood. So he hasn't. She turned her gaze toward the three attendants. Then among all of you, the room fell into a painfully silent stillness after Ilya stopped speaking. Only then did she suddenly realize it. Was she the only one here with any dating experience? Henry's voice suddenly echoed in her ears along with sigh. Can that even be called love? Ilya clenched her teeth in irritation. Both Kahan and Tyson avoid her gaze. Ilya let out a helpless sigh. The young lord has no talent for acting. It would be nice if his expressions had a little more color. Then she suggested, fine, we'll start getting to know each other from today. Let's go on a date. Ilya stood up, deciding that she would have to take the initiative. After that, the two of them left the cafe and went out for a walk. Her footsteps clicked along the stone road. Every gaze on the street was directed toward Ilya, because behind her followed Kahan and the three attendants. Ilya assessed the scene inwardly. This looks like a mother duck leading her ducklings around. What should I do first? I talked big, but I haven't actually thought of anything. Back when I was dating that brat Rihat, sometimes we'd go watch famous operas, or go shopping for menswear. She spoke up. Come to think of it, young lord, he replied stiffly yes. Ilya immediately suggested, that outfit. Isn't that the one you picked out with me last time? You clearly promised to wear that outfit today. Kahan broke out in a sweat and stammered awkwardly. That's because... She sighed and continued. I guess we chose too hastily last time, didn't we? Let's go shop for a few odds and ends first. He blushed and agreed. Ah, yes. Ilya added good. But before that, Kahan, from now on, let's call each other by name. Kahan jolted in embarrassment. Pardon, she spoke softly. We have to make it look like we're a real couple. He awkwardly answered, yes. Ilya smiled fondly to herself. Just as I thought, Tyson no longer has any excuse to stop others from approaching the young lord. He's already this shy over just this much. Seriously, what a timid man. The rumors have become so terrifying that no one dare go near him. If only he could just become a moderately bad man instead. The tailor and menswear shop, which led the fashion trends of the ISA empire, was famous for its quality and service. Two male attendants bowed in welcome to the five of them. Please come in. The Broaden Boutique, Ilya's favorite destination. The manager came out personally to greet them. It's been a long time, Lady Ilya. Ilya laughed in reply. It really has, manager. He bowed. We are greatly honored by your visit. And Lord Ree. The manager faltered in confusion when he saw that the person beside her was Kahan, not Rehat. Lady Ilya usually comes here with Lord Rehat. In 10 years as manager, how could I make such a mistake? He returned to a professional demeanor at once. We've just launched many new products, made with premium fabrics. Please have a look. But inside, the manager's thoughts were in turmoil. At times like this, all one needed was a confident smile. He continued, "May I ask if there is anything in particular you are looking for?" Ilya declined at once. "No, I'll take my time looking around." The manager, along with the other men and women, bowed. "Understood. We hope you enjoy your time here." He and the blue-haired female clerk let out a sigh of relief. She whispered quietly, "Who is that man? He looks so scary." "He's nothing like Lord Rehat." The manager adjusted his glasses and whispered back, "I'm not sure either. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Best to be careful." Excitedly, Ilya led Kahan around the shop. "Kahan, I think that one would really suit your skin tone." "It seems fine." "Then what about this one, and this one? And between these two, the one on the left might be better." The manager kept the smile on his face, but inwardly he was baffled. How does she understand him when his expression doesn't change at all? He hasn't even said much. That expression looks like he's about to kill someone, and yet they're just shopping for clothes. Ilya was still busy choosing things. "This one feels too plain." "It's all right, you can be honest. I want to know what kind of taste you have, young lord." Kahan finally offered an opinion. "This color seems a little too strong. But this design seems nice too. It's very popular right now. Taste can change, so let's just buy it for now." Kahan spoke up to stop Ilya. "I think I already have enough clothes." But to Ilya, it still wasn't enough. "This is all there is." Kahan nodded firmly. "Yes, that's enough. Then this time, let me choose something for you, my lady." Ilya blinked in surprise. "Pardon?" She watched his expression. So the young lord can be proactive too. He looked so serious. A little while later, Kahan had finished choosing. "My lady, I picked something I think would suit you, but I don't know whether you'll like it." Ilya's eyes widened as she stared at the dress he was holding out for her. "Come to think of it, this is the first time anyone has ever chosen clothes for me. That awful man only ever cared about choosing things for himself. Something Rehat had never managed to do, and yet her fake lover had." Seeing her stay silent, Kahan broke into a nervous sweat and began to turn away. "Then perhaps I should choose something else." Ilya quickly stopped him. "No need. I really like it. I'm not just being polite. I mean it. You have very good taste." Kahan smiled faintly. "That's the first time I've ever heard someone say that." "I'm glad." Ilya stared straight into his eyes, stunned. Ilya laughed happily. "Then let's each change into the outfit the other chose." Kahan blushed and replied, "Ah, yes." The male attendants served him, while the blue-haired girl came to help Ilya. "This way, please, my lady." Ilya grew flustered as she looked after Kahan's retreating figure, her heart skipping a beat. So the young lord can make expressions like that too. The more time I spend by his side, the more I discover new sides of him. It's like playing a game of finding hidden objects. The room sank into silence. After changing, Kahan pulled back the curtain and stepped outside. "I've finished changing too." Kahan smoothed his hair and walked out at an unhurried pace. His appearance in that outfit drew every eye. Embarrassed, he looked away. "Is it all right?" She nodded in praise. "Of course. No matter how you look at it, that outfit was made for you." Kahan truly was worth admiring, and Kahan's own gaze had already sunk into Ilya's beauty. He said gently, "The dress I chose. I'm glad it suits you so well too, my lady." She answered with a smile. "Thank you. Now that we've chosen the clothes, shall we go?" While you were changing, I asked them to finish packing everything. Kahan immediately took out his card. "This time, I have to, then let me pay." Ilya's expression darkened the moment she heard those 3 words. "Pay. Déjà vu." She refused at once. "It's not like repayment for last time." But Kahan insisted on it. "I've kept accepting things from you, so this time I want to repay you." Ilya stroked her chin and revealed, "Repay me? But this is my store." The card in his hand dropped to the floor the moment he heard that. "Pardon." She smiled and said, "From now on, you can just think of it as your wardrobe." "Then let's go." Ilya stopped in front of a design sketch. "This looks like the one Rehat wore last time." She questioned the manager. "Has Rehat been coming here when I'm not around?" The manager did not hide it. "Yes, my lady. He comes here often. A few days ago, he came to take some clothes for free, as usual." Ilya curled her lips into a cold smile. "So that shameless man got caught cheating and still dared to come to my store. He really still thinks I'm blind with love, doesn't he?" I'll have to make him understand clearly. She stamped her foot and ordered, from now on, the entire Taurus family, including Rehat, is banned from entering this place. Ilya thought to herself that he would never be able to enjoy such privileges again. Frank frowned and shouted, "Our young lady is amazing." And that wasn't all. Tyson shouted back in protest. "Still, it can't compare to how amazing Lord Kahan is." Ilya, Malek, and Kahan stood there watching the two of them argue. Seeing the two boys bicker back and forth, she asked, "Are those two getting along now?" He frowned and let out a sigh. Yes, they actually seem to suit each other pretty well. Ilya stroked her chin and assessed the situation to herself. In any case, they would have to see each other often from now on. Getting close wasn't such a bad thing. She clapped her hands and called out, all right, come here now." Frank and Tyson turned to look at Ilya and replied in turn, "My lady." Lord Kahan. She spoke up and suggested, "Isn't everyone hungry? It's a little early, but let's go have dinner." Kahan and Tyson answered in unison, yes. The atmosphere in the restaurant they visited was warm, elegant, and refined. Ilya handed him the menu. "Here, take it, Lord Kahan. Choose whatever you want to eat first." Kahan accepted the menu. Yes. He carefully opened the menu and began looking through it. Kahan took a very long time turning each page one by one. She watched the focused expression on his face. Picking food takes that long, too. Something this simple is hard for him to choose. That's a little frustrating. The more situations he experienced, the better. I need to let him practice expressing his opinions, so he won't get overwhelmed. Ilya spoke up to guide him. "By the way, Lord Kahan, you're still practicing smiling, right?" Kahan hesitated and stammered, that seems to be rather difficult." She laughed and comforted him. "If you want to get used to it, you have to practice a lot. In the West, there's a way to pull your facial muscles like this when you smile. Have you tried it? Move your jaw like this." He nodded as he took it in. "I'll try practicing that." Kahan blushed, awkwardly scratching his head. Ilya thought to herself, he really is diligent. Her attention shifted to the waiter's cart as she heard him say, "I will now serve your dishes. Here we have the veal charcoal steak with black pepper sauce and a salad with yogurt dressing." The moment the waiter finished speaking, silence fell over the table. Ilya spoke up. "I ordered the steak." The waiter panicked and floundered. "And my apologies, then this salad is for..." The waiter went pale with fear when he felt the killing intent behind him. Kahan raised his hand and said, "Mine." Terrified, the waiter bowed repeatedly in apology. "Sorry, sir. I'll correct it right away." The atmosphere in the restaurant was affected as well by what had just happened. Kahan muttered in embarrassment, "I suppose I need to practice a great deal more." Ilya rested her chin on her hand and thought, "Wait, then shouldn't he also learn how to say people's names? Come to think of it, I'm the only one who's been calling names." He took her steak plate himself. "Let me cut it for you, Ilya." She watched Kahan happily cutting her steak for her. He then handed the plate of meat back to her. Ilya looked down at her plate. "This really does feel like I'm actually on a date, doesn't it? Isn't that right, Kahan?" "Thank you, Kahan." Kahan widened his eyes in a daze when he heard her call his name. He raised his voice and promised, "If dating is like this, then next time I can do even better. I'll study harder, so please continue to guide me, my lady." She curved her lips into a faint smile. "Then call me Ilya, Kahan." Kahan blushed shyly. Ilya laughed and explained, "This is something you have to practice a lot, too. There really are a lot of things to practice." Smiling, calling people by name, his whole face turned bright red. "I will do my very best." The whole town was wrapped in the purple hue of dusk. Before she boarded the carriage, he called out to Ilya, "Was today all right for you? I was worried my personality would make things uncomfortable for you, my lady. Throughout the duration of the contract, I'll do my utmost not to cause you any inconvenience." Her cheeks flushed faintly. Ilya replied, "It wasn't bad. If you just keep trying the way you are now, things will definitely change." Deep in her heart, she wanted that too. "I want to try my best and help him, so I can be worthy of the young lord's determination." Then she reminded him, "But you're still calling me my lady, you know. From now on, I'll also do my best to help you." Ilya secretly decided that she would have to use that thing after all. Kahan flushed red and obediently answered, "Yes." She made another suggestion. "Then next time we meet, bring the most useless thing you've ever bought. It would be even better if it's still unopened." He stared blankly and asked, "May I ask why I need to do that?" Ilya stepped into the carriage and replied, That? I'll explain it then. See you next time, Kahan." Kahan and Tyson stood there in silence, watching her carriage roll away. Tyson coughed lightly before speaking. Lady Broaden seems like a good person, sir. Kahan smiled happily. Tyson quietly observed Kahan's expression. Lord Kahan, wearing such a gentle look. I insisted on stepping in to expose that lady's true nature. And yet in the end, I was the one who got convinced. She really might be someone who can change Lord Kahan. Then he added, by the way, there will be a lot of troublesome things from now on, sir. The Avanthian family won't be pleased with this change in you, Lord Kahan. The greedy elders want to manipulate you however they wish, and the Duke and Duchess are using their child's engagement to achieve their own ends. Even the reason they chose Delota instead of one of many other prestigious families was because of money. They won't sit by and let you act according to your own will. Kahan gave an order. We'll need to prepare thoroughly. First, I want to go somewhere I can read as many books as possible. Tyson widened his eyes in confusion as he looked at the stack of books in Kahan's arms. Were all those books? The answer was that Ilya had given them to him with the words, practice hard. Tyson guessed they must be something useful for Lord Kahan. Standing in an alley, Milo watched the backs of the two men. Isn't that Lady Delota's fiancé? Why is he with Lady Broaden? Henry, Cliff, and Viola sat together around a round table. Henry spoke in a firm voice. Let's begin the meeting. Today's topic is Ilya's new boyfriend. Why did it have to be that scandal-ridden Avanthian boy? Viola spoke anxiously. I had only just started feeling relieved when she wanted to break off her engagement to that rehab boy, and now there's an even bigger worry. Henry placed a stack of documents on the table. First, these are the materials I managed to investigate. I looked into it in a hurry, so there may still be omissions. Most of it is about his military achievements, but his daily life is suspiciously mysterious. There's another point that bothers me. He joined the battlefield when he was 14. Even if he's the second son, he was still born a legitimate child of a ducal family. It's rare for someone like that to have to go to war. Of course, he may have enlisted voluntarily, but unless someone's crazy, no one would want to throw himself into a sea of fire. A heartless killer, a vile man who pushed down his own older brother because of ambition. But the rumors surrounding him are probably true. All three family members shared the same thought. Why would Ilya fall for someone like that? Viola asked. Has anyone ever met the young lord in person? Of course, the rumors may be exaggerated, but they can't be completely baseless. What if he really is a dangerous person? Cliff went pale as he imagined Ilya being bullied by Kahan. Kahaha, you won't get away with this. Cliff shouted angrily. They need to break up immediately. Viola spoke soothingly. Calm down, dear. Cliff offered a suggestion. How about I throw a huge pile of money at him and tell him to break up with her? Viola immediately objected. I don't know. The Avanthians aren't exactly the type to be short on money. Henry then proposed. How about telling Ilya all the rumors about him? Viola countered. I think she already knows. Cliff, unable to stay calm, raised his voice. Then I'll go on a hunger strike. Viola reminded him. If you don't want to stay healthy, then fine. You should come exercise with me instead. The room fell into tense silence again. Cliff raised a hand. But what if Ilya breaks up and then runs away from home again? Henry straightened the documents and said, there's no need to rush. For now, we should just keep watching. Viola added, however, we need to verify it ourselves. It would be better if we directly confirmed what kind of person the young lord truly is. Both Cliff and Henry listened tensely. Henry placed a hand on the table and suggested, if so, then I'll try to verify it myself. At the same time, in the back garden of the Broaden estate, Ilya sat reading a letter that had just arrived. I've been so busy worrying about the young lord lately that I haven't read so much of my mail. Ilya opened them one by one and read. To Lady Ilya Broaden. My family would be most grateful if you would invest in this family enterprise of ours. Through young Master Taurus, I heard that you are very interested in this field. Ilya angrily crumpled the letter. These are all letters introduced by Rehat. He's still selling my name around? Letters asking for business investment through Rehat's recommendation. Letters asking to lease a villa through Rehat's recommendation. He clings like a leech. Ilya leaned back in her chair and sighed. What am I going to do from now on? I still haven't particularly thought of anything for my future. I used to believe I would become Rehat's wife. She grew angry at the thought of Rehat's face. But now, just thinking of being his lover made her feel disgusted. I want to do the things I like after wasting so much time. If that's the case, then I want to lead a business. If father and mother join in too, that would surely be fun. Maybe I should break off the engagement first and think about that afterward. A servant carried a large bouquet over to Ilya. My lady, the Marquis Taurus family has sent a letter and a gift. At that name, she frowned and sat upright. There is still something I have not been able to say to you, so please come visit the Marquis's house. Any time is fine. I will always be waiting for you. This bouquet is a token of my heart. From your beloved fiancé, Rehat Taurus. Ilya laughed mockingly as she read the letter. Come visit the Marquis's house? He's got some nerve saying that. Would he die if he came to see me himself? A token of my heart, my foot. Throw all of this in the furnace right away. The servant broke into a sweat and awkwardly looked at the bouquet she had trampled underfoot. Why, yes, my lady. Ilya stopped him and added, oh, right. Deliver a message for me too. The servant answered respectfully, yes, my lady. She smiled and continued, if he wants to see me, then he has to do it my way. A plan began forming in Ilya's mind. Just wait, Rehat. This time, I'm ending the engagement once and for all. 2 days later, she stood before the Taurus estate and instructed her 2 guards, Frank, Malek, if that hateful man causes any trouble for me today, you two don't need to hold back. They answered in unison, yes, my lady. The moment Rehat saw Ilya enter, he beamed. Ilya. But Frank and Malek were radiating a frightening, killing intent, and he immediately shrank back in fear. She spoke first. I don't know why you wanted to see me, but this works out nicely. Ilya slammed a sheet of paper down on the table. With a frown, she declared in a clear voice, this is a dissolution of engagement agreement. Sign it. Rehat gaped in shock at Ilya's reaction. He tried to act composed, but inwardly he was in tears. Break off the engagement with me? Is it really because of young Lord Avanthian, Ilya? It's only because you don't know what kind of man young Lord Avanthian really is. Do you think people spread rumors that he kills others for no reason? Ilya thought angrily. At least I know him better than you do. Rehat rubbed his head in frustration. Actually, I already know everything. In the end, it's not like you truly like him anyway. This is all just an excuse you made to make me jealous. You don't have to be shy anymore. Ilya and her 2 guards were speechless at the level of his narcissism. Is this guy insane? Rehat kept rambling. That side of you is cute too. He placed a hand on the engagement paper and said, we've always been good together. In just 3 months, the wedding will be here and we'll become husband and wife. I've even decided that we'll go south to enjoy our honeymoon. Do you remember how we promised we'd watch the sunset over the sea? Ilya, you were my first love. From the very first moment, I was certain of one thing, that the 2 of us were fated. Ilya looked at Rehat again with resentment in her eyes. There was a time when I thought that too. You were the one who saved my life, and also the one who felt miraculously perfect for me. I once had countless reasons to like you. The way you looked at me, as if it weren't because of money. Those sweet moments that have already passed. Even though I truly felt all of that, since when did loving you start becoming exhausting? The times I saw you surrounded by countless girls, the days I worried because I couldn't contact you. The moments when I gave up the things I love. Deep in my heart, perhaps I already knew clearly that this love was not a happy one. The pit of anxiety only grew larger and deeper. That day, I never expected that after listening to the fortune teller, I would come to Rehat. He broke into a nervous sweat and clumsily tried to keep talking. Do you remember our first date? And the day we watched fireworks together? She remained seated and unmoving, showing no reaction at all to Rehat's words. He dropped heavily to his knees and begged, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I truly lost my mind back then. That kind of thing will never happen again. From now on, I'll treat you well. Ilya, please give me one more chance. Ilya finally replied, that's right. Hearing her answer, Rehat looked up joyfully. Ilya, she stood, tossed the dissolution papers down, and spoke in a cold voice. Now it's my turn to speak, isn't it? Remember this well while you still have the chance. Hurry up. Grinding his teeth in anger, he crumpled and tore the paper apart. Rehat stood up in a rage and shouted, I absolutely cannot agree to break off the engagement. I already apologized. You'll definitely regret this, Ilya. Do you know how rumors can kill a person in this society? She answered indifferently, so what? I don't care about those rumors. Then Ilya slapped another set of dissolution papers against Rehat's face. Ilya looked at him with disgust. You were the one who cheated first. Rehat flushed red with shame at her accusation. Ilya coldly turned her back and walked away. Keep waiting with that attitude if you want. I'll make you beg me to break off this engagement. In a fit of humiliated rage, he shouted, You think I'll let you off that easily? She kept walking without hesitation. Do as you like. Oh, right, one more thing. Stop using my name. It's filthy. A few days later, Ilya stretched herself in the sunlight. She smiled happily. Good riddance. I think I said everything I wanted to say. Now I don't have to look at that awful man's face anymore. Now only my promise with the young lord remains. Ilya stopped when she heard Henry's voice. You look cheerful, she greeted him. Isn't it time for you to go to work? He replied, I took the day off today. Looks like you're about to head out. Ilya laughed and confirmed it. Yes, I'm going to see young Lord Avanthian today. She immediately regretted it. I shouldn't have told him that. Ilya tried to change the subject. So, do you have something to do today? Henry cut her off. I already heard from father and mother. She lowered her head sadly. I'm sorry, brother. Could we have a meal together sometime? I want to explain in more detail. Or if not, then at least let's sit down for tea for a little while. He nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. We'll do it when I can clear my schedule. Ilya's eyes widened with delight. Thank you so much. I'll be on my way first. I'm almost late. Henry nodded in farewell. All right, Ilya, I heard it's going to rain this afternoon. Don't bother the servants. Just take an umbrella with you now. She obediently answered with a smile. Yes, brother. After Ilya left, Henry took off his glasses, ran a hand through his hair, and sighed. If only I could be a little more honest. I stood guard since morning just to tell Ilya it might rain. Then maybe I should go spy on things too. Ilya was startled when she saw how packed the cafe was today. What on earth is going on here? She overheard the whispers around her. Isn't it cool? The hero of that play proposed with a music box, so now my fiancé told me to do the same. She had not expected the reason to be something so ridiculous. That's all it was? This is getting serious. I arranged to meet Kahan inside the shop, but I guess that won't work now. Kahan, is he standing in line because I told him to meet me inside? Ilya ran up, tugged his sleeve, and called out Kahan. Kahan froze in surprise. Lady Broaden. She pulled him along and suggested, let's change locations. Come on, let's go out. Kahan didn't understand what was happening, but he followed Ilya anyway. Yes. Tyson bent over, panting hard as he chased after them. He spoke in a trembling, breathless voice. You said your fortune was good, but it was like this at the tea shop last time too. Now, this is the second time already. We'll be the ones choosing the next meeting place. She held her chest and exhaled. That would probably be better. Money luck just keeps rushing at me, so, Kahan, is that the item I asked you to bring last time? He took out the gift box he had prepared. Yes. I bought it about a week ago. Ilya looked inside the box. This? A faint smile curved her lips. Kahan listened intently to her words. Good. The timing is just right. Kahan, let's go return this and get a refund. But he would go alone. Kahan went alone to return the item and get a refund, just as Ilya had told him. He stood tensely in front of the shoe store. The staff greeted him with bright smiles and warmly invited him inside. But when they saw the heavy killing intent radiating from Kahan, they were terrified. Manager, please help us. Trembling nervously, he thought to himself over and over, I came to return an item and get a refund. A clerk stepped up to receive Kahan. Please come in, sir. May I ask if you came to make a complaint, or are you looking for something? I will personally assist you. His whole body gave off a frightening aura. Stammering, he said, I. The clerk still maintained his professional smile. Kahan nervously tried to force the words out. Refund. The clerk kept smiling patiently. Yes, sir. Losing his composure, Kahan ran a hand through his hair and ground his teeth. This is driving me crazy. What he had actually wanted to say was, I came to return this and get a refund. The moment he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the store sank. Everyone trembled in fear, realizing he had said it wrong. Kahan stammered in correction. No, that's not. Flustered. He thought, this is a disaster. Why can't I get this out properly? This is so embarrassing. He recalled what Ilya had taught him. You have a habit of frowning when you're uncomfortable. You need to try to control your facial expression. If you get too nervous, just take a deep breath. And after making eye contact with the other person, it's best to organize in your head what you want to say first. Back then, he had understood and accepted it. Yes, I'll try. Sweat poured from him, and he could no longer keep up a smile. Dear customer, organize what I want to say in my head first. Then look at them. Learning the theory was one thing, but when Kahan actually tried to do it, it felt strangely difficult. Seeing his frightening gaze, the clerk bowed at a full 90 degrees. I am terribly sorry, sir. The scene drew curious looks. What's going on? That poor clerk. Why does this still feel off? I clearly did what Miss Broaden told me to. Kahan lifted his head and turned behind him. What came into view was Ilya's gentle figure. She encouraged Kahan. You can do it. Hang in there. Miss Broaden had trusted someone as flawed as him and encouraged him to keep going. Kahan looked gently into Ilya's eyes. She was the first person to ever look at him with such warmth. She has such expectations of me. I can't disappoint her. Let me try again. He stammered as he spoke, and the clerk jolted and focused completely. Why, yes, sir. Kahan calmed down and relaxed his face. I would like to return this item. The clerk readily agreed. Yes, of course. I'll assist you as quickly as possible, sir. After that, he left under the store staff's farewell. Please take care on your way out. Only then did the two employees finally collapse to the floor, trembling. Now, they finally dared to gossip with each other. I thought something huge was about to happen. He looked like he was about to smash the whole store. I didn't even dare look him in the face. I was just scared. I seriously thought he was some gang boss. It felt like I died and came back to life. A female employee hurried in through the door. Is everyone okay? Nothing happened, right? Please don't worry. I already called the guards. A man who looked like a gangster came into our shop. Both the clerk and the black-haired employee stared at her in shock when they heard that. Their simultaneous scream shook the whole store. Ilya saw Kahan returning with an armful of spoils and asked, Kahan, what are all those things? He answered awkwardly, I'm not really sure either. They told me to take them as compensation. She gave a strained smile and suggested, that looks heavy. Put it in the carriage first. So how'd it go? Did you do it the way we practiced? Kahan blinked and shook his head. I still don't really understand. I went to return the item, but I don't know if I handled it properly. He suddenly stopped when Ilya praised him. You did very well. Even if it was only one part of the process, it was still a great success. The important thing is that you bravely challenged yourself. Kahan looked away shyly. Yes, next time, I think I might be able to do even better. She widened her eyes in surprise at this change in him. Ilya smiled happily. That would be wonderful. It's a very good start. If you just practice more and learn to express your thoughts confidently, everyone around you will surely start seeing you differently, Kahan. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out from behind them. Stop right there. Grab him. When she saw them seize him, she raised her voice and demanded, Hey, what do you think you're doing? The green-haired man answered at once. The black-bearded man cleared his throat and announced, We have received a report that an urgent arrest must be made here of the leader of a violent gang. Ilya turned pale in shock. An urgent arrest? She raised her voice to stop them. Wait, isn't this excessive? You haven't even confirmed whether he's actually a criminal or not. The black-bearded man spoke arrogantly. Then let me see his identification. With a face this vicious, I absolutely must verify for the safety of the Empire. Ilya tensed. This is too much. Kahan lowered his head and tried to soothe her. My lady, I'm fine. This was blatant appearance-based discrimination. He had already suffered through so many unfair situations like this. Sweating awkwardly, he muttered, Ah, well. Tyson, standing behind him, spoke up. Is something wrong, sir? Kahan awkwardly searched through his coat. It seems I left my identification behind. Tyson froze in shock. Sir, at a time like this? Then look at my identification. The black-bearded man immediately objected. No, are you trying to avoid proving your identity? That's exactly the kind of trick criminals use. I was suspicious from the start. Take him away. Ilya's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you really have to go that far? I wasn't planning to do this. Then she raised her voice sharply. You're going to regret this. If you keep acting so recklessly, the captain of the guard's salary will be cut. Don't you know that? Kahan broke out in a sweat and looked at her in confusion. The black-bearded man laughed mockingly. Do you know how many nobles contribute funds to the guard? Even without your money, my salary won't be affected in the slightest. Ilya growled threateningly. Is that so? Even if that funding comes from House Broaden? He flinched in fear when he heard those words. Broaden? The black-bearded man calmed down and took a closer look. Only then did he notice the violet eyes and platinum hair, and the pattern on the sword sheath. A few days ago, the guard had received a notice from House Broaden. The black-bearded man spoke aloud. This year, House Broaden contributed the most to the fund. If we had to live on our base salary alone, the guards would have a hard time. What a relief. Thanks to that, we don't have to worry about our wages. If we ever meet a member of the Broaden family, we'd better greet them properly. His face drained of color and fear as he finally realized who she was. Could you possibly be Miss Ilya Broaden? Ilya crossed her arms and looked at the black-bearded man coldly. Yes, that's right. He bowed stiffly before her. I'm deeply sorry, my lady. Ilya raised her voice and pressed him. I suppose I don't need to show my identification, do I? The black-bearded man rubbed his hands obsequiously. Of course not. I only acted that way because I didn't know. She demanded sharply. Why do you believe me? Is it because my eyes don't look vicious enough? He awkwardly broke into a sweat. "Oh, well, that." Ilya pulled Kahan's hand down and challenged him. "You only believe me because I'm a broaden. That's really upsetting, isn't it, Kahan?" The black-bearded man and his subordinates turned pale when they learned who he was. Evanthian? He bent deeply before Kahan. "I sincerely beg your forgiveness, sir. I was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please be magnanimous and forgive me." She gave the black-bearded man a cold, cutting look. "Next time, I hope you won't judge criminals by appearance alone. Let's go, Kahan. Your mood must be terrible right now, right?" He lifted his head and stared into the distance. Kahan answered, "I don't know if it's because I spent so long on the battlefield, but this is actually much better than before. When I had just returned to the capital, I would be stopped for inspection just for walking down the street. They looked at me like I was some vicious criminal. But this time, I'm all right, because someone stood up for me. Of course, if I had carefully brought my identification with me, I could have gotten through it calmly without any trouble. But even if I was misunderstood, wasn't it still not my fault?" Ilya firmly denied it. "It's not your fault, Kahan. From now on, I'll do my very best to make sure you never have to go through something like this again." He nodded obediently. "Yes." Frank quickly noticed Tyson's reaction. He remarked, "Miss Ilya truly is an incredible person." Hearing that, Tyson lifted his chin proudly. "My lady is the very best." Henry silently followed the two of them from behind. He paid especially close attention to Kahan's expression, but Henry still had a bad impression of him. What a cruel man. He left his younger sibling standing outside under the blazing sun while he went shopping for himself. And he had no sense either, not knowing how to be frugal. On top of that, he made Ilya handle his own problem herself. "Kahan Evanthian." Stella picked up her teacup and began speaking. "This is the rose tea that our Delota family carefully prepared. I prepared it as a gift for the young ladies close to me. Please enjoy it first." The young ladies around the tea table happily picked up their cups. "It smells wonderful. Why is the color so pretty?" The black-haired young lady praised it. "I'm really so jealous of you, Stella." The gray-haired young lady chimed in with a smile. "I am too. You have a remarkable talent for business. You'll surely become the Duchess soon enough." She shyly brushed back her hair. "We haven't even held the engagement ceremony yet." One of them eagerly asked, "Even so, you two still meet often, don't you?" Another curiously joined in. "I'm so curious. Tell us about the two of you." Stella set down her teacup and said, "We mostly meet at home because we're both tired of all the rumors." Outwardly, she looked calm, but inwardly, she was saying no. "In truth, we haven't even had a proper date. The engagement date hasn't been set, and I'm still the one pursuing the young lord. How could I possibly tell them the truth?" The brown-haired and gray-haired young ladies eagerly played off each other. "The young lord looks frightening, but when he dates someone, he must be very affectionate, right?" "Exactly. Not long ago, I read a novel, and the male lead was just like that. A terrible man no one dared approach, and the heroine was the only one who could melt his heart. My heart is going to burst." "Oh my, me too." Stella sank into her thoughts. "Of course, I've read it too. It's exactly like my story with the young lord. Every time he's cold to me, or when he speaks bluntly, those are just trials for me. Right now, he may be a cold and awful man, just like in the novel, but in the end, the young lord will be mine." Seeing that Miller had been silent the whole time, Stella curiously asked, "Miss Miller, is there something you wanted to say?" She awkwardly replied, "Actually, some time ago, I happened to see the young lord with a girl." That news shocked Stella completely. "A girl? What girl was with young Lord Evanthian?" Miller continued describing it. "They were walking very close together." Stella asked in a trembling voice, "Who was it?" She immediately answered, "It was Miss Ilya Broaden." Stella flared up with fury at hearing Ilya's name. That hateful little wretch was with Evanthian? Stella shot to her feet, shaking. "I have to go." The maid asked in confusion, "Pardon?" Stella could not hold back and shouted, "Go to the Evanthian estate immediately. Bring the carriage here at once." Meanwhile, Ilya was dating Kahan. "I recently met my former fiancé. Even though I asked him to break off the engagement, just as expected, he refused. That shameless man. Worried, he asked, "Is there anything I can do?" She set down her teacup and read Rehat like an open book. "He will probably try to make things difficult for the Duke. He'll try to separate us. He'll think that if he can just get rid of you, Kahan, then I'll go back to him. So we need to make this relationship public all the more." Kahan started in surprise. "Public?" Ilya nodded firmly. "Yes. Rehat will stay quiet for a while and observe you. During that time, we have to meet both families and make sure rumors spread outside. I've already told my family about you." He looked utterly shaken. They didn't oppose it, did they?" "Well, not exactly. but they did seem a little troubled. She answered with a smile. It's all right. Inwardly, she felt a bit apologetic. Sorry, everyone. Mother, father, Henry. Resting her chin on her hand, Ilya asked, What about your side, Kahan? Have you told your family about me yet? Wouldn't it be better to tell them little by little? Before long, the date for your engagement to Delota may be set. Kahan stammered awkwardly about that. He clenched his hand and thought carefully before speaking. Kahan continued, I'll think it over and tell them later. Again, that weary expression whenever family was mentioned. His face had darkened like that at the party too. Still, he should discuss it with his family. Could something be going on in his household? I'm curious too, but she lowered her eyes and thought to herself, it's best not to ask too much. Family matters are sensitive. Ilya put on a bright smile again. Yes, I understand. Next time, let's practice saying no. You worked hard today. He lowered his face sadly. Yes, the four of them had just stepped outside when they saw that it was pouring rain. The coachman handed them an umbrella. The rain is heavy, so the shops are all sold out. Resting her chin on her hand, she thought, I should have brought another umbrella in the carriage. But it's too far to run back and get one. Malik quickly caught on, so he put a hand on Frank's shoulder and Tyson's shoulder, then said, My lady, don't worry, we'll share one ourselves. Tyson was hazily dragged along. Hey, wait, that left only Ilya and Kahan. She looked up and said, It can't be helped. We'll have to share. Kahan blushed with embarrassment hearing that from Ilya. Kahan opened the umbrella in his hand. Looking straight into her eyes, he said, let's go. As the colorless, scentless raindrops scattered through the air, I became aware of things around me that I had never noticed before. Ilya and Kahan walked side by side beneath the umbrella. He shyly glanced at her. Her scent seemed softened by the rain. Ilya was lowering her head to adjust her clothes, so she did not notice at all. Kahan's hand tightened around the umbrella handle as he thought of how close they were. Even in the cold, rainy weather, they could still feel each other's warmth. She could not help but think, it must be because Kahan is so warm. The distance between them was very small now. Only then did Ilya glance over at Kahan. Kahan, you're all wet. She cried out in alarm. One shoulder of his was already soaked by the rain. Ilya looked down at her own outfit, still completely dry and pristine, and realized that only she had been protected from the rain. Worried, she pushed the umbrella more toward him. What if you catch a cold? But Kahan stubbornly kept holding it over Ilya and reassured her. I'm fine. I don't catch colds easily. I'm just glad you didn't get wet, my lady. He said it while shyly looking away and adjusting his hair. She stared at Kahan, deeply aware of his concern. A brief silence fell between them. A moment later, Ilya placed her hand on his arm. Her words made Kahan jolt. I'll move closer to you. Ilya then went on walking as if she were holding onto his arm. In the end, Kahan successfully escorted her to the carriage. Ilya seemed regretful as she said, I'm the only one getting to go home comfortably. I am truly sorry. He, on the other hand, did not seem too concerned about it. Not at all. After saying that, Kahan still stood there. That made her wonder what he was about to do. Kahan's lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. Then he spoke with complete sincerity. Thank you very much for today as well. Ilya's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at Kahan's shy expression, she could only marvel inwardly. What a surprise. Ilya could hardly hold back her smile. She seemed to be in an especially good mood now. It's the first time you called me by my name. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Ilya turned and stepped into the carriage, saying her farewell. Then I'll be going first. See you next time, Kahan. The look in her eyes toward him clearly showed how much she was looking forward to their next meeting. He replied with a simple, yes. Kahan stood there watching as the carriage disappeared into the distance. He quietly placed a hand over his heart. Kahan clenched his hand and blushed as he felt the beating there. After returning, he found Tyson waiting for him. Tyson handed Kahan a fresh set of clothes. Lord Kahan, he began changing out of his soaked clothes. Kahan glanced aside, recalling everything that had just happened. It had only been half a day, and yet so much had happened. Even the business of returning the item. Whether it was being questioned by the guards, it had all been a first for him. He couldn't help thinking of Kahan's smile when they parted. Kahan seriously reflected to himself. Having new experiences to look forward to every day, this unpredictable, ever-changing life was truly wonderful. He looked forward to the day he would see her again. But then he had to ask himself once more, was he really allowed to shamelessly enjoy things like this? Kahan was so tormented that the words slipped out aloud. Can I really help the young lady? If she finds out my secret, will she still need me? At that thought, he couldn't help clenching both fists. Tyson was a little startled after hearing that. Lord Kahan, he hurriedly tried to reassure him in a firm voice. Please don't say that. No matter what anyone says, right now you are still the heir of House Evanthian. Even so, Kahan did not see it that way. However, did the family truly think of him as their successor? Another person's image flashed through his mind. Kahan fell silent in thought, quietly feeling the weight of everything. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, how suffocating. The carriage gradually approached the mansion through the rainy night. Kahan stepped down once they arrived. Tyson still seemed a little worried, so he asked, Lord Kahan, are you all right? Kahan answered the Kadmidi, I'm fine. Just then, a loud voice rang out from behind them, calling Evanthian. Both men were startled. That voice was... It was Stella, striding aggressively toward them while lifting her skirt. The two were shocked when they saw who it was. Lady Delota. The maid trailing behind her ran after her in a fluster, holding an umbrella. Oh, my lady! Stella came up to them and raised her voice at Evanthian. Where did you go that you're only coming back now? Tyson glanced at Kahan's expression and thought, I was just wondering why she'd been so quiet lately, and now she suddenly shows up like this. He had to choose his words carefully to deflect the situation. Lady Delota, it's already late. Wouldn't it be better to talk another time when everyone is calmer? Hearing that only seemed to make her angrier. Stella stubbornly stayed where she was, refusing to leave, as if it were absurd to suggest otherwise. What do you mean I can't come? It's only just evening. It's not that late. Kahan had said nothing this whole time, only giving her a cold, razor-sharp look. Stella went pale, and her momentum dropped at once. It's raining. Are you really going to leave me out here? The moment she said that, the atmosphere turned frighteningly silent. In the end, Kahan only let out a sigh, as though he was truly at a loss. He no longer wanted to deal with her, so he decisively turned to go inside. Seeing that, Stella still refused to give up. Kahan knew she was following him. When they reached the door, he stopped. Without emotion, he turned back and asked, what is it you want to talk about? Stella clenched her hands and told herself, don't get flustered. A proper heroine must stay dignified. That's how you win against a wicked man. Today I have a perfectly valid reason to come see the young master. In her mind, she pictured herself together with Kahan. Stella began to explain. I heard some unpleasant rumors that you went out with Miss Broaden. She sounded furious as she raised her voice. Kahan was startled to hear it. Stella didn't want to believe those words, so she asked, they were lying, weren't they? Kahan only fell silent for a moment. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he merely pressed them shut and offered no explanation. After a moment, he admitted it was true. Stella was so horrified, she thought she must have misheard. What? Knowing she didn't believe him, he repeated seriously, I am involved with Miss Broaden. Stella cried out angrily, Evanthian. Even so, Kahan could only continue. I'm sorry, but please forget about that engagement. After hearing that, she was so shocked she went stiff. Stella fired question after question. How can you treat me like this? Why does it have to be that girl? His expression darkened slightly when he heard her refer to Ilya that way. Stella glared at him and poured out everything in her heart. The Duke and Duchess already accepted me. Everything was settled. Things were going so well. So why are you? Still polite, he bowed his head slightly and sincerely said, I'm sorry, but I will not change my decision. Khan's resolute attitude made her tremble with anger. Her whole body shook. So you want to humiliate me? Hearing that, he could only answer helplessly. We were never anything to each other, not even now. At that moment, Rebecca stepped out and coldly asked, what is all this shouting about? Both of them jumped and turned at once toward her. Duchess Evanthian. Rebecca was looking at them with an icy gaze, her expression terrifyingly blank. Stella hurriedly greeted here. Gee, good evening, Your Grace. Rebecca stepped closer and said, Lady Delota, what brings you here at this hour? Rebecca clearly did not consider Stella's presence here appropriate in the least. Stella's face crumpled, as if she were about to cry. It's because the young master. He has someone else. Stella burst into tears and tattled everything to Rebecca. The biggest reason Kahan hated dealing with Delota was that whenever something happened, she would run straight to the Duchess. After hearing it all, Rebecca shot Kahan a murderous glare. Honestly, and this is something I wasn't told, knowing this tactic would work, even Kahan was startled by her reaction. In the end, Rebecca still had no intention of inviting Stella to stay any longer. I will discipline him properly, so you may return home without worry. Stella stood there tearfully, still reluctant to leave. But Rebecca coldly reminded her, Lady Delota, this is now a matter for our family. Please go home. Perhaps frightened by that, Stella could no longer say a word. In the end, she had no choice but to turn around and leave. Only then did Rebecca openly show her displeasure. Is it true? Kahan had no way to deny it. Yes. The moment she heard his answer, Rebecca sharply turned to him. Without the slightest restraint, she slapped Kahan across the face. Rebecca glared at him and demanded, "Haven't I told you to behave properly? All you know how to do is bring shame upon this family. Even now, you're beyond saving." He could only endure the pain, bow his head, and listen to the scolding. She turned to go back inside. "I don't expect you to be like your older brother, but at least conduct yourself decently." Rebecca said no more than that. After she left, Kahan remained silent, still standing in the same posture as before. The Duchess had always loved only her eldest son, Bray. Even though he had caused trouble and been expelled overseas, her faith in him had never wavered. The mansion doors then slammed shut. To make up for what the eldest son had done, all she could do was exploit Lord Kahan's engagement. How could a mother treat her own son like that? Tyson called out worriedly, "Lord Kahan." Kahan closed his eyes, trying to steady his emotions. After a while, he said, "Let's go in." At that time, the rain was still pouring down relentlessly. Meanwhile, Ilya was soaking in her bath, thinking with satisfaction, there really is nothing better than home. Khan's image from today rose in her mind. A happy look appeared on her face. Why do I feel so strange? The weather on her side was very dry. As Ilya was drying her hair, a servant came to report, "My lady, Madam asked me to remind you that you must join dinner." Slightly surprised, Ilya asked, "Mother did," but Ilya quickly agreed. "I understand. Tell Mother I'll be down right away." The other 3 family members were already seated at the table. After a while, the family of 4 was gathered together around the dining table. Cliff started the conversation. "There haven't been any new works lately. It's rather worrying. If only I could get one spark of inspiration, the ideas would come pouring in. I feel so restless. It would be wonderful if some promising newcomer appeared." Henry also couldn't help complaining. "Business has been doing so well lately that I've been exhausted too." Viola suddenly remembered something and asked Henry in annoyance, "When exactly are you going to help your mother?" Cliff enthusiastically chimed in, "That's right. Stop wasting time on those unprofitable jobs and take over the family business, son." But Henry had no intention of doing that. "I've told you already, I don't like it. I'm satisfied with my current work." Cliff looked troubled. "Then who will take over this business?" Ilya, who had been silently watching them this whole time, thought to herself, "I want to say I'm interested in business too." But even if she said it, it would change nothing. With nothing else to do, she poked at the food on her plate. Ilya sank into her thoughts, feeling completely separated from the others. "Even though I sometimes help father and mother, it's hard to call that real experience." She couldn't lightly take responsibility for the family business just because she wanted to try. She considered another approach. "Maybe I should talk to them again after I finish dealing with the broken engagement." Just then, all 3 family members turned to look at Ilya. Cliff gently asked, "By the way, Ilya, you and Evanthian are still seeing each other these days, right?" She had not expected to be asked about this, so she jumped in surprise. Outwardly, Ilya remained calm and answered cheerfully, "Of course. I just saw him today, actually." But inwardly she was puzzled. Why are they suddenly asking about Kahan? Cliff continued, "Last time I wasn't in the best of moods, so I didn't properly hear the story. How did you 2 get acquainted?" She looked a little flustered. "Well," Ilya recalled their very first meeting. "As I told you before." As she recounted it, her face filled with happiness. "We fell for each other at first sight at a party." Cliff was a little surprised, but quickly accepted the answer. "That makes sense. I fell in love with your mother at first sight too, so I understand. I want to know what is good about him." Ilya had to think. "What's good about him? Is it fine if I only mention his strong points?" She hesitated, then answered, "Kahan is very affectionate." A plate on the dining table was cracked by the knife in someone's hand the instant Ilya said that. Silence fell over the table, but Cliff still didn't stop, and Ilya, seemingly unaware, continued to praise him calmly. "He's also kind and polite, even if the rumors about him are a little questionable. He's actually a good person." All 3 family members thought they must have misheard and turned their eyes toward her. They recalled everything Kahan had done to Ilya, leaving her standing outside while he went in, wasting money, clashing with the guards. Wasn't he an absolute disaster? Wouldn't even Rehad have looked better beside her? It seemed Ilya truly had no idea why everyone was reacting the same way. Viola decided to let it pass for now and accept that answer. "I see. Let's leave it at that then." She changed the subject. Then can you tell me now why you broke up with Rehat? Ilya lowered her head slightly, and the cheerful expression vanished at once. Ilya knew Henry was looking at her now. All right, he's here too. She tried to reassure herself. And now I also have a solid shield named Avanthian. Ilya tried to stay calm so she could answer the question. After a moment, she gave her answer with an expressionless face. Rehat cheated on me. Cliff and Viola were both shocked when they heard that. Even Henry had not expected that to be the reason she gave. All of them abruptly sprang up from the table. Viola angrily shouted, "Bring me my sword at once." Cliff also couldn't hold back and ordered, "Prepare the carriage immediately. We're going to the Marquis's estate." Even though Henry said nothing, he raised a sharp knife in his hand. Ilya was startled by their reactions. Wait. She hurriedly tried to stop everyone. "Please calm down." Standing by the door, Cliff wanted to ask again to confirm it. "Ilya, if something like that happened, why are you only telling us now? If it were something that could be solved immediately, you would have told us long ago." Even their great wealth was not enough to bridge the gap in status and ties between the royal family and the Marquis's house, nor the retaliation of Taurus, Henry's superior. But more than anything, the reason it was hard for Ilya to tell her family was this. She finally spoke honestly in answer to that question. "I didn't want mother, father, or my brother to be hurt. Even though they had opposed it, they still loved her, so surely they had wanted her to marry and live happily. But that happiness had been cruelly destroyed. If they learned the truth, they would be heartbroken just as she had been. I didn't want to wear them down." She clenched her fists and explained clearly. "Before the engagement, all of you warned me. But I insisted on marrying him, so I wanted to resolve this myself. I'm sorry." After hearing Ilya out, the three of them had no intention of blaming her. Cliff came closer to comfort her. "Even so, this is not your fault." Viola agreed. "That's right. You did nothing wrong, so there's no need to apologize. We are always on your side." Ilya was so moved that the first tears finally fell. Henry suddenly asked, "So what are you planning to do?" She wiped away her tears and answered firmly, "Even though Rehat has no intention of breaking off the engagement, I'm still trying to find a way, together with the young master." The three of them all stiffened for a moment after hearing that. They sounded unconvinced as they asked, "With young Master Avanthian?" Ilya answered with complete determination, "Yes. If I do that, Rehat will have to keep an eye on the ducal family and won't dare act rashly toward me." After hearing that, the three exchanged meaningful glances. They leaned in close, wanting to discuss it together. Cliff said that Ilya had called him a good person, so he supposed the young man must be decent enough. Viola, meanwhile, didn't care much who the other person was. "Whatever. We have to charge ahead." Henry also seemed to reluctantly accept it for the time being. "Kahan, I don't particularly like the boy, but at this point, there's no other way." He then turned and gave the final decision. "Understand. You and the young master will handle breaking off the engagement. In return, once the engagement has officially been annulled, we will also go and demand an explanation from Rehat." Ilya nodded in strong agreement. "Yes, I understand." Henry then seriously proposed, "Also, we need to see him for ourselves." Ilya was a little flustered, not understanding what they meant. "See what?" Henry smiled faintly. "Invite young Master Avanthian to our home." And so, immediately afterward, Kahan received an invitation letter saying, "I want to introduce you to my family. Could you come to the Broaden estate?" Tyson seemed as though he had long predicted this day would come. Just as expected, once two souls have found each other, greeting the family is only natural. He even looked more enthusiastic than Kahan himself. "It's very hard to win them over with only a first impression. There's only one way, my lord." The streets outside were bustling, people passing by and trading goods. The two of them strode down the road with purpose. It's to attack with gifts. Inside one shop were stuffed animals. Another stall sold beautifully patterned plates. That too. They were all products of the Broaden family. Kahan helplessly put down the finely crafted clock in his hand. He had still not managed to choose a suitable present. At that moment, his eye caught something else. This should suit the young lady. It was a blue keepsake box, decorated with glittering stones. He picked it up, silently praying in his heart. "Please, this time, don't let it be." But on the bottom of the box was still the mark of House Broaden. The moment they saw it, both of them looked disappointed. "Oh dear." Kahan looked around the shop and thought in amazement, "This is incredible. So the Broaden family's influence is really this great. So many goods in here bear the Broaden family mark." After a while, the two of them could only leave the shop dejectedly, still unable to find a suitable gift. He couldn't help asking himself, will I be able to find a gift worthy of the young lady? Tyson suddenly asked, is there anything Miss Broughton likes, my lord? Kahan paused. Something she likes? Kahan tried to think it over. Now that he considered it carefully, Miss Broughton seemed rather fond of alcohol. He remembered the bottle of wine Ilya had drunk that day. Kahan still hesitated a little. Would giving alcohol as a gift be all right? Tyson quickly approved. Yes, my lord. Wine would be a fine gift. Hearing that, Kahan brightened and made up his mind. Then let's go to a wine shop. When the two entered, the shopkeeper greeted them. Welcome. He was startled by Kahan's usual intimidating presence. Seeing that, Tyson hurriedly reminded him, Lord Kahan, lower your aura a little. Only then did Kahan realize, right? The shopkeeper looked flustered. Please just tell me what you're looking for, my lord. After restraining his presence, Kahan replied, yes. He stepped closer to the shelves and looked over the bottles displayed there. But I don't know much about wine. Maybe I should ask. Kahan glanced at the shopkeeper. He told himself firmly, be gentle no matter what. The man watched fearfully as Kahan approached him. I'm not very knowledgeable about wine. Could you recommend something suitable as a gift? Kahan awkwardly scratched his head as he explained. After hearing that, the shopkeeper no longer seemed afraid. Contrary to appearances, the young man wasn't frightening at all. He readily agreed, looking very pleased. Ah, yes, of course. 30 minutes later, the shopkeeper bid the two of them farewell. Thank you very much. Please come again. When Tyson saw the pile of things in Kahan's hands, he couldn't help but be startled. It felt like déjà vu, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Being gentle was important, but one also had to learn how to refuse properly. Tyson offered, please let me carry those. But Kahan still had something else in mind. I also want to prepare a gift for the young lady's family. What do you think would be good? Tyson tried suggesting, how about some healthy nutritional foods, sir? Remembering something, he immediately added, there's a good shop nearby. Maybe if we go there, we'll find something suitable. Tyson pointed the way toward the shop. Just then, Rehat was shoved out of the store behind them. Grinding his teeth, he turned around. How dare you? Rehat shouted angrily. Do you even know who I am? A man stepped out and coldly reminded him, I'm sorry, sir, but members of the tourist family are banned from entering here. If you continue causing a disturbance, I'll call the guards. Hearing that, Rehat went pale and fell silent. Then he suddenly noticed the people walking ahead. The man quickly recognized them too. Isn't that Lord Avanthian? Another person beside him agreed. I think so. That's the gentleman who came to the tailor shop with Lady Broughton. The two of them turned and went back inside the store, whispering to each other. So he didn't come into our shop? That's right. It'd be wonderful if he visited us too. Ignored and left sitting on the ground, Rehat clenched his fist. You brats, one day you'll all tremble before me, he shouted in anger. Elsewhere, a carriage began entering the mansion gates. Kahan was extremely tense now. Tyson looked outside and exclaimed, it's enormous. As expected of the Broughton family. Even just the garden is this huge. There's so many tall trees, it looks like not forest, he thought. I think we'll reach the main house soon. Kahan only gave a brief response, as if agreeing. 5 minutes later, the carriage was still steadily moving along the road. Even after 30 minutes, the two of them still had not arrived. Only after a full hour did they finally startle at the coachman's announcement. We'll be passing through the garden gate now. Tyson couldn't help blurting out in shock, what? Ilya, already prepared, stood there and opened the door, inviting them inside. Please come in. You must be tired after the journey. Tyson still seemed unable to believe it. Honestly, I thought I'd wandered into some kind of ordeal. It's vast beyond belief. Endless grass and trees. I never would have thought it was just a garden, sir. The front gate is unbelievably far from the mansion, he said. She laughed teasingly. Well, fortunately, the main building is in the center of the garden. If it were at the very end, it might have taken twice as long. Then Ilya suddenly looked a little awkward. Was my invitation too sudden? I tried my best to stop my family, but Kahan didn't mind at all and denied it. Not all, my lady. And thank you for inviting me. As he said that, he presented her with a bouquet of fresh flowers he had prepared in advance. Kahan shyly averted his gaze. Ilya only looked at him and smiled softly. Holding the bouquet in her arms, she leaned down to smell it and thanked him. Kahan, I have to properly receive my guest, after all. Please come in. The doors of the mansion opened, and when Tyson saw the inside, his mouth fell open in astonishment. Ilya led the two of them in. Welcome to the Broughton mansion. The interior was spacious and splendidly decorated. As Tyson walked in and looked around, he couldn't help exclaiming, even the painting in the entrance hall is enormous. It feels like we're in an art museum. Ilya calmly smiled and replied, "My father is very interested in art. This painting is the work of a genius master painter from several hundred years ago." Tyson excitedly boasted, "We have one like this at my house too, but this one looks especially exquisite." She smiled, a little surprised. "Really? I had no idea that Ceres had two identical paintings." Hearing that, Tyson was shocked to the core. "You mean this is the original?" Ilya remained perfectly calm and smiled. "My father may have gone a bit overboard." Tyson cried out, "Good heavens, if it's the original, it must be worth billions." Standing beside him, Kahan grew a little uneasy upon hearing how valuable the painting was. Thinking of the gift he had prepared, he worried, "My present seems far too modest." At that moment, Ilya cut into his thoughts. "More importantly, there's something I want to tell you before you meet my family. My family is a little unusual. They may ask some very difficult questions. When that happens, let me answer for you, all right?" Kahan answered seriously, "Understood, my lady." Ilya smiled reassuringly. "And don't be too nervous, Kahan. I'm here with you." Those encouraging words eased some of his tension. Yes. Now, they had arrived, standing before the door to meet her family. She thought, even though I warned him. As she placed her hand on the door to open it, she said, "Don't be too surprised." Just then, voices came from inside, making the two men behind her go pale. "So you finally arrived? We've been waiting." Kahan looked at the three swords displayed solemnly on the wall like symbols. "Are those weapons?" A man smiled with a somewhat sly expression. "Very pleased to meet you. I am Cliff Broughton, the father of my beautiful and most beloved daughter, Ilya." As soon as he said that, his eyes narrowed as if he were scrutinizing something. "Next, I am Ilya's mother, Viola Broughton." When Kahan saw her lift the sword at her waist slightly with one finger, he was inwardly astonished. A real sword. Then a handsome man wearing glasses, with a sharp gaze, spoke. "I am Ilya's brother, Henry Broughton." Once each family member had introduced themselves, Kahan grew anxious. "Have I walked straight into enemy lines?" Seeing how dire the situation looked, Ilya rubbed her forehead, thinking she had tried to predict everything, but never expected things to be this difficult from the start. She poked Kahan in the back, making him jump, and prompted him, "Kahan, greet them." He stood there, nervous, tense, and drenched in sweat. Kahan Evantan. "Thank you all for inviting me." At that moment, the three family members examined him with probing, assessing eyes. "He does look as dangerous as the rumors say. He seems even more dangerous than anyone I've ever fenced with. Didn't I tell you? He's very dangerous." Viola was the first to break the tense atmosphere. "First, please have a seat." He stammered, "Thank you." Only then did Ilya look closely at the seating arrangement and realize something was wrong. They had deliberately seated her apart from Kahan, but they had come here so the two of them could be introduced together. Angrily glaring at her father, she scolded him inwardly. "Are you seriously going to act this childishly?" Immediately, Ilya turned to the nearby maid and said, "Move my chair next to the young master's seat." "Yes, my lady." Seeing that their plan had failed, the three of them were inwardly displeased. Once they sat at the table, the atmosphere became frighteningly silent. Anxiously, Kahan spoke. "My gift may not be much, but I prepared something for everyone." Cliff looked surprised. "A gift?" Right away, Kahan signaled Tyson with his eyes. "It's wine and nutritional food supplements." Henry picked up the bottle of wine and the box of supplements and questioned him. "What is this supposed to mean? Something to help restore health after it's been damaged?" Kahan clearly hadn't expected that response. Cliff coughed awkwardly and pretended to say, "I quit drinking last night." Ilya slammed the table, frowning. "What are you talking about? That's a lie. You emptied an entire bottle just last night, father." Speechless, she then saw her mother pick up the box and say, "Nutritional food." Worried her mother was about to criticize it too, Ilya glared at her. "You can't do this again." Viola was just about to speak when she cut herself off. "My health lately." She snatched up the gift box. "I'll eat all of it." Ilya thought resentfully. Why are they all being so petty? Outwardly, Viola smiled and said, "What a coincidence. You bought exactly the things I like. How thoughtful of you." Ilya glared at the rest of her family, making them break out in sweat. "Are you all really going to keep this up? Seriously?" At that point, Cliff coughed awkwardly and thanked him as well. "You bought gifts because you were concerned for my daughter." "Thank you, Kahan." Hearing those words, the gloom vanished from Kahan's face. "It's nothing, sir." Seeing his smile, the three of them were momentarily dazzled. Viola asked the next question. "Now that I think about it, I heard from Ilya that the two of you fell in love at first sight at the banquet hall." Could you tell me what it is you like about my daughter? Hearing that, Ilya widened her eyes in alarm. In her mind, everything crashed. That question wasn't in the prepared answers. He stayed silent for a moment, then spoke. Her face when she smiles. Ilya's smile is very beautiful. As he said it, he pictured her smiling, and his heart fluttered. The three family members were surprised by the answer, but they accepted it. Kahan continued, I fell for the radiant look on Ilya's face when she smiles. Viola replied, that is certainly a very convincing reason. Now that his answer had been accepted, Kahan let out a sigh of relief. At least he had survived the first crisis. But there was no predicting what the next question would be. Still, it was fortunate that Kahan had answered well. It wasn't for nothing that I gave him so many romance books, Ilya thought. But it's probably still too early to let my guard down. Henry stared at him with sharp, fox-like eyes and recalled the past. Ilya had once happily said, he's a kind and polite person, even if the rumors are a little. Henry continued thinking. She had said something similar when Ilya first brought Rehat home too. At that time, she had smiled brightly and said, Rehat is truly very kind and considerate. Since things had gone that way before, this time he was determined to strip away the mask. I have a rather personal question I'd like to ask you, he said. Kahan answered, please go ahead. Henry calmly asked, I heard you spent quite a long time on the battlefield. Hearing the topic, Kahan stiffened. Ilya, beside him, angrily cried out, we've only just met, and you're already bringing up such a heavy subject? Henry replied, of course, if it's inconvenient for the young master to answer, he doesn't have to. I am merely curious. Henry thought, however, if he's truly the bloodthirsty demon from the battlefield, he must have a strong competitive streak as well as great pride. Moreover, according to the investigation, he achieved many accomplishments in battle. Perhaps he's endured quietly in front of Ilya until now. But if I ask him directly like this, he won't be able to keep his mouth shut. Come on, show it. Reveal that dark nature you're hiding. Faced with such provocation, Kahan answered, I volunteer to go to war. Then memories from the past with the people dear to him suddenly surfaced. They cheerfully called Kahan's name, but they were gone. Then someone called his name again. Lord Kahan. He snapped out of the nightmare of burying graves for his family and friends. He continued the conversation. Because it was a battlefield, Henry was surprised. That's not what I expected. Looks like I'll have to press him more directly. Then he said, to be honest, we are not quite concerned about the rumors surrounding you. I hope you understand. I only have one younger sister, and I truly want her to find someone good. Khan's expression showed he had something to say, but Tyson, standing nearby, spoke first. Please forgive me, but may I say something about that? Kahan thought in surprise. Tyson, those rumors are not true at all. They twisted my lord's achievements on the battlefield and spread them in a distorted way. Tyson thought, up until now, I've tried to use those rumors to protect Lord Kahan. But now, gathering his courage, he said, Lord Kahan saved my life. No, let me put that correctly. He is the life-saving benefactor of hundreds of people, not just me. Hearing that, everyone around him, including Kahan himself, was surprised. Henry and the others began rethinking things. It doesn't seem like he's lying. Maybe he isn't as vicious as the rumors say. Henry continued, with such remarkable merits, you ought to have been promoted to general or commander of the knights. Kahan startled and replied, no, sir. I was discharged as an officer. Hearing the word officer, the whole family froze. An officer? But officer is a rank even low-ranking nobles can attain. They whispered among themselves, isn't that reward far too small compared to his achievements? How could a duke's son be merely an officer? Who knows? Maybe he received some other reward. Ilya gave a warning cough. The family's whispering made them all wary. Cliff smiled awkwardly. My family prepared dinner for you. Shall we move to the table? Kahan looked at Ilya as if to say they had gotten through it. Yes, but when he saw the lavish meal before him, full of meat and fish, he grew slightly stiff. Viola noticed and asked, is there anything else you would prefer? Kahan lowered his head and replied, no, ma'am. Ilya was more direct and said to the maid, please place a little more food in front of the young master. Mainly vegetables. Kahan broke out in a sweat. I'm really fine, my lady. Ilya added, making Kahan embarrassed, but it's better to eat what you like. He replied, thank you. Watching him eat the vegetables so gladly, the three family members thought, he looks like a beast, yet instead of meat, he eats grass. The maid beside them also widened her eyes. What a peculiar person. Will he really be all right eating only vegetables? Just then, a bowl of hot soup flew from somewhere toward Ilya, making someone cry out, "Milady, watch out." Kahan shoved Ilya's chair aside and took the impact for her. My lady, Ilya was shocked. Kahan's body was splashed with hot soup. Are you all right? She hurriedly turned to him. Kahan, are you okay? The maid standing nearby also bowed fearfully. I'm sorry. I am truly sorry. But Ilya paid no attention to her and only worried about Kahan. Cool it with a cloth right away or you'll get burned. Go call the doctor. Yes, my lady. And just like that, the entire dining table fell silent. Looking at the chaotic scene, Henry asked anxiously, Is he all right? Fortunately, it didn't land on her. That could have been a serious problem. If the young master hadn't shielded her, we would owe him greatly. The doctor, summoned in haste, flung the door open and called out loudly, Young lady, were you hurt? What symptoms do you have? Ilya looked slightly flustered and told him, It's not me. He's the one who's hurt. Kahan was applying something cold to the burn on his body. Ilya quickly explained the situation. The soup was spilled on him instead of me. I think he was burned. Understanding the situation, the doctor suggested, Please remove your shirt so I can examine you, sir. Kahan obediently complied. Yes. Hearing that, Ilya blushed and hurriedly turned away. The doctor looked at the reddened burn on Kahan's shoulder, and his face darkened. After a moment, he finally announced, It's a mild burn, sir. Fortunately, it isn't serious. Hearing that, Ilya let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness. Still, he was hurt because of me. I want to do something for him. The doctor trembled slightly as he approached Kahan and said, Then I will apply the ointment for you, sir. At once, Ilya turned around and cried out, I'll do it. But the moment she saw his body, she couldn't help freezing. Kahan grew embarrassed too and hurriedly tried to cover himself. Both of them flushed red and turned their backs to each other. Kahan stammered, Is that all right? If it's acceptable, then, my lady. The awkward atmosphere made the doctor want to laugh a little. Then please assist me, my lady. Ilya took the box of ointment and said, Thank you for your hard work. You may leave now. The doctor promptly replied, Yes, my lady. With that, he closed the door and left, leaving the two of them alone in the room. Ilya opened the medicine box and said, Then I'll apply it now. Kahan replied politely, Sorry to trouble you. But immediately afterward, she froze in shock again. Looking at the long, deep slash marks across his back, Ilya was utterly stunned. Those scar shapes, they were wounds from the battlefield. Kahan, how much pain must you have endured? He had fought with all his might to protect his comrades, yet he had been misunderstood. After gathering herself, Ilya stepped forward and gently spread the ointment over his back. It may sting a little. The moment she touched him, Kahan jolted and cried out. His stiff reaction startled Ilya. Does it hurt badly? I'm sorry. Please bear with it just a little longer. Kahan's face turned red, and he had to struggle to suppress his pounding heart. Yes. Then Ilya gently sat beside him and continued applying the medicine. After a while, she suddenly spoke. I'm sorry. This happened because of me. Hearing that, Kahan immediately turned to look at Ilya. She was bowing her head, her eyes filled with self-reproach. Kahan's lips parted slightly before he finally spoke. It's not your fault, Ilya. I'm perfectly fine. It doesn't hurt at all. The ointment stings a little, that's all. Ilya stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. She happily set down the medicine box and replied, Thank you, Kahan. All done. You've been through a lot. Kahan, I'll bring you a change of clothes. And since we already left the dining table halfway through, once you've changed, why don't we just have a simple meal here? That's fine. Then I'll have someone prepare it right away. So the two of them sat side by side and ate. A little while later, they were walking again through the beautiful garden. Ilya spoke gently. Kahan, you've really worked hard today. My family was a bit too much, weren't they? It didn't affect your mood, did it? Kahan's face darkened as he answered honestly. To tell the truth, they were pretty terrifying. That made Ilya feel guilty. She apologized to Kahan in her heart. Lowering her head, she murmured, Ever since what happened with Rihad, I thought they'd be more sensitive than usual. Even so, they really went too far. I am truly sorry. Kahan replied awkwardly, It's all right. I wasn't upset. Besides, everyone was only worried about you. I was more concerned that I might make some mistake and come across as unpleasant. Those words made Ilya's heart pound uncontrollably. She looked at Kahan and wondered if he was some kind of angel. Ilya quietly made up her mind. Next time, I'll definitely be more careful. I won't let this happen again. You did really well today, Kahan. Her smile left Kahan dazed for quite a while. Standing in the middle of the color-filled garden, he finally spoke. Thank you. Ilya, there's something I want to tell you. Kahan began telling Ilya what had happened. A few days ago, Stella Delota came to my house. She was startled, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Stella delota. He haltingly recounted the contents of their conversation. She asked me about the relationship between us. Ilya rested her chin on her hand in thought. Stella must have her own source of information, too. Kahan looked at her shyly and said, "So, I told her to act as if there had never been any engagement." Ilya's mouth fell open in surprise at his words. Kahan spoke with lingering frustration. Of course, Lady Delota didn't agree. Ilya flusteredly waved her hands to comfort him. "What's important is that you made your own opinion clear." Quietly, she thought it over again. Actually, it would have been stranger if Stella had agreed. Kahan hesitantly voiced his concern, "But I still haven't been able to say anything to my family. I don't know how to begin." Ilya offered a suggestion. "Just keep it brief. I'll be visiting them soon myself anyway." Suddenly, he lowered his eyes. His mood grew even gloomier. What Kahan said next, full of regret, made her pause. "Your family seems very close. From what I can see, they really seem to care for and respect one another. Everyone looks so warm together." Ilya watched him silently and intently. She realized the problem. "As I thought, his family doesn't have a good relationship." Ilya awkwardly corrected him. "Actually, my family isn't always harmonious either. Come on, let's take a little walk." He continued, following in her footsteps. Together, they began strolling around the flower garden. As they walked, Ilya introduced the place to Kahan. "This is one of my favorite spots. I'm fine now, but there was a time when just looking at water made me go pale." She gently removed her shoes and stepped into the pond. Smiling, Ilya spoke of the past. "A long time ago, I almost died after falling into a pond. I nearly died back then. Rehat saved me then. That's why I thought Rehat was the destiny of my life." Ilya recalled it sadly. "Every single moment of my life had Rehat in it. For the past few years, there wasn't a single thing in my life that had nothing to do with him. I truly liked him, and I believed he loved me too. But that was only what I thought." She absent-mindedly said, almost unconsciously, "What he loved wasn't me, but my assets. He abandoned me, and thought he had gained everything through money. But as for me, I've never once gotten what I truly wanted through money. Harmony with my family, the trust of the knights, or the heart of the person I love. If all he wanted was money, he could have just asked for a bigger reward. Why did he have a toy with my heart? If the person who saved me back then hadn't been Rehat, would I still have liked him?" From behind her, Kahan murmured the question back to her. "Do you still like him?" Ilya answered him frankly. "Right now, he's no different from an enemy. If Rehat fell into the water and reached his hand out to me, I'd kick it away." She stepped lightly toward Kahan. Ilya held out her hand to him and said, "Come here. Sit down with me, Kahan." He was flustered by her invitation, but Kahan eventually sat down beside Ilya. She smiled in delight at how adorable he looked. Splashing her feet in the water, she said, "I often sit here in the summer. No one in the house knows I come here. I guess you could call it my own little secret. This counts as a date, doesn't it?" Kahan asked in confusion. "A date?" Ilya burst into laughter, full of excitement. "Actually, I don't really know. I've never had a little date like this with Rehat, but for some reason, I feel like I really want to fall in love." She quietly recalled the relationship that had lasted only a year. "Even if it was just a play stage to deceive each other's fiancés, it still feels like I'm having a beautiful dream." She turned to Kahan and suggested, "Shall we head back?" He looked down at the ground gloomily again and answered, "Yes." The moonlight that night only grew more beautiful. Back at the Broughton mansion, Tyson, looking gloomy, reproached Ilya. "The mansion is so huge. I had to ask around everywhere just to find you." Flustered, she explained, "I'm sorry. Still, thank goodness we ran into each other at just the right time." Ilya quietly recalled what had just happened. "Grandma was being so intense earlier that I didn't even think about Tyson." Tyson hurriedly asked Kahan, "Where did you go, sir?" Ilya tugged on his arm and urged him, "Kahan, hurry and go get treatment." As Tyson walked, he kept glancing around. "This mansion is so enormous. It's a miracle no one gets lost in here." Ilya answered at once, "That's not true. Everyone has to carry these emergency flares. If you happen to get lost in the mansion, you can ask anyone. But remember, if you do it outside the building, no one will answer. There's also a staff team dedicated to finding lost employees." After hearing that, both of them froze. A maid approached and informed Ilya, "My lady, your mother is asking for you for a moment." She turned and replied, "Tell her I'll come in after I see the young master off. It will take a little more time." Tyson waved his hands and declined. "It's fine, miss. We can get back on our own." She answered courteously, "Oh no, I can't possibly let guests leave by themselves." Kahan smiled politely and refused. "We'll really be fine. You need to go back quickly too." Tyson cut in again. I promise I've memorized the way back, so you don't need to worry. Ilya hesitated as she looked at him. If that's the case, then I'll excuse myself first. I'm sorry I can't see you both off. Kahan and Tyson watched in the direction she left. At last, Tyson said to Kahan, "Then let's go, Lord Kahan." Suddenly, a voice called out to them, "Young master, Evanthian." Kahan jolted and stopped short. That voice, it was Cliff. From the darkness, he smiled and asked Kahan, "Are you heading home now?" Kahan recognized the owner of the voice as well. Count Broaden. Count Broaden slowly approached and asked after him, "Is your injury all right? I was wondering how the treatment went." Quick-wittedly, Kahan answered politely, "Ah, yes. It's only a minor burn." Hearing that, Cliff looked relieved. "That's good. And truly, I thank you. If you need anything, please tell us. We will repay you." Since it really wasn't anything major, Kahan humbly waved his hand. "It's nothing at all. I only need the rest of the ointment that was applied earlier." Cliff blinked and asked, "Is that so?" Kahan confirmed it again. "Yes, sir." After he said that, the atmosphere between them became stifling again. That made him nervous. What should I say now to break this silence? Right. I just need to compliment something, like the young lady said. So Kahan quickly changed the subject to break the awkward atmosphere. That painting is very beautiful, sir." Cliff immediately turned to look at it and exclaimed, "Oh my, you seem to have an interest in art as well, young master. If you'd like, please take a closer look and give me a more detailed impression." Unexpectedly, that only pushed Kahan into an even more difficult position. What am I supposed to do now? No matter how I look at it, it's just 2 lines. Meanwhile, Cliff was very enthusiastic and wanted to hear Kahan's opinion. After hesitating for a while, Kahan decided to take a gamble. "All right." Turning to him, Kahan said, "In my opinion, I think it represents 2 swords." Cliff looked delighted by that unique interpretation. What a fresh approach. In truth, this painting symbolizes good and evil, which can never intersect, yet ultimately exist within the same space. Even Kahan couldn't help exclaiming, "It has such a profound meaning." Inwardly, he muttered, "But no matter how I look at it, it's still just 2 lines. Cliff turned back and asked another question, making him freeze on the spot. "Then of course, you must know this painting as well, yes?" The painting hanging on the wall had such an enigmatic style that Kahan could hardly get the words out. This one." Fortunately, the guard standing behind him whispered, "It's the mysterious bedroom of Ivanov, sir." Embarrassed, Kahan repeated it aloud. "Is it the mysterious bedroom of Ivanov?" Because the answer was correct, Cliff was full of admiration. As expected, you know it. I never imagined a young master would have such deep knowledge of art. I wonder, next time, would you like to attend the exhibition I'm hosting? I'd love to have a deeper discussion with you, young master. At that moment, Kahan realized this move had brought about his own doom. At present, Cliff's eyes were gleaming with extreme anticipation. Kahan hesitated as he answered about that eye. Then suddenly Kahan jolted in alarm. Though inwardly miserable, he replied, "I would be honored by your invitation, sir, and I will attend." Delighted to hear exactly what he wanted, Cliff beamed. "Wonderful. I'll send an invitation to the Duke Evanthian residence right away." Scene changed to night at a magnificent castle. Kahan walked slowly onward. He did not forget to glance back one last time. It felt as though he had wandered into an unfamiliar world. They argued, yet still cared for one another. It was a foreign sight, but one worthy of envy. I wanted to stay in that warm scene a little longer. But in the end, he firmly turned away and left. Even if I could stay, this is not a place where I can remain. A few days later, at the bustling Imperial Bank, Ilya appeared at a shop with several others. Seeing her arrive, an employee warmly welcomed her. "Welcome, Lady Ilya Broaden." Ilya carefully got to the point. "A few days ago, I received notice that my vault needed to be expanded, correct?" The employee politely gestured the way. "Ah, yes. Please come this way." Afterward, Ilya sat down and thought. Aside from the profits from redeveloping the tea shop, I never expected the music box store to do this well. She then expressed another wish. "Could I see how much money is currently in my personal safe?" Siona smiled and replied, "Certainly. I'll go check right away." Lady Ilya Broaden's balances. "I'm sorry, my lady, but may I tell you only the current amount? Because the interest is accumulating in real time." Hearing that, Ilya went blank. "Huh?" At the moment, Frank and Malik were standing beside her in thoughtful silence. Ilya was still very curious about her funds. "Yes, then how much do I currently have?" Siona answered, "Thank you for your understanding. Lady Ilya's current balance is..." The terrifying figure left Frank and Malik gaping. After reading out the long number all at once, she finally finished. 587 crores. She wondered in confusion. If that amount keeps increasing even more than now, what am I supposed to spend it on? After that, Ilya decided on a new plan. Then please increase the number of safes to 2 for me. Siona immediately agreed. Yes, and thank you again for visiting today. Outside the shop, there were many people passing by. Countless eye-catching foods and drinks were on display. The dessert everyone ordered is here. Looking at the table, Frank was full of excitement. Thank you, my lady. I'll enjoy this very much. Malik softly thanked her as well. Ilya smiled brightly. All right, then she let out a sigh. On that note, I'm already trying to spend money, but what can I do when the speed it goes out can't keep up with the speed it comes in? This is the place I visited with Kahan last time. Looks like they have new products again. There are so many sets that would suit Kahan. Next time, I'll come again with him. By coincidence, Siona ran into her here. Ilya broadened. Long time no see. You seem to have changed, haven't you? Siona Jozen, Rehat's older sister. I was just about to go shopping, so come with me. Ilya turned to look at her with annoyance. What is this now? Hasn't she heard that I broke off my engagement with Rehat? Meanwhile, Siona was also puzzled. What is this? Why aren't you coming over here already? It seemed the two of them were both trying to provoke each other, so Ilya thought, fine. Since we happen to meet here, I'll let her know now. Thinking that, she boldly stood up and called to Frank and Malik. I'll go for a moment and come back. She can't act all high and mighty like before anymore. Saying that, Siona led Ilya to the White Cat shop, which specialized in selling necessities for children. Looking at the store in front of her, Ilya asked in slight confusion, "This is?" Siona sneered and replied casually, "I'm planning to have a baby, so of course I need to buy baby supplies." As soon as she finished speaking, she strode inside. The moment they entered, the shop staff greeted them warmly. "Welcome, valued customers." The employee's expression immediately changed when she saw Siona. Inside, she screamed, "That nightmare is back." She opens new stock and doesn't buy anything. Not a single item is good enough for her. We have to go to another store. She names her own prices. Everything looks cheap to her, even when it's expensive enough already. On the other side, Siona lightly cleared her throat and spoke loudly, trying to recover the humiliation from last time. "Everything I looked at before, I'm buying all of it today." Hearing that, the shop employee couldn't help but rejoice. She bowed cheerfully and replied, "Yes, please wait a moment. Bring this customer's item list here at once." A little while later, she pointed to the pile of goods behind her and politely said, "Thank you for waiting. These are the items you looked at last time, my lady." Siona answered gleefully, all right. You've worked hard. Wait a minute, this stroller." Looking at it again, the material doesn't seem all that special, does it? Don't you have something more expensive and better? The employee hurriedly replied, "Yes, we do. Our highest grade and best quality model is over there." As soon as she said that, she quickly brought the stroller over. The moment Siona touched it, she couldn't hide her excitement and cried out, "Oh, this one is good. Wonderful. Wait, hurry up. It seems a little faded. Bring out a new one for me to see." Her brazen behavior startled the employee, who cried out in alarm, "My lady, if you open the merchandise before paying." Seeing that, Siona openly showed her displeasure. "Stop fussing. If you tell me to buy it, then I'll buy it. How much is everything here?" The employee stammered, "Why yes, the total. All of it comes to 10,572,000 crores." Hearing the price, Siona curled her lips and marveled. That's hardly anything. What are you doing? Hurry up and pay." While Siona stood there smugly, Ilya slowly approached the counter and spoke calmly. "I'll just pay for this." Siona jerked in shock and instantly went mad, screaming, "What are you doing?" In contrast, Ilya merely smiled faintly and answered coolly, "I'm paying for my own item, obviously. I'm buying it for my puppy." Enraged, Siona shouted and demanded, Then what about mine?" Ilya shot her a contemptuous glance, then said without ceremony, "If you're buying it yourself, then you pay for it yourself." Having been struck by such a brutal trick, Siona glared at Ilya as if her face might burn, grinding out through a twisted expression. "Did you eat something weird?" Inwardly, Siona couldn't help but feel confused. Every other time, she smiled and paid for everything. So why is she suddenly acting like this? Regaining her composure, Siona pretended to lower her voice and asked, "We're practically going to become family, and you can't even do this much for me?" After pausing a moment, Ilya answered slowly, "It's not that I can't. It's just that I have no intention whatsoever of becoming family with you. And I want to stop pulling out my wallet like an idiot." Refuted by Ilya, Siona angrily pointed a finger straight at her and stammered, "Why you? With an attitude like that, you think you can enter our family? This won't do. I have to tell Rehat right away." Completely unfazed, Ilya shot back, "Oh dear. Rehat still hasn't told you?" I'm breaking off my engagement with that brat. Before Siona could even regain her bearings, Ilya had already turned and briskly walked away, leaving Siona standing there too shocked to speak. She could only stammer, "What did you just say? Hey, where are you going?" When she tried to chase after Ilya, a shop employee blocked her. "Just a moment, my lady. You need to pay for the items you've already opened." Humiliated beyond measure, Siona snapped angrily, "Next time. I'll come by them next time." Hearing that, the employee stopped holding back and shouted right to her face, "Didn't you just say you were buying everything?" The noisy commotion between the two of them turned them into the center of everyone's attention. All the people there pointed and gossiped. "What's going on? Did something happen? Looks like she opened the merchandise and didn't pay. Now she's trying to run off. Goodness, how shameless." Mocked by the crowd, Siona couldn't contain her fury and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Ilya broadened. Just stand right there." But Ilya kept walking, leaving Siona behind in the mess she had created herself. Things turning out like this gave Ilya a lot to think about. Even though he had argued with her, his pride kept him from saying a single word to his family. If that was the case, then she would make the next move, so that even the entire Taurus family would know. The next day, Ilya's bright voice rang out. "Why are you reading an art book?" Startled, Kahan stammered in reply, Oh, you're here. I've been a little interested in it lately." So, before he could finish, she quickly cut in. "That field is quite fascinating to study." As she spoke, Ilya thought to herself that among high nobles, not understanding art was often considered uncultured. Remembering something, she continued, "My father is opening an exhibition soon. If you have time, would you like to come see it?" Looking at the evasive expressions on the two faces before her, Ilya was baffled. Why did they look so burdened by the idea of an exhibition? Putting that aside for the moment, she spoke about the real purpose of their meeting. "Then today, let's practice how to refuse. I'll ask you for something, and Kahan, you'll refuse me." To get fully into character, she cleared her throat loudly. Then she immediately put on the attitude of someone making a request and said, "Kahan, I need to ask you for a favor. I'm really sorry, but could you lend me some money?" Seeing how adorably pitiful she looked, Kahan felt his heart waver. He nodded without hesitation. "Yes. How much do you need, my lady?" "That's not it." Ilya let out a helpless complaint. "You're supposed to refuse. It's me. After all, why would I need to borrow money? If someone just acts pitiful, will you lend it to them every time?" Kahan stammered back, "It's not that. I simply can't refuse a request from you, my lady. Even if it's a bit unreasonable, I still want to hear you out." Ilya inwardly screamed at that. No, this is not the time to be moved. Of course, she was also proud and grateful. Thinking that, she straightened herself and said, "Still, money matters require caution. This time, I'll be the one refusing. Kahan, try asking me for something." Receiving the instruction, he quickly nodded. "Yes. Would you be able to help me with this?" Before he could even finish his request, Ilya coldly refused. "I'm very busy, so I don't think I can. We're only practicing, so why does that hurt so much? If someone asks you for something, you can still hear them out if it's reasonable. But if you've already refused and they still keep coming back to you, then tell them, get lost. Yes, you need to go that far, because there are people in this world with bad intentions." While walking down the street, Ilya and Kahan were suddenly blocked by a strange religious solicitor. He stood right in front of them and, smiling brightly despite not knowing them at all, said, "Sir, your aura is truly extraordinary. I have something wonderful to share with you. Would you like to hear it?" 10 minutes earlier, after Ilya had trained him on how to say no, the two had quickly left together. As they strolled along, Ilya turned and quietly asked Kahan, "Have you ever refused a clerk's recommendation in a store before?" After thinking for a moment, he answered shyly, "No." Ilya recalled how awkward he had looked and thought to herself that it made sense. The first time they met had been in that kind of situation too. There really was no other choice but to help him learn how to shop properly. Just then, the strange religious solicitor suddenly approached and said, "Excuse me, I'd like to ask for directions." Hearing that, Ilya politely guided him. "Go left and keep going straight. There'll be a guard unit there. Ask them once you arrive." Then, suddenly remembering something, she paused. "Wait, this person is..." Seeing that he had managed to start a conversation, the man immediately launched into a slick, overfamiliar speech. "Thank you very much, but could I perhaps have a little of your time? It must be fate that brought us together. I'd love to speak with the two of you a bit." Looking at his wrinkle-free smile and the suspicious book in his hands, Ilya became certain he was one of those people who spread bizarre religions. And the timing was perfect. She immediately turned, grabbed Kahan by the hand, and called out, "Kahan, now we begin the real field practice." At that, Kahan froze. He was so nervous that sweat poured down like rain, and inwardly he cried out, "Field practice?" Ilya quickly pushed him forward to block the strange preacher, who cheerfully praised him. "Sir, your aura is truly extraordinary. I have something wonderful to share. Would you like to hear it?" In complete contrast to the other man's eager attitude, Kahan felt so tense that his chest tightened. He asked himself, why is this happening so suddenly? But the man paid no attention and kept rambling on. "This gentleman has such presence, and your physiognomy is truly—" Kahan cleared his throat and, summoning all his courage, interrupted him. "I am not interested." Faced with his firm tone, the strange religious solicitor remained completely unfazed. Not only was he not afraid, he even smiled warmly in return, making Kahan wonder if that had worked or not. Then the man immediately switched to a defensive mode and shouted, making Kahan's refusal backfire. No, I'm not that kind of clingy person. Do you really think I'm some weirdo like that? That hurts my feelings. I only wanted to share a few good words. It's not like that." Before he could finish, Kahan angrily clenched his fist and growled, We're very busy, so we have to leave right now." This time, Kahan's firmness seemed to truly frighten the man. He looked at him timidly, his whole body trembling as he stepped back. But at that moment, when he saw Ilya standing there with a blank expression, he quickly swept his gaze over her from head to toe. A new idea flashed through his mind, and he rejoiced inwardly. The one who really has presence looks gentle too, like an innocent young lady. Perfect. Why not try her instead? Thinking that, he quickly slipped past Kahan and edged closer to Ilya. "I wonder if the young lady might be interested. I can sense a golden fortune around you." Kahan's gaze instantly sharpened. Without waiting for the nuisance to say another word, he decisively grabbed the man by the shoulder and shoved him forward. The man cried out in pain. "I'm not scamming anyone a second time. Besides, if you grab someone's shoulder like that," Kahan coldly warned him without the slightest restraint, "while I'm still speaking politely, please leave." Faced with Kahan's frighteningly expressionless face, the man turned and fled in fear, shouting, "A demon! Satan!" as he ran off. Once the nuisance was gone, Kahan turned to Ilya and quietly asked, "How was that? Was it what you expected?" She nodded in satisfaction and said, "Yes. You really did well. Your field performance was intense." Seeing the bright smile blooming on his face, Ilya unconsciously froze. Her eyes seemed spellbound, fixed on him, unable to look away. Unable to contain her delight, Ilya exclaimed, "Kahan, it's my first time seeing you smile like that." Inwardly, she praised him, even though he had practiced smiling so many times and still looked stiff before now. Ilya suddenly tilted her head and leaned close to Kahan, asking curiously, "What were you thinking about just now?" Her sudden movement flustered him. So nervous that he could barely speak, he stammered, I remember a puppy I used to have when I was little." His answer surprised Ilya. Puzzled, she asked back, "A puppy? Then from now on, whenever you're nervous, just think of that puppy." He repeated in surprise, "What?" She leaned in closer and whispered with great enthusiasm, "From now on, whenever I say puppy, imagine yourself running around a field with that little dog, okay? Puppy then. Come on, let's go." Hearing Ilya's praise, he couldn't help letting out a small sigh of admiration. "It's a good thing to see you so happy, my lady." Watching Kahan improve little by little, she instructed him, "At this rate, you should also learn a few curse words." He stared in surprise and blurted out, "Pardon?" She smiled gently and explained, "Because you have an excellent teacher, don't you, Kahan?" Hearing that, Kahan nodded, unable to hide his happiness. At the same time, at the Taurus family estate, in a pitch-dark room, the sharp crash of shattering glass rang out. A wine glass had been coldly knocked to the floor. Rehat stood amid the mess and shouted in fury, "Damn it, I need to calm down. If not, things will only get worse." A few hours earlier, after returning from the White Cat shop, Siona had stormed up to him and demanded, "Has Ilya Brodin gone mad? She said the engagement is off. Is that true?" Now that everything had been exposed, Rehat clutched his head and cried out helplessly, "Damn it, what am I supposed to do?" A servant entered and nervously said, "Young master, the Lord has arrived." Rehat flinched and hurriedly asked, "Father?" Seeing his master's bewildered expression, the servant explained, "I believe he came because of this matter." Rehat immediately snapped to attention and said urgently, "Take me to father at once." The instant they met, the Marquis of Taurus furiously hurled a stack of papers straight at his face without the slightest mercy. He roared, "What in the world is this? Explain yourself, now." Rehat turned pale with fear and hurriedly tried to cover it up. We had a small argument. I think she got angry because of that. As soon as he finished, the Marquis slammed his hand onto the table and cursed in rage. And that alone was enough to make it into the papers? You useless fool. You couldn't even hold on to a woman's heart. Scolded like that, Rehat could only collapse to his knees and beg his father, "Please help me." A wine bottle lay, toppled across the floor. Combined with the Marquis's silence, it made the atmosphere in the room unbearably tense. Setting aside his anger, the man slowly said, "Have you spoken with the Broughton family yet?" After getting a reply from Rehat, the Marquis of Taurus cleared his throat and idly rubbed the cigarette case on the table. Seeing that the situation might still be salvageable, he said, "Leave. I'll try speaking with Cliff Broughton." Meanwhile, at the Avanthian estate, Tyson exclaimed excitedly, "I never expected you to refuse someone like that, my lord." Seeing the admiration in his eyes, Kahan looked a little embarrassed. Seeing how much he had changed, Tyson could not contain his emotions and said, "Just recently, you were the sort who couldn't refuse anything, even if it meant standing guard for 3 days and nights straight, skipping meals, and going to the battlefield in someone else's place, and all kinds of things like that. I'm truly moved. It's all thanks to Miss Broughton." The moment her name was mentioned, Kahan unconsciously smiled with pride, his eyes shining with happiness. Under the table, his fingers gently traced the gift box Ilya had given him, as if he were handling a priceless treasure. Looking at it, his mind softened, and he quietly thought, if it weren't for my lady, I don't think I'd ever be able to refuse anyone's request. Ilya's voice echoed in his ears. "You're a very kind person, young master." As emotion welled up inside him, memories from Kahan's childhood suddenly came rushing back. Someone once praised me like that by accident. To a child like me, starved for a mother's affection. Was I really good? If I became a good child, would mother love me? Holding out a box of pastries toward the maids, he said softly, "Share these together." Those words of praise had become a tiny box, one so terribly narrow inside. I never even knew what discomfort was. I kept forcing myself into that box, as though under a spell. I wanted mother to love me. That was the only thing I ever thought about. But what I received in return was treatment, as though I weren't even her son, a gaze full of disgust. I wondered when mother's eyes had started looking like that. I couldn't remember. For a very long time, I had already become someone beyond saving in her eyes. That was why I always tried to correct every mistake and win back her trust. His voice trembled as he called, "Mother." Looking at the handwritten letter resting in the trash bin, Kahan had not been able to hold back his emotions. Hurt, he turned and quickly left. From then on, the distance between him and his mother only grew wider. Even so, as long as there was distance, I still regretted it. I cannot escape that box. At that moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed within him. It was Ilya. She stepped up beside Kahan and said firmly, "You don't have to be nice to everyone. Of course, you shouldn't make everyone fear you either. But the most important thing is that you don't get hurt." At that moment, Kahan realized someone has finally pulled me out of that box. The corners of his lips unconsciously curved into a warm smile. Remembering something, Kahan set those thoughts aside and asked, "Is mother in her room?" Tyson, a little confused, quickly replied, "Yes." After hearing the confirmation, Kahan immediately left, but not before saying to Tyson, "All right, I need to see mother for a moment." At the same time, Rebecca sat silently in a corner of a dark room. Her gaze was fixed on the newspaper in her hands, her expression strangely still. A large headline about Ilya intending to cancel her engagement with the Taurus family filled the front page. Ilya's image occupied Rebecca's entire field of vision, making her think. Just then, Kahan arrived outside the room. The knock on the door made Rebecca speak in a weary voice. "Who is it?" His low, cold voice answered, "It's me." She looked briefly surprised. Standing outside, Kahan respectfully said, "I came because there's something I want to tell you." Without immediately letting him in, Rebecca said coldly, "Say it from there." He hesitated before continuing, "It's something important." After a long silence, there was still no reply from inside. Then at last, the great door slowly opened. But Kahan stood there motionless like a statue, not daring to take even a single step forward. Rebecca coldly asked, "What is it?" He bit his lip and tried hard to steady the fear inside him. Gathering all the courage he had long kept buried, Kahan spoke calmly. "I have someone now." The moment the words left his mouth, a figure rushed out from inside like a storm. Grinding her teeth, Rebecca snapped, "How dare you!" Just as her arm hung in the air, Kahan quickly added, "It's Miss Ilya Broughton." Hearing the name Broughton, Rebecca froze. Unable to hide the flicker of surprise in her eyes, she stammered, "Broughton." A new thought quickly flashed through her mind. If the peak of power belonged to the imperial family, then the peak of wealth belonged to the Broughtons. No matter how much property the Delota family had, it could not compare to the Broughtons. Kahan's chosen woman was the daughter of the Broughton family? Without a word of praise, Rebecca merely lowered her hand and turned back inside. Before closing the door, she left him with one remark. "So you're finally a little less useless. Bring the girl here. We should greet her properly." As soon as he received Rebecca's approval, Kahan quickly sent an invitation to Ilya. "My parents would like to meet you. If possible, I would like to invite you to the ducal residence." Reading the message, Ilya quietly steeled herself. "All right, it's my turn to act now. This might be a little tense." Just then, a maid knocked and entered, speaking hesitantly. "My lady, are you free?" Ilya asked cheerfully. "What is it?" The maid answered awkwardly. "Lady Stella Delota wishes to see you." At the main gate of the Broughton estate, the Delota family's carriage had been waiting for quite some time. In the stillness, a series of strange tapping sounds kept ringing out, so unnerving that even the guards shuddered. When they nervously traced the source of the sound, they discovered it was coming from inside the Delota carriage itself. Stella sat inside with an expressionless face, coldly tapping her fan bit by bit against the side of the carriage. Losing patience, Stella shouted irritably, "Are we really going there just to interrogate her or not?" Her personal maid outside hurriedly replied, "The road is congested, so we'll arrive soon, my lady." The moment those words ended, the maid gaped in shock and thought, what? Even a private estate can have traffic jams? Afraid Stella would explode again, the maid hurried to soothe her. "Please wait just a little longer." Stella let out a cold snort, unable to calm her anxious thoughts. Although the Duchess said she would handle it. When Stella recalled Kahan's firm attitude and voice, "It's true, I'm seeing Miss Broughton. She cannot sit still. I'm too uneasy. I have to come warn Broughton myself first, just to be sure." At that moment, a loud explosive sound suddenly rang out. The maid beside her announced clearly, "We've arrived, my lady." The blast had startled the maids inside, leaving them astonished by the sheer luxury and wealth of the Broughton family. Stella, on the other hand, had already run out of patience and complained irritably. "Why are they leaving guests outside for so long? The Broughtons have no manners at all." After a long stretch of road, the carriage kept steadily moving forward, passing through the vast forest spreading out before them. Every time the carriage hit a rough patch, Stella let out another weary sigh. Sitting inside the cramped carriage, she looked openly bored and kept grumbling. The Broughton estate is nothing special. It's just trees everywhere. Everyone praises it so much, but it seems wildly overrated. Our house is much prettier. After quite a while, a large golden-laid gate finally appeared, and the maid excitedly cried out, "My lady, I think we've finally arrived at the main house." "I thought so, too, but apparently from here on out, this is only the garden." At that, Stella went pale and screamed in fury. "Have you gone mad? Then what were all those things I saw on the way here?" The sight before her left her utterly stunned, and she screamed inwardly, "Wait a second, that greenhouse is much bigger than mine." Without waiting for permission, Stella decisively jumped down from the carriage and rushed ahead on her own, leaving everyone else staring in shock. "And miss, where are you going?" "In a hurry," she replied. "I'm just going to take a look and I'll be right back. Don't follow me." And so Stella explored the Broughton family's greenhouse by herself. Its sheer grandeur made her gasp in admiration. Though she was seething inside, she had to admit it was a beautiful garden. "I thought my house was beautiful, second only to the imperial palace, but Ilya Broughton still outshines me. I absolutely cannot forgive this. Even if I copy her, I have to at least keep up." With that thought, Stella made up her mind. "First, I need to hire more gardeners. And then, what flower is that? Those petals are the exact same red as my eyes. And it has such a sweet fragrance. It smells even better than the perfume I use." In high spirits, Stella suddenly stopped and furtively darted her eyes around, as if searching for something very important. She bent down and whispered to the vivid red flower from earlier, her eyes gleaming with malice. "Very well. Cover the entire garden with this kind of flower. Only after deciding everything did Stella finally leave in peace. All right, I should head back now. But where exactly is this place? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings before her, she could not help but panic and scream inwardly. What kind of place is this? Why is this house so ridiculously huge? There isn't a single corner of it I like. Even the sight of a tiny black crow gliding past was enough to frighten Stella out of her wits. All her usual elegance vanished without a trace, and tears and snot streamed down her face. She let out a terrified shriek, her face drained of all color. Is anyone there? Save me. Inside the main hall, Ilya slowly closed the book in her hands. She looked up and asked gently, "Has she arrived?" I waited and waited, but she never came, so I was wondering whether I should send someone to look for her. Fortunately, there had been someone nearby. A maid had seen Stella's distress signal and hurriedly reported it to Ilya. "Miss," she, irritated and exhausted, Stella cut in, "your garden is so big it's completely unnecessary." Ilya took it as a compliment. She laughed lightly and answered as if it were only natural, which made the other woman even angrier. "Really? The lots near my house kept being put up for sale at cheap prices, so I just kept expanding without thinking much about it. That's how it ended up like this. Please have a seat." As she slowly approached the armchair, Stella complained in annoyance. "Thanks to you, my feet hurt so much I nearly fainted." The moment she finished speaking, she flopped down into the chair opposite Ilya with an openly resentful look on her face, not caring in the least that she was merely a guest in someone else's home. Setting her teacup down on the table, Ilya asked softly, "So, what did you come here to see me about?" Suddenly remembering the real purpose of her visit, Stella cleared her throat and said, "I heard that lately you've been seeing Kahan Evanthian." He admitted it himself. Ilya did not even try to deny it and answered boldly, "Yes, that's right." The moment Stella heard that, she flew into a rage. She slammed her hand down on the table and shouted angrily, "Have you no shame? At the party, you said the two of you had no relationship at all. Miss Broughton, do you enjoy stealing what belongs to someone else? And besides, don't you already have a fiancé?" Faced with such a fierce reaction, Ilya merely narrowed her eyes and looked at her with disdain. After a moment, Ilya finally spoke in a cold voice. "Haven't you seen the tabloids? There have already been plenty of articles saying that I'm going to break off my engagement." Stella immediately recalled the breaking story from that morning's paper and screamed inwardly in shock. She really called off the engagement? Unable to accept Ilya's indifferent attitude, Stella changed her tone and attacked again. "Honestly, this is impossible. A young lady's love really is quick to fade. If you want to go around finding a new match that easily, then go look somewhere else. Don't flirt with my man." Ilya was not the least bit angered by Stella's mocking words. She only replied coolly, "Do you really cherish Kahan?" Those words made Stella stiffen immediately. She was struck speechless and could only stammer, "Teach that. What does that matter? It's a political marriage either way." Stella de Lota, the only precious daughter of the Count de Lota family. Though she was a noble lady who never had to envy anyone and never lacked for anything, she had always been surrounded by praise. "Miss de Lota is truly outstanding." Stella paused and cast a sharp side glance at her opponent, her expression full of distaste. The scornful whispers about Stella suddenly echoed in her mind. "Doesn't it look like something stolen from a commoner? What's the point of sticking expensive jewels on it? It's not even worth a toe of Miss Broughton. In manners, in education, even in looks. Isn't the comparison far too uneven?" From that moment on, the seeds of inferiority and jealousy began to sprout inside her. The same status, the same age, and even similar financial power. "I'm always the one being compared to Ilya." A year later, at the Imperial Palace, where lavish banquets were held, highborn souls immersed themselves in the lively atmosphere. Just as cheerful chatter filled the great hall, a loud voice suddenly rang out. "Lady Stella de Lota is entering." The crowd suddenly fell silent. Every eye turned toward the source of the announcement. At the sight of Stella's proud bearing and supremely elegant aura, everyone present could not help but gape in admiration. "That is Miss de Lota? Oh my goodness. In just 1 year, she's become this beautiful. Isn't that necklace Spica's limited edition? Hardly anyone could pull off that dress. What is your secret? Am I dreaming?" Then someone slowly approached, speaking in a shy voice. "Excuse me, Miss de Lota. May I ask what brand you use?" Hearing that, Stella curled her lips in satisfaction and replied proudly, "Of course you may." From then on, she became the center of admiring gazes. This thrilled Stella to no end. Everything I do is adored by young ladies, and even proud, noble women pay attention. The feeling of having everyone's eyes on me. It was as if I had become the heroine of a romance novel. And yet, at the very moment she was enjoying herself the most, someone's voice echoed through the hall. Young Master Hat Turner and Lady Ilya Broaden are entering. The hall erupted into noisy whispers. Did you hear? Miss Broaden and young Master Turner are engaged. I heard he saved her life. What a fated love. It's just like the leads in a romance novel. And once again, the little bit of spotlight Stella had struggled so hard to seize was effortlessly stolen away by Ilya. She laughed scornfully, but inwardly she felt robbed. This still isn't enough. I have to aim for something higher. I have to stand above Ilya Broaden. I need to find a man with a higher status than theirs, and one no one would dare offend. At that very moment, a name rang out among the crowd, causing Stella's attention to shift. Have you heard about the Duke of Vanthian family? They say his second son pushed aside the eldest son to become the heir. I've heard about it, so I was thinking of getting close to him, but they say his personality is very vicious. I could never marry my daughter to someone like that, so it'll be difficult for him to find a match. Hearing that, Stella smiled inwardly in satisfaction, the corners of her lips lifting into a calculating grin. Found him. Returning to the present, seated across from Ilya, Stella declared firmly, I will definitely become the Duchess. And the current Duchess is on my side as well. If you interfere like this, I'll file a complaint with the ducal family and make Kahan. Enough. Faced with the other woman's forceful attitude, Ilya only replied gently, I understand. That made Stella nod in satisfaction. That's right. As long as you understand, then. Before she could finish, Ilya's cold voice cut in, and the smile vanished from Stella's lips. The truth is, you've treated Kahan badly just to satisfy your own desires, haven't you? The moment those words left Ilya's mouth, Stella was left speechless and could only grind out angrily, Ilya Broaden. Then Ilya seemed to remember something. She suddenly held out the invitation Kahan had just sent her in front of Stella and said teasingly, And you said the Duchess has acknowledged you? Then what about this? Looking at the paper in Ilya's hand, Stella let out a faint gasp. That's an invitation from the Avanthians? Unable to contain her fury, Stella lunged at Ilya in anger and began hurling insults. Not willing to let her make a scene, Ilya coldly warned, Watch your words. You're the one who covets what belongs to others. At that, Stella only grew angrier and shouted, What did you say? Afraid she had forgotten, Ilya carefully reminded her point by point. The stolen carriage design. Don't you remember? That design was created with our blood, sweat, and tears. Not to mention everything else. For that incident alone, I cannot forgive you. It seems our guest wishes to leave. See her out. The moment she finished speaking, Malek and Frank immediately grabbed Stella and resolutely dragged her away, leaving her spluttering without the chance to utter a single retort. They roughly threw her back into her carriage, causing her to tumble over. She immediately began shrieking, Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Before she could finish, the two men quickly shut and locked the door, then calmly ordered, Move the carriage. The coachman immediately answered respectfully, Why yes, sir. Watching the Delota family carriage slowly leave the garden grounds, Ilya stood above and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Inside the carriage, however, Stella was going mad with humiliation. She clenched her teeth so hard they ground together, unable to contain her resentment. Suddenly, Stella leaned half her body out of the carriage and screamed, Ilya Broaden, the next time we meet, you'll be calling me Duchess. Just wait. Seeing that, her personal maid panicked and hurriedly warned her, Miss, it's dangerous. Ilya rested her chin leisurely against the windowsill. With a cold look in her eyes, she replied in a bland voice, Is that so? Inwardly, she sighed. I was wondering what she had come all the way here, so fired up to say. What a waste of time. Poor Kahan, having to endure her all this time. Royal Administrative Office. Thick stacks of documents kept piling higher and higher, with no sign of stopping. Henry, looking utterly worn out, buried himself in reviewing paper after paper. The female secretary, standing across from him, could not help speaking up with concern. My lord, the Marquis ordered that everything must be reviewed by tomorrow. Even so, he still replied gently, I know. You should leave work first. She respectfully bowed her head and answered, Yes, sir. I'll take my leave. As soon as the secretary left, Henry continued his lonely struggle with a mountain of documents. Too exhausted, he finally leaned back in his chair, one hand absent-mindedly holding his head in frustration. Henry slowly opened his eyes and thought numbly, Since when? Since when did he start pushing all this work on me, while openly pretending I don't exist? Was it from that moment? The Marquis of Taurus had spoken in a disdainful voice. It seems your younger sister and my son have had a falling out. This matter needs to be resolved between the families. Don't tell me you're going to ignore reports this serious. I won't beat around the bush. You better keep a closer watch on your sister. Faced with the Marquis's forceful warning, Henry could not hide his resentment. He silently made up his mind. I'd rather die from overwork than try to patch those two back together. Then, remembering something, he hurriedly rummaged through the pile of documents in search of an important set of papers. The moment he found it, Henry said with satisfaction, Of course. And that's not all. When the time is right, I'll cause a real uproar. While he was in high spirits, his gaze suddenly fell on the photograph at the corner of his desk. It was a childhood picture of Ilya. At the sight of her innocent face, Henry was reminded of his little sister. His eyes softened with affection as he wondered, I wonder if she's been eating properly. Because of that bastardly hat, she lost so much weight. I'm worried about her. The next morning, at the Broaden estate, bright sunlight spilled across the mansion, reflecting the busy and lively atmosphere within. The moment she woke up, Ilya was surrounded by maids, each carefully tending to her for her important meeting with the Avanthian family. They thoughtfully dressed her in a splendid outfit and kept saying, Since it's your first meeting, a gentler dress would be better. Looking at herself in the mirror, Ilya softly suggested, Please tie my hair up for me. The maid immediately bowed and replied, Yes, Mississippi. When it came time to choose accessories, Ilya quickly said, That necklace will do. The servants continued to crowd around her, meticulously perfecting every last detail. Once they were finished, all eyes turned to Ilya. Everyone's gaze sparkled with admiration, and they could not stop exclaiming, Miss, you look so beautiful. Ilya answered politely, her eyes filled with sincerity and gratitude. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. She then turned to leave, but not before reminding them, I'll be back before dinner. If father or mother asks for me, please let them know. The maid replied with a bright smile, Yes, Mississippi. Then Ilya suddenly paused and asked curiously, Come to think of it, where's my brother? I haven't seen him around lately. Her attendant explained, Recently, young master has been coming home very late at night and leaving again early in the morning. It seems he's very busy. Hearing that, Ilya merely repeated softly, Is that so? Even so, suspicion stirred in Ilya's heart. He usually just goes to work on time. How strange. I'll have to visit him later. Thinking that, she turned to bid everyone farewell and quickly left. I'm off then. The maid nodded respectfully and replied, Please travel safely, Mississippi. A little later, at the Avanthian estate, Kahan was so restless that he could barely sit still as he waited for Ilya to arrive. The instant her figure appeared, his eyes filled with passionate adoration. His heart skipped a beat, and he became so nervous that even his breathing turned uneven. Watching Ilya slowly step down from the carriage, Kahan spoke up gratefully. Thank you for coming, my lady. The moment she saw him, Ilya happily ran over at once and shoved a bouquet straight into Kahan's hands. Smiling brightly, she said, Thank you for inviting me. That action left Kahan flustered. Embarrassed, he said, This is the first time I've ever been given flowers. Ilya shyly replied, This is also the first time I've given flowers to a man. The last time he came to my house, you brought me a bouquet too. This is my way of returning the gesture. Hearing that, a strangely warm feeling rose in Kahan's heart. Moved, he said, Thank you. All right, let me take you inside. My father had something urgent come up, so he's away on business abroad. It seems you'll only be able to meet my mother today. I'm truly sorry that I couldn't tell you in advance. Seeing how tense he was, Ilya reassured him. It's all right, Kahan. Don't worry about it. Hearing that, he relaxed a little and replied, Thank you. Because this was their first official meeting, Kahan could not suppress the nervousness swelling inside him. His breathing grew strangely quick. Looking at how awkwardly flustered he was, Ilya quietly chuckled and thought to herself, Why does he seem even more nervous than when he came to my house? Will this be all right? A moment later, the two of them stood before Rebecca's door. Kahan was extremely cautious. He stepped slightly to one side and slowly announced, We've arrived. At that moment, Ilya suddenly felt very nervous. I may have pretended in front of Stella that his family had already accepted me, but where she pours cold water all over me and says that a woman who already had a fiancé dared to seduce her son. Will they throw a stack of money in my face and demand that I break up with him? Should I tell them I already have enough money? In her imagination, Rebecca furiously shouted, "Take this money and leave my son." Ilya politely bowed her head in apology, but calmly replied, "But it's still less than my daily allowance." At that point, Ilya steeled herself. "No matter what, I've already gone this far." With that thought, she spoke up clearly, "Please excuse me for entering." The large door slowly creaked open. Ilya held her breath, her heart pounding in time with every drawn-out groan of the door. To her surprise, Rebecca was already waiting inside. The moment she saw Ilya, she gently invited her in. Ilya froze for a moment, then regained her composure and replied, "Thank you for inviting me, madam." Rebecca even asked kindly, "Was the journey here difficult for you? I'm sorry we didn't prepare a carriage for you." Surprised by the warm reception, Ilya hurriedly smiled and answered, "Not at all, madam. It wasn't difficult for me to come here." Inwardly, she could not help wondering, I didn't expect such a hospitable welcome. Is it because Kahan is beside me? To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Ilya confidently introduced herself. "This is our first meeting, so please allow me to introduce myself. I am Ilya Brodin." Rebecca stood in silence, her sharp gaze sweeping slowly over Ilya from head to toe. Then, all at once, her eyes stopped and fixed on the precious necklace Ilya was wearing. Rebecca narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a look that was deep and impossible to read, regained her composure. Then, in a friendly voice, the woman said, "I've heard a great deal about you. I'm Rebecca Vanthian, so please have a seat." Ilya politely replied, "Thank you for your consideration, madam." After the greeting, Ilya calmly sat down in the splendid chair before her. Yet Kahan remained silently standing to one side, as if he had no intention of moving or sitting beside her. The atmosphere in the room began to grow strangely awkward. Ilya couldn't help feeling puzzled. She secretly glanced at him and wondered to herself, "Kahan, why is he just standing there?" Looking at Kahan, standing still like a statue, Ilya grew even more confused. Why is he just standing there? In a hurried whisper, she called to him, "Kahan, why are you standing there?" Before he could answer, Rebecca coldly ordered, "You sit down as well." Only after receiving her permission did he dare move and take a seat, respectfully answering, "Yes." The tense atmosphere between the two made Ilya quietly suspicious. She thought to herself, is Kahan very tense? In any case, today feels very different from usual. Just then, Rebecca's gaze kept lingering on the box Ilya had brought, examining it closely. Following the other woman's gaze, Ilya suddenly remembered the box beside her. She promptly brought it forward with a bright smile and said warmly, "It's not much, but I did prepare something. This is wine produced by my family. This year, it has reached exactly 100 years of age. I had originally intended to present it to the royal family, but I wanted to give it to someone more important." Looking at the gift in her hands, Rebecca narrowed her eyes slightly as she appraised it. Though she did not seem particularly pleased, she still replied politely, "What a precious gift. Thank you, my dear. I heard the two of you are seeing each other. How did you meet?" At those words, Ilya was briefly startled, but she quickly regained her composure. "Just as I thought, this question. I need to convince Madame that this relationship is real. From the family's point of view, they would regret losing Delota, and through discussing an engagement, I have to make sure they completely give up on Delota. Is there no other way?" Just then, a large, warm hand suddenly reached out. Without saying a word, Kahan quietly expressed his feelings through his actions. He held out his hand before her, like a steady and unwavering support. Looking at his face, where traces of tension still clearly remained, Ilya suddenly felt an odd sense of reassurance rise in her heart. The corners of her lips curved into a warm smile. Without a moment's hesitation, she firmly placed her hand in his palm and softly said in gratitude, "Thank you." Kahan gently looked at her with affection in his eyes. Then he answered evenly, "We ran into each other at the year-end banquet, and it was love at first sight." Rebecca slowly observed even the smallest gestures between them. Deep down, a trace of suspicion still lingered. But when she saw the young couple's hands still tightly intertwined, refusing to part, she let go of her doubts and spoke. Love at first sight at the banquet. Rebecca trailed off, then smiled with satisfaction. The stiffness in her expression finally began to ease. Pleased, she continued, is that so? I don't know whether you're aware, but at that time the Delota family was discussing a marriage alliance with our family. But I kept feeling there was something unresolved in my heart, so nothing was finalized. Hearing this, Ilya finally understood and couldn't help feeling delighted. In other words, Stella was the only one stubbornly clinging to the engagement. Stella's personality must be difficult to deal with. But why did she choose Stella? The Evanthians could have discussed marriage with an even better family. Rebecca continued coldly, as if explaining, fortunately, I follow my instincts. Thanks to that, I was able to meet you, young lady. Hearing those words, Ilya felt relieved. In any case, it was good that Kahan's broken engagement seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Rebecca asked casually, so when are you planning to hold the engagement ceremony? The question made Ilya freeze. Engagement? If we break up once the contract ends, then an engagement is a bit. Catching the hesitation on Ilya's face, Kahan immediately stepped in. I think it's still a bit difficult to choose a date right away. Filled with gratitude, she looked at him inwardly, calling his name. Kahan. By contrast, Rebecca seemed ready to explode. She threw him a cold, razor-sharp glance full of disdain. Gritting his teeth, Kahan gathered his courage and explained, actually, the cancellation of the engagement between the young lady and the Torres family's son has not been fully resolved yet. There are still many things to arrange before we can set an engagement date. As soon as he finished speaking, his arm was still trembling violently. That unusual reaction immediately caught Ilya's eye. She looked at him in confusion. His hand is shaking. Sensing the atmosphere growing unbearably stifling, Ilya hesitantly spoke up. I'm sorry for not being able to inform you of this beforehand. The intention to break off the engagement has already been announced, but they still haven't let me go. Since Ilya had spoken first, Rebecca could hardly fly into a rage. She changed her tone at once and said with feigned sympathy, "Oh dear, I had no idea such a thing was going on. I hope you'll resolve it quickly. My son has been lonely for so long, and only now has he finally brought a good companion home. So I hope the marriage can be held soon as possible. I'm very fond of you, young lady." Every word Rebecca spoke was flowery praise directed at Ilya, yet deep down, Ilya felt intensely uncomfortable. Ilya carefully turned a fearful gaze toward her, unable to shake off the unease brought on by such insincerity. This is strange. No matter how much she says she likes me, why is she so eager to hurry along her son's wedding? And there's one more thing. From the moment they entered the drawing room, the Duchess had not once looked at Kahan. Rebecca's attention was focused almost entirely on Ilya. Even the gift Ilya had brought was regarded with far more warmth and appreciation than the indifferent glances directed at Kahan. That made Ilya increasingly thoughtful. It was as if her son's presence did not matter at all. It wasn't that Rebecca particularly liked her. Rather, it was as though she were trying to sell off a product as quickly as possible while the price was still good. Like a businesswoman. Thinking that, Ilya felt a chill and steadied herself. Then she suddenly proposed. As for the wedding, I think it will be held within this year. After the broken engagement is settled, I was planning to arrange a meeting between our two families. But seeing how warmly you welcome me, madam, I don't want to disappoint your sincerity. Hearing such reassuring words from Ilya, Rebecca was finally put at ease. She withdrew the tension she had been carrying all this time and let out an amused little laugh. That will be wonderful. I may have been a bit hasty because I like you so much. Ilya laughed along and replied, "Thank you for your affection, madam." Inwardly, she let out a sigh of relief. All right, I just need to buy time for now. Just then, Rebecca suddenly rose to her feet, excused herself briefly, and left. Then please forgive me, but I must go ahead now. My schedule is rather busy today. Hearing that, Ilya was secretly delighted and quickly answered, "I'm sorry. I've already taken up so much of your time, madam." Before leaving completely, Rebecca did not forget to reply courteously, "Not at all. Sit and relax a little before you go." With that, Rebecca disappeared beyond the door, leaving Ilya and Kahan bowing politely in farewell. But just before she left, she managed to throw Kahan a sharp, warning glance that made him shudder. Ilya and Kahan stood before a door. Kahan's expression had grown gentler. He extended a hand toward her and said, "We'll hold the engagement ceremony within this year." Hearing that, Ilya sank down wearily. Seeing this, Kahan looked a little worried. Are you all right? Ilya smiled and explained, yes. I just didn't expect you to bring up the engagement already. Although I did say we'd be engaged within the year. We have to find an excuse to delay it as long as possible. We need to say it in a way that sounds reasonable. What do you think, Kahan? Kahan suddenly interrupted her. Let me show you around the house. To be honest, this place can't compare to the Broaden estate. At that, Ilya praised it at once. Not at all. The house is incredibly large. It has the unique feel of an old castle. Just then, she suddenly noticed something. A hurried foot passed by. Ilya's gaze immediately sharpened. As I thought, my feeling wasn't wrong. The maids avoided Kahan's eyes, and he had not looked Madame in the eye either. It seemed Kahan was not welcome in this place at all. The two of them continued walking together. Then, unexpectedly, Ilya suddenly stopped. Her sudden change made Kahan anxious. Ilya, however, he quickly understood. Looking up at the painting hanging high above, Kahan began to explain, I painted that while I was still on the battlefield. As Ilya observed the painting, she thought, this man is Kahan's older brother. Other people said Kahan pushed his own brother aside to take the succession for himself. Was Kahan really that kind of person? Kahan, even now I can't believe it. I wonder if his family forced him into the succession or not. My own family gets along very well. I thought it was simply a case of a family that didn't get along. Turns out I was thinking far too simply. Kahan is being isolated by his own family. Kahan, is there somewhere we can sit down and talk? Her unexpected request surprised him slightly. Even so, he managed to offer a suggestion. Will my room be all right? This is my room. A simple room lay before them. Kahan immediately grew flustered. This in front is my bedroom. The room opposite is the one I use as a study. Ilya looked toward one side and curiously asked, then what about that door over there? Kahan immediately explained, that's a storage room. That answer only surprised her more. A storage room in the heir's quarters? It must be his personal storage room, right? At that moment, he suggested again, please sit here. The fire in the hearth flickered softly. Ilya began, by the way, Kahan, were you very mischievous when you were little? Because Madame seemed very worried. Kahan gave a faint smile and agreed. I suppose so. When I was little, I shut myself in my room reading books and forgot meal times. I dug around in the corners of the garden and left my things scattered everywhere. I was scolded many times for things like that. Ilya looked momentarily surprised. Kahan. Then she suddenly stared blankly before asking seriously. That's all? Kahan innocently admitted, yes. Unexpectedly, she raised her voice and scolded him. How can that possibly be called mischievous? I threw all my toys into the pond. I dumped flour all over the kitchen and declared I was going to cook. My father even fainted when I scribbled all over one of his famous paintings. Compared to me, that's not mischievous at all. Besides, I even played around with my mother's sword. They both burst out laughing at all that. Ilya's smile was strangely warm, and that made Kahan smile warmly as well. At last, Ilya came to a conclusion. In short, at your level, Kahan, you're still basically an angel. Hearing that, he hesitated, unable to believe it. Oh, really? Ilya repeated it seriously. Of course. I don't understand why Madame would say otherwise. Kahan's hands clasped together anxiously as he answered, that's because I'm useless. That's why she says such things. Ilya was completely taken aback by that statement. She cut him off loudly. Absolutely not. If you were useless, then everyone else in this world would be trash. Where are you supposed to find someone as decent as you? The space between them fell into a strange silence. Then Kahan said in a low voice, you're the only one who has ever called me kind, Ilya. Ilya was completely stunned by that. Then she placed her hand over Kahan's and said, no, you truly are a good person. I'm very good at judging people. Well, except for Rehat. Anyway, don't say things like that anymore. Unless you want to say I'm a poor judge of character. In his heart, Kahan was thinking a good person. I tried so hard to become gentle and kind. I thought I'd failed in the end. And yet the young lady acknowledges me. It feels as if I've truly become a good person. Ilya continued, sounding indignant. In any case, for what I can see, Madame must definitely be misunderstanding something. Families can fail to understand each other sometimes. If you need help, just tell me. Anytime. I will definitely help you. Kahan pressed his lips together and gave a small nod. Then he softly replied to Ilya's encouragement, I don't know why you treat me this well. Her eyes sparkled as she answered, because we're in the same boat. Hearing that, Kahan mechanically replied, that's right. But inwardly, he could not suppress a bitter ache. A relationship bound by contract. Of course, that's only natural. What was I even expecting? even though I'm hiding the truth, that being the heir is only an outer shell, that I'm being used and discarded by my family. I may not be able to give a young lady what she wants. If I'm thinking of her, then I should tell her the truth right now. Ilya's voice pulled him back to reality. Kahan, what's wrong? Inwardly, he thought, but I'm afraid that look in her eyes will turn to disappointment. What if, after learning the whole truth, the young lady despises me and leaves me? I won't be able to get back up again. Thinking that, Kahan pressed his lips together. His thoughts continued to wander. I had already begun to feel the sweetness and the warmth the young lady brings. Only then did he answer, I was just thinking nonsense for a moment. They continued walking together. Ilya looked into another room and murmured in wonder, so this is Kahan's bedroom. It's not very large either. Then her attention landed on something. Ilya spoke up. Isn't that music box the one you said you bought as a gift? Hearing that, Kahan honestly explained, actually, I bought it for myself at first, but with my fierce appearance, it didn't seem suitable, so I said I had bought it as a gift. Hearing this, Ilya thought, how adorable. If there's anything else you want, just tell me, no matter how much it costs. She continued walking beside Kahan, looking around as she remarked, books about love, the language of love, rules of dating, a bouquet, even the wrapping paper from the dessert box. The room was filled with the things I gave him. He kept every single one of them so carefully. It really moves me. Rihat would just throw things away the moment he got bored of them. No, more than that. He even carefully kept the dessert box itself. Then why does he still wear black and think such strange things? Unable to help herself, Ilya asked, by the way, Kahan, where the clothes I gave you? Why aren't you wearing them? Kahan flusteredly explained, it's not that I did it on purpose. She continued, can I take a look through your wardrobe? The clothes we bought together that day are still perfectly fine. Then why are those outfits still in here? It's time to get rid of these. No, but when was this even in fashion? This design was trendy 10 years ago. Don't wear this anymore. Then Ilya suddenly noticed something. She looked at a coat and thought the button on this. Unexpectedly, a voice then came from outside. My lady, it's me, Malik. It's getting dark, so I've come to take you home. Ilya was a little surprised to hear that. Oh my, is it already this late? I should be heading back. Kahan gently offered, let me see you out. Ilya answered softly, thank you. Make sure you wear this, all right? Yes. It was already nighttime. Seeing the person before her, Ilya exclaimed, oh my, Tyson is here too? He smiled, bowed, and replied, I thought I might not get to see you today. I just stepped away from work for a moment to come and greet you. Just then, Kahan noticed Ilya trembling slightly from the cold. Without hesitation, he took off his coat and draped it over her. Ilya, the wind is very cold. You might get chilly on the way. Ilya looked up at him and replied, it's all right. I'm getting into the carriage now, so, however, Kahan cut her off. You can return it next time. I can use that as an excuse to see you again. Would that be all right? Kahan's face turned red after that confession. Ilya was completely taken by surprise. She smiled gently in reply. He said it so naturally that it made my heart flutter. All right, I'll bring it with me next time. Kahan continued, it might slip off, so let me pull it together in front for you. Ilya watched his every movement and thought to herself, you learned this from one of those love manuals, didn't you? That book was worth buying after all. After finishing, he withdrew his hand. Only then did Ilya reply, thank you. Now that I'm wearing this, I can really tell how big his frame is. It feels like I'm wearing my father's coat. Her gaze suddenly shifted. Ilya looked toward one direction and thought over there. Even the servants of the ducal house could hear the murmurs between the two of them. It's my first time seeing the young master like this. So he and Miss Delota really have. Ilya thought to herself, the guests have made their promises already. Maybe this is the perfect chance to spread the rumor properly. Kahan, could you come a little closer? The sudden request flustered him. Come closer. Taking advantage of the moment, she rose up on her toes. The sight shocked the servants over there so much that their eyes went round. Ilya suddenly threw her arms around Kahan. His eyes widened in surprise. The faces of the two maidservants grew redder and redder in shock. Ilya buried her face against Kahan. Her soft voice sounded as she withdrew. Good night, Kahan. Tyson and Kahan were left behind. Only then did Tyson smile and speak. Lord Kahan, shall we go inside? Lord Kahan. His hand was pressed to his chest, and a dazed remark slipped out. My heart aches. Tyson was so startled that he raised his voice. Your heart? Looking closely, your face is red too. Don't tell me it's a heart condition. Call the physician at once. Ilya's carriage was still rolling along. She was sitting alone inside it. She looked down at her hand, then clasped it with the other as she thought to herself, Kahan's hand was warm. It's obviously just a contract relationship, but this fluttering feels so real. He's a good person. But whenever these feelings well up, memories of Rehat surface along with them. Excitement mixed with anxiety and doubt. In the end, all I got was hurt. I don't think I can date anyone anymore. It's fine. Kahan doesn't like me anyway. It's only a fixed-term contract. Once the time is up, it'll end, and we'll never see each other again. On the contrary, when are they planning to hold the engagement ceremony? The deeper I get into this relationship, the harder it becomes. But whenever I look back at those lingering feelings, do I really have feelings for him? More than anything, compared to the burning passion I once felt for Rehat, this feeling is strangely peaceful. And even now, that man still hasn't broken off the engagement. He must be calculating something. If he agreed to break it off right away, what disadvantage would he face? At Count Delota's mansion, a scream rang out, followed by the sound of something shattering. Ilya Brodin. Why is it that disgusting girl? Rebecca's comment echoed in Siona's ears. I wish that engagement had never happened. Startled, Siona hesitantly asked, Pardon? Why all of a sudden, the woman cut her off. We have already found someone worthy of Avanthian. Then Siona voiced a guess. Could it be Ilya Brodin? Rebecca's gaze sharpened. Setting down her teacup, she replied, I will speak with your family again later. Siona instantly panicked. Wait, your grace. Duchess Avanthian. Everyone had been saying I was the young master's fiancé. If it ends like this, where am I supposed to hide my face? What exactly do I lack compared to that girl? You all despise me, don't you? What was that pink romantic rumor with young Master Avanthian supposed to be? The rumor will spread throughout the empire. The heroine is Lady Brodin. Then what about the rumor of his engagement to the Count's daughter, Delota? Was all of that a lie? That was my last chance to rise above Ilya. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. Lady Siona. Irritably, she snapped back. What? Didn't I say I wanted to be alone? The maid hesitated, but still said, But I thought you should come out for a moment. Lord Rehat has requested to see you in private. Facing Rehat, Siona spoke first. Why have you come here? Rehat gave a sneering smile and answered simply, I want to break up Kahan and Ilya. Siona's gaze turned even colder as she asked, And how exactly are you planning to do that? A few days ago, I met Duchess Avanthian at a party. I heard that you're going to break off your engagement with Lady Brodin. Rehat immediately grew flustered. That was just nonsense. Why would someone like the Duchess believe such things? But before he could finish, Siona cut him off directly. Is that so? Because she clearly said she heard it directly from Lady Brodin. The situation had gone beyond Rehat's expectations. Damn it, she even drew in the Duchess. Does that mean it wasn't an act? Are they really seeing each other? I need to end their relationship quickly. There's no more time to investigate, trust, and wait. Is there really no other way? That's right, the fiancé of an Avanthian. If I can join hands with her. With that thought, he spoke up. That's why I came here, because perhaps that you might sympathize with me, my lady. I, too, had my engagement called off one-sidedly, so I understand exactly how you feel. The betrayal of a lover, the anger. But if my plan succeeds, everything will return to where it belongs. You would become the young master's fiancé again. Would Rehat Taurus's plan succeed? That truly remained an unknown, because Ilya would never simply stand by and ignore it. Still, you'll never know if you don't try. If I just sit here like this, forget taking everything back from Ilya, I definitely will. In a cold voice, she said, Then what exactly do I have to do? Rehat's expression immediately turned more sinister. Frank folded his arms and pouted as he refused. I won't agree to it. The person beside him reached out and urged, Frank, listen to me. But Frank remained stubborn. No matter how many times you say it, I won't agree. I'll keep this sword by my side for the rest of my life. His attitude made Ilya sigh inwardly. He really is stubborn. I already told you, no matter how sentimental it is, from a distance, it just looks like a lump of scrap metal. Frank hurriedly turned toward Malek, looking for support. Big brother, is my sword really that ruined? After examining the condition of the sword, he agreed. Yes, it's badly worn. On the other side, Ilya was discussing matters with the shop owner. Bring me the best sword you have here. The man nodded briskly. Yes, my lady. Frank placed a hand on his sword regretfully. But this sword, this is the precious sword milady gave me, and the reason I was allowed to become her bodyguard. How could someone cold like Big Brother possibly understand? Ilya cut him off. Frank, the bodyguard selection test is coming up soon. What if that sword injures you during the tournament? So, to keep you from running into bad luck in battle, I'm giving you a new sword. I hope you'll win this competition. Ilya's heartfelt wish for Frank made his eyes widen. Yes, definitely. Ilya then asked Malek if he needed one too. He answered politely, No, thank you. I changed mine recently. Unlike someone, I'm cold-blooded. Ilya respected his decision. All right then, what about cufflinks? Malik looked briefly surprised and asked back, a weapon shop sells cufflinks too? The owner hurriedly explained, those are handmade by my son. They're made with high-grade gemstones, so they're said to ward off bad luck. Hearing that, Ilya smiled faintly, as if satisfied. They're lovely. Wrap this one up for me. Good, I bought everything I needed. Let's head home slowly now. At that moment, a sudden sound came from ahead, drawing her attention. A gold coin dropped into a hole in the ground. A black-haired boy came running over in a panic. Miss, are you all right? A red-haired girl cried out, my coin. What do we do? My sister said we absolutely had to buy bread today. Frank glanced over, observing the situation. Two poor children? In children's stories, even a single coin could feed kids like them for a whole week. I want to help them, but my actions might cause trouble for Milady. It's a pity, but I can't just turn a blind eye either. Yet before it could be his turn to speak, Ilya had already walked over herself. Could it be that you dropped these coins? Frank was completely taken aback. Lady Ilya. She held up a gold-colored coin. The two children froze and looked toward it. The red-haired girl hurriedly stepped protectively in front of the black-haired boy. Warily, she answered Ilya, no, miss. Our coin was a different color. Ilya continued gently, you're telling the truth. Actually, I did pick up the coins you dropped, but I happen to need them right now. Would it be all right if I gave you this instead? The two children asked softly, we need to buy bread. Can that buy bread? Ilya nodded at once. Of course it can. The red-haired girl still looked worried. But white bread is very expensive. What if it isn't enough? But Ilya immediately reassured her. It's all right. If anything happens, I'll definitely help you. Come on, let's go together. Over on the side, Frank was murmuring to himself. Even if it was just a thought that came to me while escorting Milady. Could it be that Milady's good fortune is so great? Because whenever she meets someone in hardship, she never turns away. I truly am proud to be Milady's bodyguard. Hearing that, Malik quietly nodded in agreement. Then he murmured softly, I think so too. The moment the children saw the countless delicious loaves of bread in front of them, delight and longing spread clearly across their faces. Ilya gently said, take whatever you want to eat. At that moment, the girls suddenly started glancing around. Seeing that, Ilya asked at once, are you looking for something? The girl replied, I need to buy bread. Hearing that, Ilya grew a little curious. Bread? The girl answered, yes. My older sister needs it to erase charcoal drawings. That surprised Ilya. Is that so? I think it's over there. Let's go look. As she spoke, she pointed in one direction. The two children quickly answered together, yes, miss. As Ilya stood to the side, watching the two children pick out bread, she smiled to herself. Using bread to erase drawings. There must be charcoal sketches. But for a poor child to be drawing pictures like that, she must have a hard time of it. At that moment, Malik suddenly appeared from somewhere and said, my lady, I've bought what you asked for. Ilya smiled in reply. Thank you. In the next instant, she gently called out, children, when you've finished choosing, come here for a moment. You got hurt when you fell earlier, didn't you? Let me take a look. I'll put some medicine on it. After finishing bandaging the girl's wound, Ilya smiled brightly and said, all done. From now on, whenever you're hungry, come here, all right? You can eat as much bread as you want. Hearing that, the girl was utterly shocked and immediately asked, really? But we don't have. Seeing the girl's hesitant expression, Ilya smiled and interrupted gently. You don't need to worry about money. The shop owner has already agreed. Earlier, when she entered the bakery, she had told the owner in advance, please let me pay this amount ahead of time. Ilya then suggested, choose some bread to take home for me too, all right? Moved by her warmth, the two children answered happily, thank you very much. The two children ate heartily while chatting cheerfully. This is so delicious, miss. It would be nice if Toomey next door could eat some too. Let's take some back for him later. Ilya had been happily watching the two of them, but her expression suddenly changed. She couldn't help thinking, this really is better for them than money, because when I give too much blindly, it only leads to terrible results. They resent me for helping them unevenly. There are people who exploit children to extort money. Who would protect these children? Who knows what kind of trouble they might get into because of the money I gave them? The only thing I can do is... Thinking that far, Ilya suddenly smiled. Then, looking at the innocent children before her, she told herself, I won't let these kids go hungry. In the next instant, Ilya spoke. Ma'am, from now on, I'll buy every loaf of bread you make. However, on one condition, all of it must be donated to the slums. Seeing Ilya calmly producing a bank book, the shopkeeper was startled and thought, that's Count Broden's daughter, isn't it? Ilya continued, I'll send someone here later. Please discuss the details with that person. The shopkeeper answered excitedly, yes, of course. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, my lady. Just those words from Ilya were enough to keep the shopkeeper smiling all day. Back at Ilya's home, the moment she returned, she called out, "Henry." As soon as he saw her, Henry replied. Ilya slowly walked over to him and asked with a smile, "You're home early today. Are you done with all your busy work?" Henry answered coolly, "Yes." "Did you go to see?" The moment she heard that, Ilya grew slightly curious. But Henry changed the question instead. "No, did you just go out?" Ilya answered, "Yes. I had some things to take care of in the shopping district." Hearing that, Henry said, "I see." As soon as the words ended, silence settled between them again. Then, quite suddenly, Henry suggested, "Let's take a walk for a bit." That made Ilya beam, and she immediately answered, "Yes, I'd love to." The two of them walked through the garden. As they walked, Henry curiously asked, "How have you been eating lately?" Ilya smiled and replied, "I've been eating all 3 meals properly." "You've been eating well too, right?" Henry quickly agreed. Then the two of them fell silent again. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Henry tried asking another question. "I was wondering how things have been lately between you and the young master." That question made Ilya extremely shy, and she answered with flushed cheeks, "Of course things are going very well. We don't meet every day, but from time to time." As soon as she finished speaking, Ilya thought to herself, "Brother seems to care a lot about Kahan. He must be worried about the rumors. He really pays close attention to everything surrounding Kahan. Maybe he's afraid I'll end up with another terrible man. But Kahan really is a very good person." In the next moment, Ilya spoke up. "It's still hard to be certain, but he isn't as bad as the rumors say." Hearing that, Henry suddenly looked embarrassed and said, "I've been reflecting on how rude I was to the young master." Hearing those words, Ilya couldn't help but be surprised. Brother is apologizing first? Meanwhile, Henry continued speaking. "But that doesn't mean I've completely accepted him. I still need to observe him a little more. You can't understand a person's heart after looking at them only briefly. Still, if you like him, then I suppose it can't be helped." At Henry's words, Ilya froze in surprise. Then she said, "Brother, I have a gift I want to give you. You seem very tired these days, so I bought it to cheer you up. The pen holder is long, so your hand will get less tired. I know you're worried about me, and that's why you're like this. But I hope you understand that I'm worried about you too." Taking the gift from her, Henry couldn't help smiling happily. Then he asked, "Have you had dinner yet? If not, eat with me." Ilya immediately replied, "Yes, I'd like that." And so they kept walking and talking together. Come to think of it, the exhibition starts tomorrow. Father is the one opening it, right? Maybe that's why his mood has been better lately. A thought rose in Ilya's mind. There's still many things unresolved. I still can't break off the engagement right away, but thanks to our walk today, I'm glad it feels like I've grown closer to him. The next day, a letter from Cliff Broaden lay clearly on the table, bearing the line, "A special invitation to young Master Vanthian to attend the exhibition." In the next instant, conversation rang out. Glenn began shifting away from the divine and toward a human-centered perspective. The lines are very detailed, and the use of light is remarkable. It also uses two-point perspective. Hearing that, Tyson suddenly shouted, "Then what about the next question? What is this painting, sir?" With a dark, cold expression, Kahan replied, "It has no title, and the artist is unknown. This work was painted 300 years ago, and the artist remains unidentified. The setting of the piece is a kingdom that was destroyed, but historians overlooked it." As soon as he heard that, Tyson praised him. "That's right, sir. At this rate, you'll be able to answer every question." With a weary, helpless look, Kahan replied, "If so, that's a relief." Tyson couldn't help but cheer him on. "You can do it, Lord Kahan. Come on, let's go." Kahan's face instantly filled with bewilderment, shock, and a trace of fear. He was standing before a grand gate, burdened by an invisible pressure. Then Tyson's voice suddenly rang out. "Good luck, sir." Cliff smiled brightly and said, "Please come in, young master." Seeing such a cheerful attitude, Kahan answered more comfortably, "Thank you for inviting me, sir." Cliff immediately said, "No, I should be the one thanking you for coming. I was just waiting for you. Let's take a look around together." Inside the residence, a white statue at the center of the hall shone brilliantly, giving off a sacred, mystical feeling like a blessed moment. Then came a portrait in an antique golden frame, dignified and noble in bearing. At a mere glance, Tyson couldn't help exclaiming, "This is incredible. How can there be so many famous works here?" Cliff immediately smiled and replied, I poured a great deal of effort into this exhibition. I truly hope you will like it, young master. Kahan immediately spoke with an extremely gentle expression. I deeply admire your eye count. Once again, thank you for inviting me here. The moment he heard that, Cliff blushed in embarrassment. Then, looking proud, he asked, do you happen to know this painting? This is a piece I personally acquired for this exhibition. The instant he saw the painting, Kahan's gaze darkened. His eyes went straight to the title. The longer he looked, the harder he thought about it. At that thought, Kahan put on a knowledgeable air and said, this is my first time seeing it in person, but I remember seeing it in a book before. He then went on at length for Cliff's benefit. After a while, Kahan said with a relieved expression, that's what I know. As soon as he finished speaking, he sighed inwardly in relief. It's over. Tyson, who had been standing to the side and watching the situation, could not help exclaiming in admiration, as expected of Lord Kahan. Meanwhile, Cliff had lowered his head, his whole body trembling for some reason. The next second, he said in thrilled excitement, young master, you truly have a profound understanding of art. Only after seeing Cliff like this could Kahan finally breathe easy. Meanwhile, Tyson stood behind him and sternly reminded him, you did very well, my lord. Just keep the conversation going like this. The next moment, Kahan followed his advice and continued, if it's all right, I would like to hear your thoughts on this painting, sir. The moment he heard that, Cliff looked surprised. You're asking for my opinion? He seemed deeply moved by those words and thought to himself, even my own family rarely listens to me talk about these paintings. With that thought, Cliff quickly began to speak. In my opinion, this painting, after a long explanation, he concluded, that's what I think. But before he knew it, time had flown by, and Cliff suddenly cried out, oh dear, I've been rambling too much, haven't I? It's just that it's been so long since I've met someone who shares my interests. Kahan immediately smiled and replied, not at all. I'm very interested in hearing things I've never heard before. The more he listened, the more moved Cliff became, to the point that tears welled up in his eyes. However, the very next moment, his expression darkened. Oh no! Cliff hurriedly tried to steady himself. No, we've only met for the second time. I can't like this young master so easily. Do I look like such an easy man? After thinking that, he continued guiding Kahan around. Over here is the abstract painting collection. I'm sure you already know this, but abstract paintings do not have fixed forms. They are expressed through purely visual elements such as points, lines, planes, and colors. It is a mode of expression dependent on the artist's subjectivity or intuition. And although it has not yet been fully recognized, I believe its true value will soon be acknowledged. What do you think? The moment he heard those words from Cliff, Kahan's face twitched in alarm. Seeing his expression, Cliff said, you seem to like it. I'm very curious about your impression, young master. Kahan glanced at the painting and thought carefully before answering, and my impression when I look at it is, I feel that the color tones are very soft and warm. You can sense a sweet affection from it. As he said that much, Kahan's face suddenly reddened. Ilya's image suddenly rose in his mind, followed by the words, it reminds me of Lady Ilya. The moment he heard that, Cliff nodded in deep satisfaction. Then he said, in fact, the theme of this painting is love. That's why it is so popular with lovers. The more Kahan listened, the more embarrassed he became, and he cautiously asked back, is that so? Cliff looked at him and continued cheerfully, I've had such a pleasant time walking around with you today, young master. Kahan quickly answered, I'm very glad as well. Just then, Cliff suddenly proposed, if possible, I'd like to have discussions with you from time to time in the future. Do you like music? At those words, Kahan answered brightly, yes, I listen to music every day at home. However, Tyson, standing behind him, turned deathly pale the moment he heard that. He hurried closer and whispered, Lord Kahan. However, it was already too late. Looking delighted, Cliff said, then next time, let's talk about orchestral music together. What do you think, Kahan? It was as though a tremendous clap of thunder had exploded right beside his ears. The words orchestral music made him freeze on the spot. Kahan broke out in a cold sweat and thought, I think music requires even more memorization than art. I'm bound to slip up. I absolutely have to refuse. Last time I couldn't refuse, and that's why I had to come. But now it's different. This time I have to show the results of my training with Milady. As soon as that thought ended, Kahan, drenched in nervous sweat, spoke in fear. I'm sorry, but, however, before he could finish, Cliff cut him off. If Lady Ilya comes with us that day too, I'm sure it'll be even more fun. The moment he heard her name, Kahan instantly changed his mind. I will be happy to go. The moment he finished speaking, his face darkened helplessly. Cliff, however, beamed and burst into laughter. Wonderful. I'm so glad it happens to suit your tastes. Just then, a loud voice suddenly called from outside, "Director, sir." Cliff, full of confusion, walked over to hear the message. The next second, he turned back to Kahan and asked, "I'm sorry, but I think I need to step out for a moment. Would that be all right?" Kahan immediately replied, "Yes, please go ahead. I'd like to look at the paintings a little more too." As soon as he heard that, Cliff hurriedly turned and left at once. "Then take your time looking around. I'll be right back." As soon as he was gone, Tyson, pale-faced, spoke up from behind. "What are you going to do now, my lord? First the art museum, and now the orchestra hall?" At that moment, Kahan suddenly banged his head against the wall, startling Tyson badly. "Lord Kahan." Kahan was now deeply lost in thought. "I should have refused properly. But the moment I heard Milady's name, I agreed again before I even realized it. Why on earth does that keep happening?" At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the distance. "Oh, who is this?" Kahan quickly turned his head. Another group of nobles had appeared there. The moment they saw Kahan, they asked, "Isn't that young master of Antheon?" The gathering of those who loved art, shortened to the Art Lover Society. According to the director's belief, among people who loved art, there were no bad people. It was a gathering that raised donations for people involved in the arts and focused on nurturing new talent, a meeting place for old, noble families. Just then, one noble looked at Kahan and said, "So you won't even say a word to us? Or did we mistake you for someone else? Or do you mean that we're old and no longer worth anything?" Faced with this, Kahan nervously clenched his palm and told himself, "Don't be nervous. At times like this, I have to be friendly." As soon as that thought ended, he gave a cold, frightening smile and said, "How could that be?" The moment they saw Kahan like that, the nobles could not help reacting. That sinister smile. He's mocking us. How dare he sneer at distinguished people like us? Even his attitude is arrogant. We can't just let him off today. The moment Kahan saw the way they looked, fear showed plainly on his face, and cold sweat broke out all over as he thought, wasn't this supposed to work? Tyson, standing behind him, thought helplessly, "Of course not, my lord." Just then, the nobles coldly asked again, "Then what are you doing here? Have you suddenly developed an interest in art?" Kahan immediately answered, "I was invited here." Hearing that, the nobles looked somewhat surprised. Invited? Who would invite a young master like you to a place like this? What if I invited you to the battlefield instead? Tyson was furious when he heard their mockery, but Kahan quickly stopped him. He did his best to calm himself and said, "Count Broaden invited me here." The moment he finished speaking, the nobles began jeering and whispering among themselves. The director of the Art Lovers Society? There's no way he would invite someone with no knowledge of art to a place like this. Why would he invite someone so rude? Didn't they just get the invitation from somewhere else? What would a swordsman like him know about art? In this situation, Tyson could not help anxiously calling out, "Lord Kahan." Kahan quickly reassured him, "It's fine. Don't mind them." But inwardly, his thoughts were full. "I'm used to this. This much is nothing. It's not a problem." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from somewhere. If you doubt it, then everyone can simply verify it directly. The moment he heard that voice, Kahan was startled and confused. "That's Elder Rosier." Elder Rosier said sternly, "Is that not so?" At present, within House of Antheon, there were two opposing forces, one that supported the eldest son and another trying to set Kahan up as a puppet. Elder Rosier was an influential figure who, though among the few neutrals, carried considerable weight. Thinking of that, Kahan could not help but feel unsettled. To run into him here, Tyson, too, turned serious in thought. "Depending on how this goes, this could be a good chance to build support for you, my lord." "Kahan," Elder Rosier called out indifferently. "It's been a long time, young master." Kahan quickly replied, "It has indeed been a long time, Elder Rosier." Elder Rosier walked straight up to him and continued, "If the Count invited you, then I assume your knowledge of art must be considerable. In that case, I would like to hear your opinion on this painting." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked toward a painting nearby. Kahan quickly followed his gaze. The next moment, he recognized the painting from his memory and thought to himself, "That piece." Kahan swallowed nervously. Then he immediately began speaking. This work was painted 300 years ago, though the identity of the artist is unknown. Hearing that, the nobles standing behind him were utterly astonished. What? How does he know that? Meanwhile, Kahan continued with complete confidence. Although the setting of the work is a fallen kingdom, historians have recently declared that it was actually a fictional country. One theory suggests that it was inspired by a mythical place. At the time, immigrants were granted the same cultural rights, which led to conflict. It portrays the longing for the homeland one was forced to leave behind. That is what I know. The moment he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell completely silent. The next instant, the nobles could not help thinking, unbelievable. It feels like we're listening to a lecture on art history. It feels like we're back at the academy. So the young master is this knowledgeable? With that thought, the nobles began whispering among themselves. He must have just gotten lucky. He probably picked up those facts somewhere and is only pretending. At that moment, Elder Rosea was also deep in thought. The next second, he said, "Then, as for this divine painting." However, before he could finish, a voice suddenly cut in. "Frankly, isn't this boring? To be honest, I don't understand art at all." Hearing that, the nobles burst into cheerful laughter. I knew it. The voice that had rung out belonged to none other than Ilya. Calmly, she continued, "Since this is an abstract painting, if you don't pay attention to it, then..." However, before she could finish, she was utterly taken aback by the scene before her. Ilya stared in shock at Kahan and could not help calling out loudly, "Kahan?" When Kahan saw her, he too looked embarrassed and bewildered. Inwardly, he could not help thinking, "Why are we meeting here?" Filled with curiosity, Ilya asked, "Kahan, why are you here?" However, the moment she finished speaking, the nobles immediately approached to greet her. "Lady Broaden, how have you been, my lady?" The moment she saw them, Ilya thought, these people are members of the art society. Meanwhile, the nobles were still smiling as they said, "This is the first time we've seen you since the dinner party, isn't it?" Ilya smiled and promptly replied, "Yes. It's a pleasure to see you." As soon as she finished speaking, she fell into thought again. Looking at this, it seems something happened between those older nobles and Kahan. Kahan looked utterly dejected right now. Ilya immediately asked, "Are you referring to young Master of Antheon? What exactly did you say to him?" Hearing that, one of the nobles smiled and answered, "Lady Broaden, you only just arrived, didn't you?" He said the Marquis invited the young master here. Hearing that, Ilya found it strange. Really? Then she could not help thinking, "Father?" After that, he said, "Well, at first, that wasn't the story I heard." Hearing this, another noble immediately cut in. "You didn't know about this? Just as I thought." He lied to them. Obviously, he threatened someone and stole the invitation. At those words, Tyson could no longer hold himself back and angrily said, "Excuse me, sir. Listen carefully." Seeing this, Kahan immediately warned him, "Tyson." Meanwhile, the nobles before them continued whispering without restraint. He showed up at an art exhibition when he's never attended one before. He's clearly plotting something. He definitely came here to do something suspicious. The moment she heard that, Ilya was filled with alarm. What? Isn't that going too far? I don't know whether my father really invited Kahan or not, but even if he truly wasn't invited, what is so suspicious about coming to an art museum? Kahan is still acting like his usual self. No one knows him better than Kahan himself. Is it only because he's a killer from the battlefield? Or because of the rumor that he's trying to seize his brother's position? The next moment, all the things that had happened to Kahan flashed through her mind, along with the thought, if everyone has treated him like this all along, then I... As soon as she thought that, Ilya stepped forward. This shocked the nobles. "A Lady Broaden?" At that moment, Ilya openly took Kahan's arm. She resolutely told herself that she would stand on Kahan's side. Then Ilya said, "Yes, let's go." Faced with that scene, all the nobles were stunned and asked, why is she suddenly linking arms with him? What is the relationship between the two of them? Ilya smiled and answered, "He is my lover." The moment they heard that, the nobles looked as if they had been struck by lightning. With mouths agape, they shouted in shock, "What did you just say?" Ilya said dejectedly, "It pains me to see my lover being misunderstood like this." In truth, the young master is very sensitive, so he actually likes paintings and art very much. As soon as she said that, even Ilya doubted inwardly. Does he really have any interest in this at all? Even so, Ilya continued, but because he's a little shy by nature, he is often misunderstood. While Kahan was still blankly wondering what was happening, Ilya thought to herself, "It's working. We have a chance now. Show them." Kahan's secret weak point. Thinking that, Ilya leaned close and whispered softly, "Kahan, puppy eyes." The moment he heard her words, a beautiful and gentle image instantly appeared in Kahan's mind. After that, he could not help biting his lip. Then he regained his confidence and said, because I was too nervous, I ended up offending my elders. I should have introduced myself first. Please forgive me for the delay. The moment they saw him do that, the nobles stared in astonishment. Seeing Kahan smiling so gently, Ilya could not help marveling inwardly. Kahan really is handsome when he smiles. At that point, the nobles also realized their mistake and immediately replied, we may have gone a little too far as well. Ilya smiled and said, I'm glad this matter has been resolved. Someone once said that people who love art cannot possibly be bad people. The moment they heard those words, the nobles stammered, unable to answer. Well, in any case, we've kept you two here long enough. Let's move elsewhere now. As soon as those words ended, Elder Rosia and the others turned and left. Meanwhile, Kahan kept watching them, with Ilya still standing beside him. After a while, Kahan finally said, I think I still have a long way to go. As soon as he said that, he thought to himself, I thought I had changed a lot, but in the end, I still had to receive help from her. How pathetic. The more he thought about it, the tighter Kahan clenched his hand in helplessness. Seeing this, Ilya suddenly advised him, don't be so rigid. It isn't easy to change a personality you've lived with your whole life. And today, you cleared away everyone's misunderstandings. Right? You did well. Tyson, standing to one side, also smiled in agreement. That's right. In the end, things turned out very well. Thanks to your help, my master also managed to catch Lord Rosia's attention. In that regard, I am very pleased. At that moment, Ilya suddenly glanced to the side and thought no, but besides that, the next second, Cliff suddenly came running over from somewhere with a face full of delight. Young master, you must have been waiting a long time. However, he quickly slammed on the brakes the moment he saw his daughter. Cliff was so startled that he nearly sent his wig flying as he said, Ilya, why are you here? Ilya answered calmly, I came to see the exhibition. The moment he heard that, Cliff realized, right? Of course. Then cold sweat immediately broke out on his back, and he thought to himself, since when did those two meet? Just then, Ilya suddenly spoke up. Why did father send an invitation to the young master? I was very surprised when he came to the exhibition. Under that question, Cliff could only stammer, well. Before he could answer, fear already filled his mind. If my wife and Henry hear about this, honestly, if I tell the truth, I'll definitely be cut down as a traitor. This was not good at all. Kahan seemed able to sense his fear and immediately spoke up to help. On the day I visited the estate, I made a request of the Marquis. His action moved Cliff deeply. Young master. The very next second, Cliff said, that's right. I sent the invitation because the young master was very interested in this. Seeing that, Ilya said nothing more and only replied, I understand. I just met a few members of the PVKP. As soon as he heard that, Cliff said, is that so? Then I suppose I should go greet them for a moment. Before leaving, he still managed to wink at Kahan and said sincerely, young master, thank you for attending today's exhibition. Kahan answered politely, no, I'm the one who should be thanking you for the invitation. With a face full of anticipation and sparkling eyes, Cliff whispered, thank you for helping me, young master. Next time, the two of us must go watch a musical performance together. At those words, Kahan could only helplessly answer, yes. Cliff smiled brightly and said, then I'll be off. The moment he left, Ilya asked, my father didn't do anything to you, did he? Kahan immediately replied, no, he only helped me look through some work. Hearing that, Ilya asked curiously, has the chairman shown you around yet? Comment swelled? No. I ended up wandering into where the older nobles were. As soon as she heard that, Ilya suggested, then let's go together. Her words made Kahan blush red with embarrassment. Then he quickly accepted her invitation. Their conversation echoed through the room. It seems most of the works here are from abroad, or they're old pieces. There are so many beautiful paintings. Kahan, do you like painting? Hearing that, Kahan asked curiously, you mean me? As for me. However, before he could finish speaking, Ilya stared intently at the painting before them and sighed in admiration. The atmosphere of this painting is so warm and lovely. It looks so soft and friendly. In that moment, Kahan couldn't take his eyes off Ilya and thought to himself, this painting is just like her. I feel really happy. Just then, Ilya looked at him and spoke gently. And it looks just like you, Kahan. The instant he heard those words, Kahan jumped in shock, startled and embarrassed. Pardon? Cliff's earlier words suddenly echoed in his mind. The theme of this painting is actually love, so it's very popular with couples. The more he thought about it, the redder Kahan's face became. That left Ilya utterly puzzled. "What is it, Kahan?" Kahan immediately replied, "It's nothing." Outside in the hall, people moved about, chatting busily. As soon as Ilya and Kahan stepped out, she noticed a voice not far away. "What should I do? I'm almost out of money." She stared intently at Vanessa in front of her and thought, "It looks like that person doesn't have enough money to pay the entrance fee. Normally, people should have an easy chance to access art. If it were my father, he would open it to the public for free. But when nobles are involved, the fees always change. Even if for many people this is only a small expense, for others it can be very large." Thinking that, Ilya spoke up, "Kahan, wait a moment." As soon as he heard that, Kahan replied at once, "Yes." Ilya approached the manager and said, "Excuse me." The moment he heard her request, the manager immediately complied. "Understood. I'll do that, my lady." The next second, the manager walked over to Vanessa and said, "Thank you for attending today's exhibition. Today only, we're holding a special open event for exceptional circumstances. We have a gratitude event for our 1,000th guest." The moment she heard that, Vanessa stood there dumbfounded, mouth hanging open. "What?" she quickly asked back. "Excuse me, how many visitors have come today?" The manager immediately replied, "Yes, as of now. Congratulations. You are our 1,000th guest." The moment she heard that, Vanessa was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Then she bowed repeatedly and said, thank you very much." After witnessing the scene, Kahan thought to himself, Lady Broaden doesn't have a shred of malice when helping others. At the same time, she never forgets to help people. She truly is a wonderful person. While he was lost in thought, Ilya turned back to him, looking gentle as she called, "Kahan." At that moment, Kahan remained sunk in his thoughts. "I want to stay by her side a little longer." The moment that thought ended, he immediately reached his hand out toward her. However, just then, Ilya suddenly called, "Kahan." That made Kahan jump in shock. Then, flustered, he hurriedly answered, "Yes?" Ilya asked, "What were you thinking about? You weren't listening to what I said at all." Kahan hurriedly explained, "It's nothing." "What did you say?" Ilya continued, "Would you like a drink?" The moment he heard that question, Tyson, standing behind him, immediately warned, "Sir Kahan, your tolerance." Meanwhile, Kahan still answered spiritedly, "I'd like to." That action left Tyson frozen, not knowing what more to say. Meanwhile, Ilya smiled and said, "Great. Earlier I saw a bar nearby that serves really good fruit wine. If you don't have any plans, shall we have dinner together?" Kahan quickly replied, "I'll go." The more she listened, the happier Ilya became. "Great, let's go." Tyson, standing behind Kahan, suddenly spoke up. "Sir Kahan, you can't drink." But with cold sweat pouring down his face, Kahan quickly replied, "Today, I've decided to drink a little." Then as he walked and talked with Ilya, Kahan asked, "How much should I drink? I've never had alcohol before, so I'm not sure." Outside the city, dusk was falling. The streetlights had come on, glowing brilliantly. At a small tavern, the moment they stepped inside, Ilya introduced it. "This is the place I usually come to on special occasions." "You're probably wondering how I know about this place." Kahan immediately replied, "I was just curious." Ilya smiled and continued, "My father always says that expensive things aren't necessarily the best. He says I should explore everything. If this place isn't comfortable for you, we can go somewhere else." As soon as she finished speaking, Kahan noticed people nearby laughing happily and drinking together. At another table, people were chatting comfortably after tiring days of work. Seeing that scene, he smiled and answered Ilya's question. "No, it's fine. I like the atmosphere here too." Ilya couldn't help staring at him and thinking to herself, Kahan, when he smiles, he looks completely different from usual. Every time I see it, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Just then, a server suddenly approached and asked, "Hello, have the two of you decided what to order yet?" Still a little sleepy and absent-minded, the server's eyes suddenly widened in shock. "Oh my God, he's insanely handsome." The next second, the server spoke in an especially gentle, feminine voice. "If this is your first time here, would you like me to recommend a few dishes? If you look down here, this is the menu." Seeing how warmly the server was treating Kahan, Ilya, seated across from him, couldn't help thinking to herself, she isn't afraid when she sees Kahan, is she? The server was even smiling as she pointed things out to him. "These are delicious." Ilya kept watching him and thought, it's not like when the two of us first met. Kahan has become gentler. That's a good change. In fact, Right now, Kahan didn't seem frightening in the slightest. The more Ilya looked, the more she thought, this is definitely a good thing. But what is this feeling? It's not really a big deal. Thinking that, she shook her head and focused on the menu. Meanwhile, the server continued eagerly introducing dishes to Kahan. What about this one? Kahan only kept glancing at Ilya as he thought, I think I should ask what she wants to eat. First, I should offer a few suggestions first. Puppy training mode activated. The very next second, he immediately spoke up. Thank you for the recommendations. I like a little time to think before ordering. As soon as she heard that, the server replied at once, of course. Please call me when you've decided. Then she left cheerfully. Meanwhile, Kahan was looking intently at Ilya with a rather pleading expression. His eyes were full of expectation. The moment she saw that, Ilya happily thought to herself, he looks like a puppy waiting to be petted. Thinking that, she said aloud, it seems you've gotten much better at responding to people, haven't you? Kahan smiled happily and replied, it's all thanks to your teaching. Hearing that, Ilya smiled and objected, no, it's all thanks to you, Kahan. That means you don't need me anymore, right? The moment she said that, Kahan's expression darkened at once in confusion and alarm. Ilya calmly said, you'll be fine even without me. Hearing that, Kahan immediately asked, why would you say that? Ilya smiled and answered, because I don't have anything else to teach you anymore. Her words made Kahan freeze on the spot. Meanwhile, she didn't notice at all and continued, you'll gradually get better and better. In that situation, Kahan couldn't help thinking to himself, no, I'm still not. If I don't have my lady. A table full of rich food was set out. As they ate, Ilya thought to herself, this is another twist. He said he'd never been drunk before, so I thought he must be a heavy drinker. But he gets drunk this easily? Thinking that, Ilya smiled and said, Kahan, are you all right? Should we go back? Though drunk, Kahan still tried to sound firm as he replied, I'm fine. Thank you for introducing me to such a delicious restaurant. The more she looked at him, the more helpless Ilya felt. He doesn't look fine at all. So she quickly said, then let's stop with the fruit wine and drink beer instead. Kahan immediately obeyed. Yes. She looked at him closely, her expression full of delight. And Ilya's thoughts, having Kahan by her side, really did feel peaceful and pleasant. I never thought I'd become this close to this person. If it weren't for the contract, maybe we could have continued and become good friends. Just thinking about having to part makes me feel regret already. At that moment, Kahan suddenly said, since meeting you, my lady. Hearing that, Ilya was instantly surprised and curious. Kahan continued intently. Although I learned how to express my own opinion and refuse what I do not want when I stand in front of many people, I'm afraid I'll say something wrong. Afraid I'll say something that ruins the atmosphere. Before I know it, I freeze up again. I don't know what I should do in moments like that. Hearing his true feelings, Ilya thought to herself, Kahan still seems to be bothered by that meeting with those elders, even though he spoke well enough earlier. After thinking it over, she smiled and said, if it were me, in moments like that, I'd keep the conversation going by asking about what the other person just said. For example, Frank, could you come here for a moment? Hearing her call, Frank walked over and said, yes, my lady. You called for me. Ilya said, Frank, yesterday you told me that you had done. What was it again? Frank quickly answered, yesterday I went to meet my friend. Ilya continued asking, a friend? Who was it? Frank replied, that kid used to work at the estate. I told him there was a really good restaurant, and I invited him along. Ilya continued the flow of conversation. Oh, what kind of restaurant was it? Frank obediently replied, it just opened on 31st Street, but that guy showed up late, and after we ate he'd forgotten his wallet, so I had to. However, before Frank could finish, Malik suddenly came up from behind, covered his mouth, and reminded him, all right, that's enough. In that situation, Frank could only grumble, wait, boss. I'm not finished yet. There's still more. That guy still hasn't paid me back. Let me finish, please. After using Frank for her demonstration, Ilya turned back to Kahan with a smile and said, if you do it like this, you can hand control of the conversation over to the other person. The conversation will continue naturally. After being taught that, Kahan couldn't help expressing his thanks. Thank you for the advice. Ilya raised the glass in her hand and continued, all right then, let me raise this glass to cheer you on. Instantly, Kahan lifted his glass as well. After that, they clinked their glasses together happily. Cheers! Cheers! Inside the tavern, people were moving about and chatting busily. Night had begun to fall. Bottles of beer were lined neatly on the table. Only a few pieces of the delicious food remained. As Ilya picked at her meal, she looked intently at Kahan, accompanied by her own train of thought. By now, I should really be used to it. She noticed Kahan's eyes, then his long fingers, and finally his handsome face. It made Ilya marvel again. But every time I look at him, I still have to admire how good-looking he is. Her gaze turned hazy. As she looked at the beer mug in Kahan's hand, she thought, that mug is so big, but Kahan holds it like it's a toy. Then the next second, she said casually, Kahan, your hands are really big. Those words made Kahan terribly shy. But Ilya calmly continued, look, it's the same mug. When I hold it, it looks this big, but when you hold it, it looks much smaller. My hands are small too. Kahan froze when he saw her hold out her hand. However, the very next second, he gently placed his hand against Ilya's to compare them. Looking at the size of the two hands side by side, she thought in surprise, his hand is almost twice the size of mine. Is that what the hand of a swordsman looks like? He must have worked very hard for the calluses to show so clearly like this. My hands are just soft. Thinking that, Ilya called Kahan. Kahan obediently replied at once, yes. His face was full of eager excitement. Ilya asked directly, can I touch it? Her words made Kahan freeze at once. What? Meanwhile, Ilya still wore an extremely fascinated expression. The space between them suddenly fell silent. Kahan's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Ilya asked again, full of anticipation, can I touch it? As she spoke, she reached her hand toward Kahan. That made his face flush red like a tomato in astonishment. Where? As her hand touched his, Ilya calmly replied, your hand, Kahan. Kahan stammered, my hand. At that point, he pressed his lips tightly together, trying to restrain his emotions. Then he raised his hand and said, ear. The moment she saw that, Ilya smiled brightly. Then as she reached out and touched Kahan's hand, she said, thank you. In the very next second, Kahan fell into thought. What is this? Where my lady just touched. It feels like my whole body is heating up. Unlike my own rough hand, hers is so small and soft. Just as Ilya was about to thread her fingers through his, Kahan jolted in shock and cried out, wait. He couldn't help thinking helplessly, and my heart is going to explode. In that situation, Ilya called his name in utter confusion. Kahan. The moment she saw him take out a pill, Ilya was deeply surprised. Medicine? She stared blankly as he swallowed it. Then she immediately asked with concern, Kahan, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Kahan answered calmly, this is medicine I take whenever my heart hurts. Hearing that, Ilya cried out in great surprise. Your heart hurts? Since when? Kahan immediately replied, probably since the day you visited the Duke's house, my lady. But since then, this is the first time it has come back. The more she heard, the more guilty Ilya felt. How could I not know? I even told him not to drink. Thinking that, she said, if you had told me earlier, we would have gone somewhere else. Kahan hurriedly explained, it only hurts occasionally, so taking a little medicine is fine. And a little alcohol isn't a problem either. As Ilya took Kahan's glass away, she immediately warned him, still, no more drinking. If something happens, it'll become a big problem. Kahan obediently complied. Yes. Meanwhile, Ilya continued to wonder, is there really no specific cause? Kahan replied, yes. I still don't know the reason. The very next second, Ilya suddenly suggested, oh, right. How about I introduce you to my family's physician? He originally served as a royal doctor, so he's very skilled. Hearing those words, Kahan smiled and said, it's really all right. He couldn't help thinking to himself, my lady truly is such a warm and kind person. His gaze when thinking of Ilya was incredibly gentle. Filled with earnest feeling, he thought again that she was a good person. Then, the very next moment, he spoke. The last time you visited the Duke's house, you said that I was a good person. That makes me very happy, miss. Ilya listened to him intently, while Kahan fell into deep thought. Then Kahan gave a somewhat shy smile, sudden yet gentle, and he began to reveal his inner thoughts. He had been born into a strict family, and had always longed for his parents' approval. Even though he had tried so hard, he had never succeeded. During that time, he clung to the occasional words of praise he heard. Those very words were also what destroyed him. Even so, the prejudice and misunderstandings surrounding him never ceased. They only kept growing, and it was so hard to escape them. At that time, Kahan judged himself harshly. I thought I was a failure. I thought all those efforts were meaningless, and that I had no choice but to live with those misunderstandings. From then on, I kept telling myself to become a bad person. But Ilya, I always wanted to be a good person to you. As he said this, Kahan looked at Ilya with eyes full of tenderness. That left Ilya stunned. She had never imagined that something she had said would stay with him so deeply. Back then, she simply hadn't liked seeing Kahan look down on himself. because Kahan had always been a good person. But right now, his words were throwing her heart into confusion. The very next moment, Ilya spoke up. Of course you should. From now on, keep treating me well too, all right? Though, of course, you're already doing very well. Hearing that, Kahan beamed. Then he answered directly, yes, Ilya. By then, dusk had already fallen outside. A figure was slowly descending the stairs, each step light and calm. The next second, a person in a black cloak appeared. Are you the one who passed information about the young master to Delota? The maid who had just arrived quickly replied, yes, that's right. I heard I could make more money from your side. Is that true? As soon as she finished speaking, the masked figure tossed out a few small gold coins and said, that depends on the information you provide. It may only be worth a single coin, or it may be worth everything I've prepared. The maid immediately said, while serving the Duchess, I learned this. In truth, the second young master is only acting as heir temporarily. This left the masked figure both shocked and puzzled. What do you mean? The maid hurriedly explained, you know the ducal house has an eldest son. He was in an accident and is living abroad right now. The current heir is only temporary. After some time, he'll return to the empire and inherit the title. As soon as she finished, she received a large pouch of money. The masked figure said cheerfully, I'm very pleased with this information. Seeing the countless gold coins before her, the maid also spoke with satisfaction. Thank you very much, sir. Is there anything else you'd like me to do? However, in the very next moment, the masked figure reminded her go, and so he remained standing there, deep in thought. The next second, he revealed his face. It was none other than Rehat. With great satisfaction, he muttered to himself, so that's how it is. I was wondering why Ilya insisted on meeting Duke of Anthian. You need a man of higher status than me, do you? But what can you do? The man you trust may be nothing more than an empty shell. Then a voice came from outside the mansion. Miss, the clothes you asked to have washed are done. Hearing that, Ilya immediately replied, thank you for your hard work. Just leave them there. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help feeling puzzled when she saw the maid staring at her. The maid said, Miss, you seem very cheerful lately. Hearing that, Ilya replied in surprise, oh my, is it that obvious? The maid quickly answered, yes. Perhaps going out has made you much more lively. Is this the young master's by any chance? I hope everything is going well between you and him. The men's clothing hung neatly on the rack. As she looked at it, Ilya grew thoughtful. She slowly stepped closer. Then she couldn't help taking the garment down from the hanger. Her gaze lowered, and she looked strangely sorrowful. The next moment, she quietly recalled that day when they had drunk together, and Kahan's face and eyes. Kahan's expression and gaze were still so vivid. Everywhere that gaze had touched seemed to tremble, like a fresh sprout blooming in her heart. Her heart was fluttering. Thinking that, Ilya turned away and told herself, it's probably only because I was drunk. Ilya slowly opened the wardrobe. As she hung the coat up, she sank into thought. This fluttering feeling was probably only fleeting for now. Don't forget the purpose of this relationship. She had already taught Kahan nearly everything she could. So from now on, they ought to keep some distance between them. A lavishly prepared meal was laid out. Violet turned to her husband and said gently, it's been so long since the whole family was together like this. It's wonderful. Cliff immediately smiled and replied, that's right. That boy Henry's been busy as can be. Henry, who had been eating, suddenly spoke up. I just remembered. I think I may be getting a promotion soon. As soon as he heard that, Cliff was extremely surprised. That quickly? Henry calmly explained, my superiors have been pushing me so hard lately that I only just realized how much I've accomplished. Ilya, sitting beside him, couldn't help praising him. Congratulations, big brother. Their parents immediately chimed in as well. Congratulations, son. You've worked very hard all this time. Then Violet suddenly suggested, right, Henry, there's a family that wants their daughter to marry you. The moment he heard that, Henry coldly answered, please decline from me, mother. Seeing his attitude, Violet could only say helplessly, I haven't even finished speaking, so why are you in such a hurry? Henry calmly replied, because I think it's a waste of time to listen to that. The more Violet listened, the more helpless she felt. You don't want to marry, and you don't want to take over the business. You really are a stubborn boy. Honestly, you're impossible. Then she added, I wanted to say that even Ilya managed to bring home a future son-in-law to introduce to us, but at that, Cliff cut in, the heir of House of Anthian? Then he quickly proposed. Then how about we have a third child? Hearing that, Violet slammed her fork down on the table. Then, with a frighteningly cold expression, she asked, "And who exactly is the one giving birth?" Qui festily answered, "I am sorry, me dear." Violet continued with the main topic. "Anyway, here's the issue. I'm worried about who to pass the business on to. Why don't you at least try studying business?" Hearing that, Ilya thought to herself, business. I was planning to bring this up after successfully breaking off the engagement, but perhaps this is the opportunity. As soon as the thought ended, Ilya spoke. "Mother, father, I want to run the company." Her words shocked both of her parents. Even Henry stared at her in amazement. Violet asked, "You? Weren't you not interested in business?" As soon as she heard that question, Ilya thought to herself, "It's only natural that mother would think that. Back then, I said I would marry Rehat and devote myself solely to the role of Marchioness. So saying now that I want to take part in management is shameless." Even so, Ilya summoned all her courage and spoke. "I know I still have many shortcomings. I'm not as smart as my brother. I haven't learned much, and I haven't achieved anything yet. But now I want to challenge myself and do what my heart is truly drawn toward." Hearing this, both Cliff and Violet were deeply moved. Violet smiled brightly and replied, "Very well. Then let's give it a try. It's been a long time since you've wanted something for yourself. Just build up your knowledge and experience, one step at a time." Cliff also smiled and nodded. "That's right." As soon as he finished speaking, Violet continued, "However, you cannot do this with half-hearted resolve. Broughton is responsible for the livelihoods of countless employees. It would be unacceptable for you to run away halfway through. So, even if it becomes exhausting, are you truly determined?" At those words, Ilya answered clearly, "Yes." 1 week later, when they arrived, a subordinate announced, "We've arrived, miss." Frank slowly helped Ilya down from a carriage. As soon as she arrived, she said, "There had better be some worthwhile work here." Cliff's expectant face suddenly appeared in her mind, along with his words, "Come help the business. Start by learning our field first. The art world has been a little stagnant lately, hasn't it? It's difficult to find truly talented painters." Then Ilya couldn't help thinking, "I can't believe they permitted me so easily. I'm glad I had the courage to speak up. First, I should look into the smaller galleries." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from somewhere. "Get out." At the same time, a young woman was shoved outside. The moment she saw the situation before her, Ilya was visibly startled. What on earth is going on here? Looking at the scene, Ilya wondered in confusion what exactly had happened. The young woman had been thrown right out the door. Even so, she still desperately tried to persuade them. "Please, just look at my painting once. If the work isn't good, I'll give up completely." Meanwhile, Ilya, standing behind her, pushed Frank back slightly and said, "It's all right." The moment she saw the woman in front of her, she thought to herself, "That person. She's the one I met at the art museum." Meanwhile, with tears brimming in her eyes, Vanessa cried out helplessly, "Please, this is my last chance. There's nowhere else left where I can show them my paintings." Hearing that, Ilya was shocked. This place is her last chance? Just how many galleries has she already gone to? Thanks to Broughton's Arts Support Project, there should be more than 10 galleries in the city alone. The more Ilya thought about it, the more intently she looked at Vanessa before her. A shabby appearance, wooden boards wrapped in cheap newspaper, an unknown painter. Because of the prejudice created by society, this person had not even been given a chance. Thinking that, Ilya spoke up. "Malak, would it be appropriate if I stepped in now?" Malak immediately replied, "I believe it would, miss. However, your decision right now could become her final opportunity, one that will never come again." Hearing that, Ilya smiled gently. "Is that so?" Malak quickly answered, "Of course, miss." Ilya added, "Thank you. Then I'll go." The next moment, she approached Vanessa and asked, "Can you stand?" As Vanessa reached out to take Ilya's hand, she replied, "Yes, thank you." The next second, Vanessa stood up. The sight of Ilya's beauty left her utterly stunned. Vanessa said shyly, Thank you, miss." Ilya smiled and immediately replied, "It's nothing. If you don't mind, could you show me your paintings?" Vanessa asked in confusion, "My paintings?" Ilya said, "Yes. Is that difficult?" Hearing that, Vanessa replied, "No, it's just that you're the first person who's ever asked to see my paintings. Here, I'm still very inexperienced, aren't I?" The instant she saw Vanessa's painting, surprise spread clearly across Ilya's face. She couldn't help thinking, inexperienced? Not all. On the contrary, this woman could change the entire art world. Then Ilya asked, "What is your name?" Vanessa immediately answered, "My name is Vanessa." Ilya said, "I see. Vanessa, sign a contract with me." Hearing those words, Vanessa became utterly flustered and shocked. "A contract," Ilya explained calmly. "You came here to sell your painting, didn't you? If possible, I'd like to sign a contract for your future works as well." The more Vanessa listened, the more confused she became. A contract for future works too? How could an opportunity like this appear so suddenly? But the moment that thought ended, she spoke up. "Thank you very much, but I've decided this will be my last painting." This filled Ilya with curiosity. "You're not going to paint anymore?" Vanessa replied, "My parents are burdened with a large debt, so things are not in good shape right now. I also have younger siblings below me, so I need to find more work to keep my family from starving. Even if I sign a contract, I'm not sure whether future works." The moment she heard that much, Ilya snapped her fingers and called Frank Malek. The two quickly answered in unison, "Yes." Ilya hurried over to them and then told Vanessa, "Please wait here a moment." Vanessa obediently replied, "Yes." After discussing things for a while, Ilya returned to Vanessa and said, "Vanessa, this is a temporary sponsorship contract." At that, Vanessa gaped in astonishment. What?" Ilya said with a smile. "I'm not in a hurry, so you can read it and consider it carefully. The advance payment will be made up front, and the contract will last 3 years. Art isn't created in an instant, so I won't set a deadline. I'll also provide any art supplies you need. In return, you must sign an exclusive contract, and we will not accept other requests unless agreed upon in advance. You may also adjust the terms as you wish, so please feel free." As soon as she heard that, Vanessa cried out in confusion, "Wait, please. So that means you're offering me an exclusive contract? Why would you make such an unprecedented offer to an unknown artist like me?" Hearing that, Ilya thought happily, she's interested now. Then she spoke. "The reason I'm making this offer is because I can see your limitless talent, Vanessa." Those words made Vanessa doubt herself. "Me?" Then, full of worry, she said, "What if I take the advance and run away?" Ilya smiled gently and replied, "That's all right. In that case, I'll simply come and take this painting. Vanessa, you are worthy of this." At Ilya's words, Vanessa was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She told herself that she had gone to dozens of galleries, yet had never once heard words like these. Then, while they were still talking, Malek suddenly called from behind, "Mississippi, the studio is ready. Shall we go take a look together?" Hearing that, Vanessa jolted in alarm. "They already prepared a studio?" Then she hurriedly asked, "Miss, may I ask your name?" Hearing that, Ilya replied, "My apologies for introducing myself so late. I am Ilya Brodin." The moment Vanessa heard her name, she cried out in shock, "Brodin?" Meanwhile, Ilya remained calm and said, "Let's walk and talk about the details." A week later, out on the street, people were all staring intently in one direction. A book suddenly snapped shut. Kahan let out a sigh after reading it. But in the very next moment, his face suddenly flushed red. He remembered the letter Ilya had sent him. "It's been a while, Kahan. I'd like to return the coat I borrowed tomorrow. Do you have time?" Just thinking of it made Kahan secretly rejoice. "Miss contacted me. That's wonderful. I was drunk that day, so I couldn't see her clearly. Today, I want to look at her properly." Thinking that, Kahan immediately said, "Tyson, does this really look all right? It feels a little too much for going out. It seems like everyone's staring at me." Tyson smiled and replied, "Lord Kahan, this outfit is hardly enough to go out in." Hearing that, Kahan was puzzled. "Hardly enough?" Tyson calmly said, "My lord, what do you think your greatest charm is?" The more he listened, the more confused Kahan became. "My charm?" Tyson immediately cried out, "This, of course, the whole outfit. It highlights your strengths and your appeal. Of course you should wear it to stand out even more. I'm sure Lady Brodin will like it too." Hearing that, Kahan stammered, "If that's the case then." However, before he could finish, he anxiously thought to himself, "But for a while now, I've felt a gaze fixed on me from somewhere. Who could it be?" Kahan Avanthian, the demon who destroyed men on the battlefield, ruthlessly slaughtering anyone who came near. Yet lately, rumors have been spreading that his personality had become gentler. If things go well, I may be able to get him involved in acting. As soon as that thought ended, Anfet stepped forward and greeted him. "Are you young Lord Avanthian? From afar, I thought it might be you. Had I known for sure, I would have come to greet you at once. May I sit here? I'm Anfet of Viscount Smith's house. At the last banquet, I regretted not having the chance to speak with you. Does the young lord enjoy reading as well? You truly have refined tastes. I wonder what book you're reading." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes fell on the book Kahan had just been reading. Dating for Beginners, How to Become an Expert. The atmosphere between them instantly turned awkward. Right after that, Anfet still forced a smile and said, I think I've seen that one at a bookstore before. It really has quite a unique taste. Though he said that aloud, inwardly he was full of judgment. Ahomosi Manuel, what on earth is he reading? That book looks suspicious from the start. Thinking that, Anfet continued, if not for that book's help, I probably. Hearing those words, Kahan was filled with surprise. This is the first time I've met someone I feel such goodwill toward. How can I become closer to this person? That's right. I just need to build a relationship using the method the young lady taught me. Maybe she'll even praise me for doing well. All right. While he was lost in thought, Alfred continued speaking. So I attended a party hosted by Marquis Langston. The moment he heard that, Kahan immediately asked, you went there? And then what happened? That question made Anfet freeze for a moment. Igriagis. As he looked at Kahan's darkening expression, he was inwardly bewildered. What is this? Did I hear him wrong? Even so, Anfet forced himself to continue. I met the Marquis's daughter there. She hadn't attended in quite a long time. At that, Kahan suddenly raised his head and looked at him with icy eyes. Attended? He asked. Anfet stammered, unlike the rumors. Hearing that, Kahan pressed on. Unlike the rumors? In that situation, Anfet could only helplessly answer well. But before he could say more than a few words, he abruptly stood up. Then, in obvious fear, he said, I am sorry for disturbing your reading, sir. The instant he turned and ran off, Kahan darkened, thinking in confusion. That's not how this is supposed to go, is it? Just then, a voice suddenly called out from afar. So this is where you are, Kahan. The one who appeared was none other than Ilya. She was smiling brightly at him. The next second, Kahan rose and greeted her. It's been a while, my lady. Ilya replied, we haven't kept in touch for some time, have we? I've been a little busy with work lately. You're reading that book very diligently. Volume 2 has been released this time. Have you read it yet? Kahan obediently answered, no, ma'am. This is the first I've heard of it. Hearing that, Ilya suggested, then since we've met today, shall we go to the bookstore together? Of course, Kahan immediately agreed. Yes, and so the two of them strolled down the street together. Kahan was incredibly awkward, and Ilya's face was slightly flushed with shy hesitation. After a while, Kahan finally spoke. Did you get home safely that day? I hope I didn't do anything rude to you. Ilya immediately smiled and replied, nothing like that happened. But it seems you're not very good with alcohol. Kahan said, I didn't expect I'd get drunk so easily either. Ilya added a reminder. If you ever drink outside, you need to be careful, all right? Kahan quickly complied at once, answering obediently, as you command. At that moment, Ilya suddenly changed the subject. By the way, that man who was talking to you earlier, was he your friend? Kahan said, that was my first time seeing him. I was very surprised that he approached me without hesitation. Hearing that, Ilya found it strange. Oh, really? Then she couldn't help thinking to herself, it seems he's really been working hard lately. Kahan smiled and went on. So, I tried to continue the conversation like I did the other day after being taught, but I don't know why. He suddenly apologized and left. In any case, I suppose I did something wrong again. As soon as she heard that, Ilya forced a smile and thought, his social skills are still a little clumsy. I'll have to help him little by little. With that in mind, she reassured him aloud. It's all right. Next time, let's practice together. Kahan answered happily yes, but his face still clearly showed his bashfulness and restraint. The next moment, he suddenly asked, my lady, you must have many friends, don't you? Unlike me. That question made Ilya pause for a moment. Then she immediately said, we can still think of each other as good friends. Those words filled Kahan with complicated thoughts. She thinks so well of me as a friend. Then why does my chest feel so tight? At the bookstore, as soon as they arrived, it seemed the clerk was absent. Let's split up and look, Ilya said. Kahan replied, then I'll look over there. Hearing that, Ilya gestured to the other side. I'll look over here. The next moment, as she browsed through the bookstore, she thought to herself, we might not be able to meet for quite a while. Oh, so there's a whole section for business books. Business made easy for beginners. Since I'm here, maybe I should buy a few. Ilya stretched herself, trying to reach a book on the top shelf. Her hand trembled slightly as she told herself just a little more. But no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't reach it. Ilya sighed helplessly and said, it would be nice if there were a step stool here. But the moment she finished speaking, an arm suddenly reached out from nowhere. Kahan stepped closer and gently asked, this one? The next moment, he had already taken down the book Ilya wanted. The charming sight of him, then left her utterly flustered and startled. Ilya turned to look behind her in confusion. It was Kahan, standing right behind her, holding the book with irresistible charm as he asked, this one? The next second, Ilya told herself, no, I can't. She quickly took the book from Kahan and said, "Yes, that's right. Thank you. I've finished choosing, so I'll go pay first." Seeing her leave in such a hurry, Kahan could only awkwardly reply, "Yes." The way she walked off left him a little unsettled. After leaving the bookstore, the two of them chatted pleasantly again. "Has time passed so quickly already? It seems we met a little late today." "Yes." Just then, Kahan suddenly spoke. "Would you like to have a meal before you go?" The moment he said it, he looked at her intently. Ilya's expression did not change. The next second, she turned to him and said, "No, I have to go straight home today." Hearing that, Kahan suggested, "Then please allow me to escort you home." Ilya smiled and said, "It's all right. We both came here by carriage anyway." Hearing that, Kahan answered dejectedly, "That's true." At that moment, Ilya suddenly handed him the clothes from before and said, "Oh, right. I'm returning the coat I borrowed last time. Thank you so much. And this is a gift. I happened to come across it while shopping. I thought it would suit you very well." As Kahan received the gift she gave him, his face lit up with a smile, and he thanked her. "I will treasure it very carefully, like a precious jewel." The moment she heard that, Ilya shyly said, "You don't have to do that. It's not some display piece, so please just use it naturally." Kahan quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, I'll cherish it just a little." After they had finished talking, Ilya turned to leave. "Then I'll be on my way first. Please excuse me." "Kahan, I had a wonderful time today as well." Kahan answered gently, "Yes, so did I." And so Ilya got into her carriage to return home. At that moment, Tyson, standing beside him, suddenly said, "Lord Kahan, the carriage is ready." But Kahan paid no attention to that and abruptly interrupted. "I need to return the gesture. Hurry and buy a gift. Then let's head to the Broughton house." Hearing that, Tyson was extremely surprised. "Right now, sir?" Kahan answered at once. "I'm the only one who keeps receiving gifts. I have to give something in return. What should I give a young lady?" It seems she already has all the things books recommend. The more Tyson listened, the more baffled and helpless he became. "Wait, really, sir?" Kahan replied firmly. "We have to hurry before it gets dark." In the carriage, Ilya was lowering her head, telling herself, "This is driving me crazy." With her cheeks flushed red, she couldn't help murmuring shyly, "What on earth is wrong with me? I can't stop feeling drawn to Kahan. My heart keeps pounding. At every situation, at every look on his face. Unlike with Rehat, I only wanted to think of him as a friend. I wasn't planning to fall in love again." Just then, the carriage suddenly came to a stop. That made Ilya curious. "What's going on?" At that moment, loud voices rang out from outside. "Just tell her I'm here. Oh my, that is." The instant she heard that voice, Ilya froze. Then she immediately realized whose voice it was. It was Rehat. Rehat was indeed standing at the gate of her house, speaking irritably. The moment he saw her in the distance, he shouted, "Ilya, Ilya, come out here and talk to me for a moment." In that situation, Ilya could only helplessly hide in a corner and think, he's been quiet for a while, so what does he want now? And making such a scene like this, it'll probably be hard for Frank and Malak to handle. That was indeed the case. Rehat spoke with arrogant disdain. How dare a commoner lay hands on someone? After witnessing the situation, Ilya could only tell herself that she had to step in. The next second, she called out from inside, "Don't come any closer. I clearly told you not to contact me." Hearing that, Rehat gently said, "What is it? Are you still angry? Don't be so cold. I came to tell you the secret of young Lord of Anthian." At those words, Ilya found it strange. A secret? So refusing to sign the document was just so you could slander someone else? The next second, she coldly drove Rehat away at once. This caused his expression to change completely. Rehat declared loudly, "I only want to save you. So why can't you understand my heart?" Ilya answered firmly, "I don't need to hear it. Malak, drive the carriage on." Hearing that, Rehat slammed his hand against the carriage door and shouted, "This isn't over between us yet." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from somewhere. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The moment those words fell, a powerful fist came flying toward Rehat. Rehat, his face full of fear, listened as the voice continued. "What exactly do you think you're doing right now?" The moment she saw Kahan standing right in front of him, Ilya was utterly shocked. "Kahan? Why is he here?" Rehat suddenly broke into a sinister, malicious smile and said, "You came at just the right time. You scoundrel, deceiving my innocent fiancée with lies. I know everything. Are you really the heir?" The instant she heard that, Ilya was completely stunned. "What? Kahan really isn't the heir?" As she looked at Kahan, Ilya thought in confusion. "He really isn't the heir?" Meanwhile, Rehat continued to berate him. "That's enough, young lord. I can't stand watching my innocent fiancée be toyed with by you any longer. The moment she heard those words from him, Ilya angrily stepped out and shouted, "Have some decency." That made Rehat sneer and say, "Ilya, it seems you still don't understand the situation. That young lord deceived you. He got carried away at the thought of seizing the power that comes with being a duke's heir. But in truth, he's just a useless puppet." The moment she heard it all, Ilya responded coldly, "So what?" Those words left Rehat confused beyond measure. "After hearing my story, you should be saying, 'Oh my, how shameful.'" Ilya calmly retorted, "And you think I go back to you? I knew you were trash, but I didn't expect you to be the kind of person who pokes his nose into other people's affairs like this. That's despicable." Rehat hurriedly tried to explain, but Ilya paid him no mind at all. As she led Kahan away, she gently said, "Let's go, Kahan. We still have something to discuss." Seeing that, Rehat shouted, "Wait, Ilya, at least listen to me explain. I'll say this one more time." But Ilya answered resolutely, "There's only one matter left between you and me, the consent form for the annulment of our engagement. Now let go." The moment she said those words, Rehat's face twisted with terrifying rage as he told her, "You'll regret this, Ilya." The carriage began to move, and by then the sky outside had already grown dark. Inside the carriage, Ilya and Kahan sat in silence, not saying a single word to each other. After a while, Kahan finally spoke. "I'm sorry for hiding it from you all this time. I meant to tell you several times. The truth is, I'm just someone my family never paid attention to." The moment she heard that, Ilya slowly closed her eyes and sank into thought. Now I understand where that uncomfortable feeling came from, what he has gone through. And she gently said, "Go on. It's all right." Those words only made Kahan flush red with embarrassment. Even so, he quickly continued, "It wasn't that my family isolated me from the very beginning. Everything started when I was still very young. Back then, my mother lovingly sang me to sleep. 'My dear child, sleep now. Hush now.'" Amid Kahan's quiet narration, he said, "I once fell asleep in my mother's arms. But then she suddenly turned cold toward me, though I never knew what I had done wrong. I wanted to change my mother's mind. But as I grew older, a deep gulf opened between us, and in the end, things could never return to how they were before. My busy father paid no attention to what was happening at home. My older brother also accepted my mother's coldness, and so Kahan was abandoned. His eyes were vacant and lifeless, filled with a hazy emptiness." Kahan continued, "I became a ghost in the ducal house. I ran off to the battlefield when I was around 14. After that, I fought in many more battles. And last year, I was ordered to serve as the temporary successor in my brother's place. They couldn't leave the position empty, so I only carry the title. When my brother returns, I'll step down as successor. That's why I wasn't even allowed to receive an heir's education." At that point, he suddenly clenched his hand tightly. Then, full of embarrassment, he said, "You must be very disappointed in me, aren't you? I am truly sorry." In that situation, Ilya merely glanced to the side. She quietly watched the scenery outside. Then she once again sank in her own thoughts. "If I think rationally, I should end the contract right away and find another way. I am truly sorry. Even if everything goes well, it still seems very difficult for us to maintain a good friendship. We could pretend none of this ever happened." Thinking that, she suddenly asked Kahan, "Why did you come here today?" Kahan hurriedly answered, "I am sorry. I wanted to give you a gift, my lady. I'm the only one who's been receiving things from you, so I wanted to return the favor. I selfishly intruded into your affairs again. I am sorry." The moment she heard those words, Ilya smiled gently and said, "I was very glad that you helped me just now." Her expression left Kahan completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Ilya continued thinking, "No, I don't want to pretend none of this happened. If I leave now, what will happen to Kahan? He'll waste away his time until the real heir returns, and then he'll be sent back to the battlefield, to the border. I don't want Kahan to live that kind of life." After thinking for a while, Ilya finally spoke. "Kahan, let's cancel the contract and start over. Not as an arrangement, but for real." Hearing that, Kahan looked puzzled. "For real? I don't understand what you mean." Ilya calmly explained, "We will make you the true heir of House Evanthian." That left Kahan utterly stunned. "The true heir? Me? I wouldn't dare. Ilya, I can't do anything. My family, the elders, no one will support me." At those words, Ilya simply smiled softly and innocently as she replied, "I will support you, Kahan." Kahan, look at yourself now. You can already refuse what you do not want. You can smile and speak with strangers, can't you? If you still can't do something now, then you can do it later. You can change one more time. As soon as he heard her finish, Kahan thought anxiously, "This won't be easy. Can I really break free from the chains that have bound me my entire life?" and face my family, my father, my mother, and my brother. As if she truly sensed his worry, Ilya's hand slowly reached toward him. She placed her hand on his. That made Kahan stare in astonishment. A hand reaching out to me. A soft hand offered to me again and again. Strangely, this warmth. At that thought, Kahan's face flushed red. Then he tightly held Ilya's hand and said, "I will do it, Ilya. I will become the true heir." Hearing that, Ilya smiled brightly. Then she said, "Good, then let's begin again. I'll handle the finances. Let me support you. Are you ready to begin your training course?" Though slightly startled by her words, Kahan still obediently replied at once, "Yes." Once again, I asked for your guidance. Thank you all for watching today's video. And with that, we have reached the end of Season 1 of this fascinating story. We'll see you again in Season 2, where the story promises to become even more dramatic and surprising. Don't forget to like and subscribe to support us, and so you won't miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching. We hope you have a wonderful day.